I was with a pilot who majored in like military dude and who majored in astrophysics, PhD English major professor teacher lady, and then my partner, and then myself. We kind of ate it. We only had 5 minutes left. But it was like this. We were going over this jungle because we were having a jungle expedition, and our pilot was dumb and didn't prepare the flight correctly, so we crash landed in the middle of this like native south somewhere rainforest jungle. And it was like these people were known for like their brutality and how they torture the intruders and the survivors and the blah 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 blah. And so we had like an hour to like get out of here or something. And I hate escape rooms. I don't hate escape rooms, but I hate how immersed I get into things sometimes because they got the ominous music and like the countdown, and I'm just like, bro, like you got to get the fuck out of here in 1 hour, and if you don't get out, well, well, they're coming. And I don't know, like as the time started to tick down, I was just like, I asked for like two hints. I asked for 2 hints. I was like, listen, y'all, I don't care. Like, it's too bad. You know, I'm not trying to die. Okay. So I'm like, we need help. Give me a hint. But it was nice. It was fun. We got out. I think my blood sugar spiked. Because I had way too much sugar. And it was kind of embarrassing because I had to go to the bathroom like 5 or 6 times in 2 hours. It was really embarrassing. I was like, oh my god. But we went to this boba place, and I was just gonna get like a taro boba or whatever. But then there was like a tiger version of it, and I didn't even know what that meant. But tiger apparently means like a lot of brown sugar, like a lot of brown sugar. Because I had it like a boba like 2 weeks ago, and I had it like half sugar. And it was really good. It was really earthy. It wasn't too sweet. It was really nice. Bitch, this thing probably had like 2 days or 3 worth of sugar in it. It was really fucking sweet. My blood, like, cause I crashed so hard. And Yasha, thank you so much for the streak, by the way. I appreciate it. I had like a massive crash afterwards. It wasn't good. Like, I was tired, and we had to go eat, and it was like, you know, I was already like draining my social battery. Like, I was already, oh my god, my social battery was already like diminishing because my friend, her partner, he's a talker. He's a talker. He's like an extroverted ADHDer, and he talks. He showed me so many pictures. He's really sweet. He's actually really sweet. But oh my god, he talks and talks and talks. He yaps, and it's such an enduring nerdy kind of way. It's like I don't know. Think of like that nerd that talks to you in school about, I don't know, Yu-Gi-Oh cards or something, or just something like, I don't know, quantum physics, or I don't know, just some you know, it's like really passionate speak or whatever. And you know, I'm always for that, right? That's always really good. You know, I'm not gonna ever shut that down and go like, yeah, whatever, right? Like I'm trying to be like, you know, engaged in it, but he just keeps talking and talking and talking and talking, and I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to keep it up. And meanwhile, like the sugar crash is fucking me. The sugar crash is fucking me. And I have to pee 1,000 times, so I really was not comfortable, and I slept all the way on the way back home. But overall, it was pretty fun. I also met my cat buddy. She came back, Shade. I was gonna post her on Twitter, but I forgot. So all in all, I think it was a pretty great day. And she let me pet her for like a good 20 minutes. And then she decided when I was going to leave, she said, "Get back here, bitch! Where you fucking going? Where the fuck are you going, bitch?" And then she grabbed me, and like, and so I can't leave now, I guess. So we're getting there, we're making progress, but you know, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go. No, you ain't. You're right, though, Jake. When you're talking about the notch in her ear, I think she is spayed. Because I haven't seen her like all summer. I thought she was gone somewhere. I thought somebody like adopted her. But she's apparently just been hanging around my house for like all summer. And the last time I saw her was when my semester ended. And now, and then she came back. So I'm like, I guess she just had a summer vacation because now she's back right before school starts today. So, all right. Yeah. I'm glad you told me that because now I'm like, okay, maybe she's not fucking crazy. You know who is crazy? Me. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hello, Yanfei. She probably belongs to somebody. At this point, there's no collar. There's no collar. She seems to be rather well fed. My mom puts food out for her, so I guess she finds it somehow. She's not mangy. I was really worried about fleas, but she's not really mangy. She doesn't have a lot of fleas and stuff. She seems to be fine. She seems to be okay. Like, a sacrificial bow. Diona special. Dang Ling. Okay, that's fine. What finally set you off that made me think you... Okay, so the issue is... The issue is... Hold on. The issue that I was thinking about was like, oh, I don't have a weapon for her. I have Jade Wing Spear, right? Oh, I don't have a team for her. Shangling is right there. Gao Ming is right there. Yanfei is right there. I was thinking about Siege Wind eventually with her. I was thinking about Farina with her. I think genuinely how much I've watched this trailer. Heike, I just give it to me so I don't have to fucking wish for the next 2 months. Ugh. We got a bunch of stray cats that appear in our backyard. We actually took one in years ago. Is she still around? Okay, alright. Oh my god, bitch. Ooh. Favonius. Actually, that's not even that bad. Okay, I'll take it. His name's Ash. Aww. Oh my goodness. Okay, Razor's good. That's fine. A sacrificial fragment. Thank you. You need to play her demo. Is that my first? No, it's my second. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, that's the good stuff. Okay, I feel it. I'm in her demo? On... Oh, oops, my bad. Okay, hold on, my bad. So what you're saying is... The missing ingredient was... The missing ingredient was... What do I have? Hang on. Oh my god. Thank god. Ugh. A little ambiance. A little ambiance. Wait. Wait. Okay, wait. I'm very happy about this. I can go into Natlan, big chillin'. I can go into Natlan, big chillin', and not have to worry about like, oh god. Because here's the thing that I'm starting to notice, right? Let's see. Milani wouldn't necessarily not benefit from burning. Kinij wouldn't mind burning. And what I'm starting to see here is, especially as we're getting into the nation of cryo afterwards, right? Burn melt, I think, is going to be like this really big thing, right? And I'm kind of excited to see. What I'm imagining is there could be a team with something like Emily, Cryo Archon, Mahuika, and like Bennett. I can see it. Can you see it? Can you see the imagery? Check lounge. Okay, what do you got? Let me see. Aw, she looks just like Mako, actually. Or he? He looks just like Mako. Aw. So cute. Hold on, let me see. Look at that. That actually looks just like my cat. That's so insane. What? You got Emily too? Okay, good. All right, wonderful. All right, night, Jake. Also, hi, Avenger Site. Good to see you. Oh. Alright, well, no primo gems, no nothing. Yellow, what do you have to say about this? Thank you for the 30 months, by the way. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, I have perception. You know, that's a good Shen Yun weapon. If you need the attack percent that badly, don't fucking get that shit, okay? Alright, anyway, overflowing mastery. A little ambiance. Let's see. Ascension. Oh boy. Add character. So Emily's gonna have to come after. Did she need level 90? I don't think so. She's gonna have to be after. I finished Rosaria and Kaya, and Charlotte. But once I finish them, yeah. She kind of should be 90. Okay, that's fine. I don't care. We'll definitely get the resources for it. But let me see where I'm at with. Okay, 19. All right, here we go. Let's see, 19 of these, which means I need 9 more. Okay, so that's 160 resin. Right now I have. Nice, perfect. Okay, so I can get this done. And then the last one I need to work on as we get into Natlan is Charlotte. And then I'll be able to have everything I need for Imaginarium Theater. So yeah, we're kind of eating. Sister Charlotte, right. Are we gonna watch Katina's demo? Oh, you're so right, actually. And what does she need? Order books? Oh, hell yeah. Kenshin.
Kitty, where are you? Worry. Confusion.
Alright, let's see. Alright, here we go.
Your footsteps told me you were coming. By the way, would you like to visit my home sometime? There are a lot of legends about heroes in Natlan. You've been to a bunch of countries in Tibet, So you must know a lot of legends, right? Do you think there's any shiny ores underneath all of this sand? We could do a quick dig just to check. Yeah. Let her rip.
Okay.
Get back.
Wait.
Are my ears trembling? Sorry, but I can't really control them. They're way too excited right now. Here, let me just cover them up.
Okay, well, the music's good. All right, well, I do like the music. Do I like Kachina character-wise? I think she is adorable.
I mean,
Will she make it into the baby squad? I like the ears. I like the, you know what, actually, I like the drill. You know what? Yeah, I could see her and Yayo being besties, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, okay. Yeah. She's also free. Oh, yeah, you're right, huh? You know what? Yeah, okay. That was okay. I kind of need a refresher, though, sorry. Sorry, hold on, I need to see it again. Hold on, sorry. What, hold on. One more, just one, only one.
As long as I keep digging, it will shake the world like no other news report in history. Your credible source of the unbelievable truth. That's my journalistic motto. What's the news? To put it in adventurer terms, I guess for me, it's all about the thrill of the chase. All right, let's get this interview started.
This is such a cool character. I'm sorry. Like, I wish she was a little better. She's gonna have her time, I promise.
Say cheese! People aren't always very fond of journalists. You know what they say. Lies are soft and malleable, but the truth is sharp and inflexible. The time has come for your interview. Ready to be a star? Breaking news! Hard-hitting exclusive! Truth bomb! Morning! Did you read the paper yet? No?
This is okay.
No worries. I'll read it for you.
Can I be honest? Like, again, these Fontaine characters, like, what? You know, like, what can you say? Is there a single bad one? Like, I don't even think so. What? Like, they're all great. All these 4.0 characters, oof. I don't know, man. Yep, I agree. Can we watch Shiori's? You know what? Give me a bit, and yes. What was I gonna do? What's more important? The order books. Yeah, hold on, let me go do this. Where are they? Where are they? Okay. Okay, maybe y'all are gonna leave Fontaine, but to be honest with you, I probably should do that next part of the story. Good night, sleep well, or something like that. What is it called? Something. Bedtime story. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. They finally added Chuck. Wait. Good night, sleep well is the Lycone. Oh, my bad. Okay. I will have order. Oh, that's it? Ooh. What kind of order is that? Wait, what? You can take it back. Oh, okay.
遠くをたたえよう世界の熱狂の雨描きがたしあいうるこ痛がっちゃいない終わりで撤収とせはあ雨描きがたしこの件はわかるか
All right, thank you. Oh my god.
Yep.
I'm like, can I get some energy, please? A really short quest. So, like, when you say short quest, do you mean like how long? Because I probably should do it before I go to that. I mean, I don't even. Am I gonna do that on day one? I don't even know.
光り輝くがいい八方の風どの目が出るかしら捕まえたせい急がなくてもいいのよ
It's like 2 hours max. Okay, well. I thought you were waiting on streaming Outland anyway. Yeah. I mean, I was thinking about it, but I don't know. Like, I'm thinking about it, but I'm also afraid of spoilers. I don't know. Like, bitch, where you going? Okay. No, let's go to Sri Lanka. Wait. No, here. Probably should do some Natland to unlock the event locked in that nation. Oh yeah, huh? That makes sense. Yeah. Bitch. You know, actually, I kind of need these. Thank you. All right. I did not get Emily. Well. Girl. Okay, how many more of these do I need? Let's see. I need... okay, that should be 21. So, okay, that's... Okay, good. 21, so let's see. That means I need... 120 more. Okay. Not bad. Oh. I don't know, y'all. It kind of feels weird. Again, like, I don't know what I'm excited for, to be honest with you. I think I'm excited for the exploration for once. The exploration for once does look actually, like, kind of interesting. I'm excited for the music. I'm excited to see all the animals and the creature designs. But I don't know if I'm really excited for the characters. I'm not kind of feeling many of them right now, honestly. Like... And I kind of want to see what's going on with the story. Like, I want to see how it connects to everything. I think that's the other thing that I'm kind of looking forward to. But yeah, in terms of, like those characters and everything, I guess Mawika, I kind of want to see what's going on there. But I don't know. I feel not as excited as I should be. I don't know. Like, with how much, like, oh my god, Natlane, oh my god, everyone's ready for Natlane, right? But that's probably because I started playing the game, like, halfway into the year, right? When I start playing 4.3, crit damage, okay. I guess we'll see, right? Not many people were excited for Fontaine. Really? Wait, why? Because were people disappointed with Sumeru or something? Because Sumeru's at a high bar. Okay, well. I remember when people hated many of Fontaine's designs. Who's people? That's a good question. Who's people? People, huh? Let me see. Lenny. I can see these two not being well received, I guess. I don't see how this wouldn't be well received. I don't see how this wouldn't be well received at all. I especially don't see how this one wouldn't be well received. Or this one. Or her. Maybe? Yeah, he doesn't count. He doesn't count. Does she count? Kinda-ish. Yeah, I don't get it. What's the problem? I don't get it. What's the problem? I think the only two that kind of like stand out as maybe like negative are like these two. But even then, like, yeah. They didn't look very Genshin. There's also a lot of meh feelings about Fontaine being boring old Europe again. Were you guys skeptical? Not really? Okay. Yeah. After seeing that 4.0 trailer, I feel like that would... Oops. I feel like that would dispel many doubts. Because that 4.0 trailer was so good. What? What? Oh, I was loving what I was seeing. Oh my goodness. I would have been so excited seeing that. People didn't like the trailer. Okay, you know what? Okay, the more... Okay, listen. The more I see it, the more I play the game, the only fandoms I see worth engaging in for Genshin are theory crafters, leakers, maybe, anyone surrounding Seppi, or like your favorite content creator, and people who draw safe for work art. Like I other than that, like I'm not like I think I'm good. Like I think I'm good. I think I'm good. I guess people are entitled to their opinions, but I'm surprised that was an at-large opinion. What? Fascinating. Speaking of fascinating, it's fascinating that I haven't fucking started running my ass over here and started doing this shit. So apparently I'm missing something. So I need 20 more of these, and there's some story thing that I'm missing too. I hope Tails got Kirara, by the way. I've been thinking about that. This. Yeah, whatever these are. Oh, well there goes Tails. Oh shit, my fucking teapot. Oh my god. Oh my god, my teapot, my crystal flies, my everything. Oh my goodness. Still unable to get Kirara. Well, you know what? Is it really combat? There's no way. Wow. I don't know. That seems annoying. We're going to need more props. Ooh. When was I in Inazuma? When we were doing elite farming, that's where I got these. I was like, what? I feel like I never get enough of these anymore. But Yai, whenever she comes through, yeah, she's gonna eat. Isn't there a free Kirara? Tails started playing the game, and their AR is really low, and they're struggling to get enough to get the points required to get Kirara. That's the problem. Oh, oops. Oh, Kaya's almost maxed out. Nice. Jean? Okay. Well, Jean's just been sitting here. I can only get 59 figures. No, I know you can. I know you can push a little harder, can't you? What the hell am I supposed to do with all these? What? Oh, this is an excess. That is a lot, actually. What? That's not good. Okay. I guess that means I'm gonna get my fragile resin next week easily. Did they up this? No. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, wait. 1, 2. Actually, no. No, this is much more worth it. 1, 2. What?
同点についてのご
Oh, you're much less annoying in Japanese. Oh my gosh. So Milanka, yep. No, 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 no. Did you guys do your surveys? Did everyone actually have a good time with Simulanka? I don't know why. I'm so like invested in everyone else's fun, but I really hope that people had fun. Like I really hope that it wasn't just like, oh, boring. Where's the combat? Oh, I was really having a lot of fun. I liked it. Cool. I was begging and stopping and it's not ready to bring it back. Oh, for those of you who didn't know, the reason why that Emily was so secure was because I got C to Jean. Oops. Oops. So now I don't know who to pick. Alright, I'm gonna eat English.
Oh my god, this is terrible! I don't understand. The three great clans of Constellation Metropole have finally made peace with each other. Who could have done this?
What happened? Oh no, someone's lying on the ground. Cappy!
How did this happen?
Cabin, you idiot! Wake up! You need to revise your last words or everyone's gonna start suspecting me!
Last words? What did he say?
If I wind up dead one day, the murderer was Boberano.
Ugh, you could have at least pretended to not remember it.
I'm sorry, Boberano, but this is an interrogation. I have to give the detectives straight answers.
Oh my god.
Don't worry, Boberano. I don't consider you a suspect, nor do I have the authority to charge anyone with a crime. So, are you the last people to have had contact with him?
Yes?
My sincere condolences. You were travel companions, right? It's a real tragedy. I'm afraid he'll be out cold for another hour and a half, at least.
Huh?
Yeah, I know. It's despicable. Hitting someone in the back of the head is the second worst act of cruelty there is. The first being replacing their gear oil with extra strong glue.
So, Cappy's not dead?
His gears, metal frame and shell are all still in excellent condition. It's just his energy supply that's been all messed up. Wait. But surely you can't be suggesting that just because Cappy isn't broken, there's no need to go looking for the culprit.
No, there's a need. Huge need.
Unfortunately, this is rapidly turning into a cold case. There's no evidence and no witnesses. Unless there's an official clockwork pedestal, the goddess of prophecy around here somewhere. Excuse me.
Oh.
Then suddenly, the long-lost dragon of old flew across the sky.
Where?
Wait, where?
I didn't see anything. Wait, why can't I move?
No, my mistake. It was just a cloud. Or a bird. Or something. If only we could turn time backwards and replay the crime.
Isn't that one of those, clockwork socket things right behind you?
Ah, so it is. No wonder everyone here is suddenly struggling to move. Traveller, if you please, let's recreate the crime scene.
Traveller, if you please, could you please move the clockwork thingy over there, please? Thank you very much. Traveller, if you would.
It's your people? Stop. Okay. Leave my British roots alone. Okay.
Letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Surely this will be able to find the answer.
The crime scene's too chaotic. I can't make heads or tails of it.
This is how you could have sounded. Would you guys have been here if I sounded like that?
Hello everybody, it's A-Star the Third. Welcome to the Undefeatable series. The series where I keep going and going until I lose. Today we're going to be playing Wii Fit Trainer, my absolute favorite. Absolutely gets me gagged every time I play his fucking character. Ah! Rosalina and Luma.
Oh, I didn't watch any of this. Wait, he just stopped moving. The fire guy's named Gaming? Yeah, he's pretty great. Well, I mean...
Well, that clears it up. Cappe was walking along the street, then he suddenly collapsed. He was faking it.
What? So case closed? Aren't you supposed to investigate a little more first?
Well, we literally replayed the crime scene and saw it with our own eyes. There's no need for any evidence gathering or powers of deduction now. And besides, maybe the truth is inherently strange by nature. Like how Constellation Metropole has 3 histories, each of which is the truth.
But didn't you say Cappe was struck in the back of the head and knocked unconscious?
For all I know, he could have bashed his head against a toilet bowl before leaving the house, then walked here in a daze before finally passing out. As for why he might have done that, my guess is...
For attention. For attention.
With the Supreme Clan question left unanswered and the tension in Constellation Metropole suddenly wiped away, he was looking to create a new source of conflict. Only then would the city feel alive again.
Do we really think he's capable of that, though? Sounds like a pretty complicated conspiracy for the average Simulanka resident.
Damn, she called y'all low IQ. Oh my god. She said, let me see your test scores. wait a minute. What's your graduation success rate? Hold on. Let me see. How many dropouts y'all got? Hold on. How many exports y'all sending out? Hold on. Let me see. No, Paimon!
Traveler, something about the crime scene isn't sitting right with me. It just seems unnatural.
Oh, yeah.
Also, anything outside of the immediate area won't have appeared in the replay. Is it possible that something was missing from the scene? Why don't we search the area?
Wait, what are you doing?
Oh, we're gonna head to
Hi, crew.
Cappe's house to check the toilet bowl for signs of an impact.
Search for suspicious footnotes. Or search for suspicious places. Y'all know what time it is. Bitch. Yup. Yup. Yup.
Hello there. Have you seen my spear by any chance? Someone was shouting about a dragon a minute ago, and I instinctively threw it into the sky. Yeah.
Come here. Whatever it is you were looking to buy, please do come back tomorrow. It's just, I have to close early today. A bottle of growth serum has gone missing. If someone's stolen it with the intention of harming others, the consequences could be disastrous. There's a whole investigation into it, so I gotta close the shop while I do an inventory count. If it turns out I'm wrong and I miscounted, I could be charged with filing a false report and disturbing the peace.
Growth serum.
You're not from these parts, are you? Just visiting?
Yep, that's right. Why? What's up?
Ah, well, I was gonna offer you a great job in the Titanium mines. A safe and secure working environment.
Who is that? Is that the Pokemon narrator?
Safe? At least not as safe as being a courier.
Is that literally the Pokemon, like,
Ah, well, I was gonna offer you a great job in the Titanium mines. A safe and secure working environment.
Is that not the narrator? It sounds just like him. Is that him? Wait a minute. Huh.
To keep the titanium ore intact, we use specially designed pickaxes that can't cut through it. Even if you struck a person with it, it wouldn't so much as leave a scratch.
Who is that? Y'all hear it, right? Is that just me?
And in terms of labor intensity, the work has been rated as Class 2 physical labor by a reputable organization. Even cats can do it.
Hang on. No, hold on. Let me see. Pokemon. Events. Hold on. I'm curious. Hold on. Let me see. Let me listen.
Still determined to be.
Y'all hear it, right?
Still determined to become a Pokemon master, Ash and his best friend Pikachu continue their quest as they sail toward the Hoenn region. But right now, there's only one thing on Ash's mind.
But why does that sound just like him? What? Is that weird? Am I weird?
Ah, well, I was gonna offer you a great
It's not the same.
titanium mines.
No, it's not.
A safe and secure working environment.
It's not the same, but it's close. It's not the same, but it is very close, actually. Whew. Yeah.
I'm not. Never mind. I give up.
Timaeus is VA, huh?
Welcome to
Interesting.
Paimon's world.
Mind you, I don't know what happened today, but somehow a pickaxe has gone missing. Maybe one of the giant guards broke it down, so someone took it to perform a rapid resuscitation procedure.
Sounds pretty brutal for a first aid technique. Still, a missing pickaxe. Huh. Is it just me, Traveler, or does it seem kinda suspicious?
So we got a missing spear, a missing pickaxe, and a missing growth serum. I bet it was Ningguang. Now that I think about it. Because if you think about it, Ningguang, wait a minute. Ningguang is wearing fake hair, okay? There's no way her hair naturally looks like that. So the reason why she stole the growth serum is so she can actually grow some actual natural hair, right? Okay? And if you think about it, she loves Geo so much because if you look at Ningguang's passive, where's it at? Ningguang's passive is that she can find ore nearby. And what do you use to mine ore? A pickaxe. A pickaxe. And if you think about it, Ningguang bought her vision, right? Which means sometimes she may not be able to use it properly. So sometimes she has to protect herself by other means. So what she did was she clocked one of the guards while they weren't looking and stole the spear. And so she's gonna be using the spear to protect herself against any of those guards, okay? So I get it, right? Not only did she steal the growth serum for natural hair, she's gonna try to mine the titanium mines with the pickaxe so she can actually get more of a fortune in this simulacrum environment and make even more profit. I can't believe it. And then she's gonna market it. And then she's gonna market it to try to get even more money. I can't believe it. It's always the cheesing. It's always the cheesing. I'm telling you. See, and right when we get to the end, we're about to figure out the murderer, right? Who the final piece in who the final person in the cog is. She's gonna be like, "Your life is mine," and then she's gonna whack us with a spear. Hold on, where's it at?
Your life is mine.
Yep. And then she'll be like,
It's nothing.
when we try to fight her, right? And then right when she's like knocked us down, in the ground, right? She'll point the spear at us, and then she'll be like,
Give up.
right, exactly. Right, okay. But then we like smack it, right? And then she'll go like,
Blood repays blood.
Things are made new.
girl, no, hold on. No, right. No. Right, no, okay. And then what she'll do is that she'll do that move where she throws the fucking the jade chamber at us.
Bye.
And then she tosses it at us, right? And then right, and then we'll dodge out of the way, right? And she'll be like,
I'll remember that.
Right, exactly, right? Because we dodged it. Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Her chucking the spear. And then what's the last one? And then afterwards, when she wins, hold on. Afterwards, when she wins and everyone's knocked the fuck out and her empire succeeds.
Wealth. Why settle for less than more?
I knew it was her. Okay, it's always Ningguang. I promise you. Do you think I'm crazy?
But why must the listener grow weary whenever I begin to
like why? It's always Ningguang. I don't know, man. We'll be trying to take their court, right? Right. The legal fees will be exorbitant, right? Like just ridiculous, like tremendous legal costs, right? And she'll be like, don't waste my time, exactly, because she'll get Yanfei to defend her in court, right? And Yanfei has her hands tied because she knows that Ningguang is the murderer, right? But she can't do anything because Yalan is so dedicated to Ningguang that she has to be an accomplice with her. So what'll happen is if Yanfei doesn't comply with Ningguang and defend her in court, it's like Ace Attorney, she'll make Yalan jump off the Jade Chamber, okay? And Ningguang and Yanfei doesn't want that, right? And so she consoled with Madame Ping, right? She consoled with Madame Ping, and Madame Ping was like, oh no, right? So that's why she got Shen Yun involved, right? Which is why Shen Yun is here,
because she rescued Yelan, right? Like yeah, right? Because Yelan, right? Because Ningguang told her to like, okay, get her Ningguang, or get jump Yelan or whatever. And then Shen Yun was like, huh, like how she does in the Leeway trailer in Lantern, right? And then she saved her. And so now Ga Ming and Shen Yun, right, have now rescued Yelan, right? And now Yanfei doesn't have to defend Ningguang in court, right? Meanwhile, Jean meanwhile Jean is here on behalf of Lisa because Ningguang tried. I know what it is. Ningguang, the only reason why Ningguang even knows about Sri Lanka in the first place is because Ningguang went into the forbidden section of Lisa's library. Otherwise, how would she even know about this place, right? That's what she did. That's what she did. She had Yelan sneak into Mondstadt, and Yelan went into the forbidden section of Lisa's library and stole the book that Alice had hidden about Simulonka, exactly, which is why we're here, right? And so knowing that information, because what does Yelan say? That she's always trying to find the truth. And what did she do? She found the truth. She's an informant, okay? She finds everything she needs to find, right? So she found the information, and therefore Lisa had to make sure that all the library books were fine, right, in the forbidden section, because they contain great power. Because if you think about it, Lisa is kind of like one of the witches in the Hexen Circle. Because if you look at her, right, she's literally Hexen Circling. Look at the hat, right? And if you look at the hat, on the map right there, that map, it looks just like Lisa. It looks just like Lisa. Does it not look like Lisa's hat? It literally is. Flying Hatter's trick. The trick is Ningguang got Yelan to steal the Simulanka book. Exactly. Yes. And so Jean was like, I'm not gonna let this happen. So that's why Jean came along into the book to get back the information that Yelan and Ningguang stole together. See, and when I find these clues, you're gonna see that I'm right. You're gonna see that I'm right. Right, exactly. Right, okay. Right. Yep. Do you think I'm wrong? Do you think I'm wrong? You don't think I know what I'm talking about? Do you think I don't see the evidence?
What is it doing
Exactly.
Exactly. There's gotta be a story behind it. Let's take it.
She dropped that shit when we started to figure out. Exactly. You took 5 minutes of unfiltered yapping. What do you mean? That wasn't... It's not yapping if it's true. What? What the fuck? Where's the last one? Oh. Oh.
There's a strange potion bottle here. Looks so weird. Let's take it.
Did you follow any of that? It was so simple. Do I need to start from the beginning? What? The logic made sense. Did you not see? Did you not hear? Did you not hear what it... Do it again. Oh, I can't. Do you think that this hat thing is a coincidence? Do you think I just pulled that out of my ass, right? Do you honestly think I just pulled this out of my ass? Why does this hat look like Lisa's hat? Exactly. And you can't answer the question. Do any of these other symbols look like anything else in Genshin Impact? No. The only symbol on this map that looks like anything is that hat symbol, and nobody else has that hat in this game except Klee's special outfit, but that doesn't count because it's pay to win, and Lisa's hat. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, Mona doesn't count. Mona doesn't count. Mona's different. You just made that.
I think we can call this case closed. I think we can call this case closed. Okay. I wish I had animator friends, because, like, I need that animated.
Let's say one of these was the weapon used in the assault. Which one do you think it is?
The weapon used in the assault? The spear.
If so, there's no...
And if the guard is to be believed, he had the spear in his possession right up until that guy shouted about the dragon.
Let's say one of these was...
Oh, oops, my bad.
If it was the growth serum, Cappe would have been turned into a giant.
Also, the bottle...
Let's say one of...
Bitch, what do you mean?
If it was the pickaxe, Cappe sure is lucky it's not still lodged in his head.
If it isn't the spear because he would be impaled by the spear, then why would it be the pickaxe?
Actually, you're wrong there, Paimon. The foreman at the mine was just saying, this kind of pickaxe is designed not to damage titanium, so it couldn't cause any superficial damage to residents here. But you could probably knock someone out if you hit them hard enough, and it wouldn't leave a scratch.
I could knock someone out with a spear. What? What do you mean? Have you seen Emily's charge attack? What?
Let's take this back to the crime scene and replay it one more time.
Ah, you're back. How was the toilet at Cappe's house?
Toilet? What about it? Oh, yeah, forget that.
What's this about? What are you trying to say?
We thought the way Cappe fell looked odd, so we searched the area for suspicious items and found this. It could have been deliberately placed out of range of the crime scene so it wouldn't show up when we replayed it. Now we've retrieved it, we were gonna replay it again. You don't mind, do you?
Oh, I just remembered I forgot to turn off the clockwork switch in my kitchen. Yeah, I think I'll just...
Oh, no, you stay right there.
We should be good now.
Hey, if it's you, you're fucking done, bro. Okay? It better not be you. Alright.
Here comes the catch.
Bitch! Oh, sorry, what? Wait, things are about to get dicey. he can't. Okay, Loki, he kind of ate that though.
Good roll. All
Watch Kale, watch Kale.
One more day off, and knock out the
She
rest
said,
of the work
"Fly!"
once I'm feeling up to it.
Yep. Hi. Yep. Mm.
So you're the attacker!
Get him. Oh my god.
So, it was you.
I would congratulate you for cracking the case, but since I did such an abysmal job of covering my tracks, didn't exactly have your work cut out for you. So, all I can say is... catch me if you can!
Are you serious?
We have a runner! That's it! Let me at him!
The would-be Marquis of Carabas dispatched the Necromancer in boots who ran off in pursuit of the poor little minion. The minion's poor little lower back was protesting painfully against the intense physical activity. He decided to take the elevator, giving him a moment to catch his breath. Really? His lower back asked. But the minion had no other choice. He resolved to make the jump down. By this point, the Necromata in boots was gasping for air. The minion was huffing and puffing, even more loudly. But we'll ignore that.
I'm not! Don't underestimate the gold level courier of the Komania Express!
The what?
A characteristically catty response from the Necromata. Tell me, what do you hope to gain from bullying me?
I get to let off some steam!
Bitch.
Ha-ha! You fell into my trap. In fact, all the glue in this world is created by me, using my narrator powers. I make it and the residents just gather what they need.
Rats! Oh, I'm so jealous of you guys right now. You can just jump out of your shoes and keep running. But wait, I'm wearing boots.
Oh shit.
Yes!
The unnamed minion made a last-ditch escape attempt. He began his long climb, up the wall, the tall wall. He began his long climb up the tall wall.
You call that a tall wall? In urgent Neko parcel mode, I'll scale it in no time.
I'm beat. I surrender.
You've got nowhere left to run.
All right. I confess.
That was fast.
Getting caught by you here was a backup plan. I don't know if what I've done will make things better or not. Time to come clean. I am the narrator, the one who's been guiding you all this time. You're overdoing it a little bit there. Anyway, I only did what I did because...
Why are you suddenly spilling the beans?
I poured my heart and soul into all this. I was worried you wouldn't ask. The truth is, I was one of the first conscious beings ever made by the goddess of creation. And I've known for a long time that this whole world is just a fairy tale written by the goddess of fate. I know they say that fairy tales are just made up for kids to read, but I refuse to believe that fairy tales are just fictional stories and nothing more. The reason why Constellation Metropole has 3 origin stories is that the goddess of fate wrote 3 drafts and couldn't decide which one she liked best.
What is it that Nikita said about the fucking... something about stories and fairy tales and this world and how they have truth to them or something? What'd she say? Something about fairy tales and you can't really... this urban soul and a tree and the... so there's truth in the... yeah? Is that what this... yeah? No?
Then her cat trod all over them, and they all got crumpled together, so the 3 worlds just sort of folded into one. The goddess of fate was torn between them anyway, since she couldn't decide which ending was best for the dragon or the kids. So when she saw what the cat had done, she simply decided to go with all 3.
Who'd have thought? Well, what does any of this have to do with what you did?
You're not a fictional character, so you couldn't hope to understand my sorrow. Honestly, I don't think there's anyone in all of Simulanka who would understand. Every day that I experience, every interaction I have with another person, is it really all just a work of fiction? The only reason the 3 great clans wanted to find out the truth was for the pointless task of electing the supreme clan. I thought that once they'd learned the truth, it might make them curious enough to investigate further. But as it turned out, they just accepted it and carried on living the same old lives. I have to motivate them to keep looking for answers now that they think they've learned the truth. I have to make them uncomfortable with the superficial explanation that they took at face value.
Let's see. Fairy tales that get changed in Urban Soul wipe or change, so they remain what they are. So any parallels wiped and a wiped memory stays in the form of a fairy tale / story, which can be exploited by anyone who knows that. Does this count? So this doesn't really count for anything? Because it's its own little thing?
And I have to figure out, once and for all, while you real people from the outside world are still here, are we real?
Aww.
That's my full confession. Time for you to take me back. I'm guessing I'll probably be forced to make a public apology, then sentenced to half a day in solitary confinement. I definitely deserve half a day. Oh, also, pass this message on to Cape Bobarano and Albizzi, if you could. The Great Clockwork Key was originally put in place jointly by the ancestors of the 3 clans.
Are we real? Baby, those are questions. Listen. We got taxes and bills to pay, okay? We'll have to worry about that shit later. Okay. Okay, we'll have to worry about that later. Like, are we real? Like, those credit card bills are real. You know, like, I mean, you know, like, come on, like, what? What? That electric bill's real, like, you know, that phone bill's real, like, what?
If the 3 of them had any ability to cooperate whatsoever, they'd have been able to remove it by themselves. Over all these years, not once have they ever tried removing it together.
Oh, my poor child. There's one thing you've been mistaken about this whole time.
Who?
Whose voice is that? Detective? Was that you? Your voice acting's actually pretty good.
The reason fairy tales are suitable for children is that they help them to understand the world. Fairy tales may be works of fiction, but at their heart lies an internal logic that is undoubtedly real-world truth in a condensed form. Perhaps they simplify good and evil, and perhaps they hide the darkness in metaphors.
Do you ever think about that? Is fiction ever really fiction? I mean, yes, it is, but in the way that, like, is it okay? I feel like it's like impossible. It is literally impossible to make a work of fiction that isn't derivative of something that's in real life, right? And I think Genshin does I like this point, because if you really think about it, that's kind of how fiction works, right? Like, everything fictional, everything fake comes from something that existed at one point, or is derivative of something that's existed. You can't just make something fully up, can you? Like, is there anything that's not inspired from reality? I don't know.
But let there be no doubt. The world within fairy tales is as real as can be. And by extension, you and your compatriots are also real.
Goddess! Is it really you?
The line that separates footnotes from narrative can never be crossed. Never the two shall meet. This is why you have never heard my voice before. But now you wish to break free from the story, and there's a cat nearby, so you can hear my echo.
Necromora!
Just your echo.
So you're saying the omnipotent being that made us is the only thing that's allowed to make things up? Well, that's when it's like, I don't know. Someone was just like, I don't know. Dun 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 dun. And made the universe. It could have been that, or something unfathomable that we don't have the intelligence and the neurons at the moment to really understand, and maybe we need a couple more million years of advancement in order to get anywhere even close to formulating that thought. And we're just not there yet. So it could be that. I don't know. I don't like. I want to know. For me, I just kind of want to know, like, what happened. if you like pass on, right? What? So I mean, I have fun, right? Like I'm having fun, you know, it's nice, right? So I pass, right? Oh no, Ace, oh, how sad, I love these videos, whatever, right? So what? Do I get a redo? Like, is that it? Does the universe just go right on by and I have no concept of time or reality and there's no consciousness, and so was it? Until like I guess eventually time passes, but I guess time doesn't. Well, we could reset and do it again. I guess if you kind of think about it, isn't space a little wonky? Isn't space a little wonky? Isn't space actually kind of wonky, right? Like if you think about it, like we have our reality and all this stuff, right? But we look up in the sky and we see all the stars and all the galaxies and the planets and all the things, right? That's the closest like thing to like fiction out there, right? Because there could be literally anything out there. Isn't that kind of marvelous? Like there's so much of that out there that we'll never be able to like see or experience or whatever, right? So I'm wondering if there's like, I don't know, people going through the same thoughts as we are, or like, I don't know, maybe we're all birds with this level of intelligence and we're kind of thinking about that kind of question. I don't know. It's hopeful knowing that like there has to be some kind of other life out there, right? Another reality that whatever that living being is has like conceptualized into reality. Like, I don't know, something we all live under the same blue sky. It's neato. Like it really is kind of neato. And so even if I go and we all go, honestly, to be honest with you, I wouldn't be too opposed to like eventually things kind of chilling, right? Because low-key, I think Earth is kind of lady sighing right now. So like if that happens at some point, then well, GG's, right? Maybe we should have like behaved better, right? But I don't know. I guess it's like it's just nice knowing that somewhere out there, it's likely to assume that, you know, another planet has been doing their thing or is going to do their thing. And I guess if that's kind of like your one little journey that you have in this entire universe until it eventually we reset and it happens again at some point, well then, yeah. I don't know. It's inspiring. It's inspiring. I know the concept of end of life kind of like scares a lot of people, right? And it indeed is scary. Me personally, it is scary, and in addition to that, like on top of that, it's just nice to be here, you know? Especially right now, right? Listen, I'm happy I'm here now, where I am now, at this moment in time, and not 80, 100, 200, 300 years ago. Like, I'm just happy to be here. Like, I'm happy to be this right now here. Like, I'm happy to be here. I think it's less scary when you realize you're in it with other people. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that too. I don't know. It's nice. It's nice. You know, it's nice to be able to, I don't know, just do this, you know? See the trees, see the plants, all the things, you know? I don't know. It's nice. I wonder though, do you I don't know. I think religion is kind of up in the air for me personally. Any one of these could be true. Whatever you believe, whatever, right? So I don't know what's coming after that. Like, I don't know about divine power or whatever, right? Do you think we reset? Like, do you think we'll be able to do this again at some point? And just have no concept that we ever like existed in this particular life in the first place? Because I think that's kind of sad, you know? What if this is like our like 1000th time doing this and we just don't know, right? Like, what if we've been through this? What if we've been through this like a ton of other times and we just don't know about it? Why is this given a good place? If we do it, it won't be us, so it won't matter. That's, yeah. Headcanon, what was your life before this? Oh my god, I was...
I lived in Spain. And I lived near the sea. And I grew up with my mother and father, 2 brothers, 1 sister. We lived with grandma. We liked to drink water, eat food, utilize shelter, sleep, and create social connections. Yep, I can see that, yes. At some point, I grew up to become a fisherman. And I went out fishing. And then my boat got rocked by some bad weather. And then I fell into the water and I was struggling because I didn't know how to swim. But then I started to get the hang of it because I remembered an anecdote that my grandfather told me about relaxing. And then I was swimming on my way back. And then I swam all the way back to shore. And then I made it. I survived. But then there was a jellyfish that got washed up on shore. And it stung me. And the technology to fix the wound didn't exist at the time. And then I passed away. Oops.
Oh, poor detective.
So, we are a part of the real world too.
Oops. Yeah. GG's. Wait, what? So we need a shot for the crime scene with the evidence and a mug shot for the suspects. Photos are overkill. Let's get one big group photo. Suspect try looking at more serious. Heroes will learn natural, please. Everyone smiles. Say cheese. You got eaten by crabs.
My head's spinning. Albizzi just gave me a quick rundown of the situation. So you caught the detective?
Sorta. We chased him until he surrendered. Oh, and he asked us to pass on a message.
You know what? Let me be a butterfly. Let me do that once, okay? I want to be a monarch butterfly. Right, okay? I want my parents to migrate down North America for mating season, and then they put me on a leaf, and then I eat milkweed for my whole life, and then I go into a chrysalis. And if you think about it, it's kind of like a magical growth transformation, but just really slow, right? Because that's what's going on in there, right? Like, right? So then you go like Sailor Moon, and then you emerge, right? And then I'm flying, right? And I'm doing it, right? And then I'm migrating, because I'm doing my own life cycle thing, and it's nice. And I'm having a good time. My buddies, you know, we're flying around, you know, we're doing our long migration north or whatever. And then I get fucking snapped by a fucking spider web because I wasn't looking. And GG's. Well. Crew was a dragonfly. They don't sting people.
Does he really think we didn't try that? Cause we...
that was my bad. I thought it was a stupid idea at the time, so I didn't really exert myself.
I also sort of stopped trying after 3 years.
The spider? Stop, wait.
Never mind. I'm partly to blame as well. On the second attempt, I just hugged the key and pretended like I was pulling as hard as I could.
You guys are so lazy. My granny's neighbor's pet cat has nothing on you, and it spends all day, every day sunbathing.
Anyway, you said you heard the voice of the goddess of fate at the end? That's amazing.
There is a world beyond our own after all.
What would you guys say to taking a trip to the outside world sometime? Otherwise, I got bashed in the back of the head for nothing.
Depends. Do either of you know how to get there? But yes, I agree we should go. And not invite the detective. Just to annoy him. But maybe the reason we've never worried about whether we're real or not is that, unlike him, we weren't there to witness the creation of this world. We've never had any reason to doubt that we're real. If someone ever convinced me that these delightful dimwits, Cape and Albizzi, weren't real, oh, I'd be devastated.
That's how it ends. Where's it at? Do I have it? Wait, do I still have it? Is it not here anymore? Oh, I guess I got rid of it. Oops. Damn. Oh well. Oh, here it is. There's a final section. Yeah, there's one more we gotta do. Oh, we have 1 day for this. Oh, nice. Okay, good. Oh, without the face? You're right. I still think about a toothpick changes everything. That's still like one of my favorite things. Oh my god. Oh. A toothpick changes everything. Oh, oops. Now the uglies are left. Well. Y'all already know which one's last, right? You already know which one's last, right?
Take it easy.
Where the hell am I going? Oh. Okay, I have a question. I really have a question. I'm sorry. Who started the shit Yato Hag Tasha? Who fucking started that? Okay, because that is so good. I like, who did that? I need to know who started that. That is just, it's too good.
Navigating the world is a whole lot
It
easier
has to, everyone has to do it. It's so good. Like,
identities such as
it's heads the bot. What? Sumeru? What the fuck? I'm hungry. Go to the academia. You didn't finish the final section of this quest. Wait, oops. Even just glancing at the borrowing records gives me flashbacks to how awful that book was. How irritating. Hello? I am Madame Parmesan after all. It's not out of place for me to... It's not out of place for me to mull over things out loud, wouldn't you say? But in this case, never mind, forget about it. Why did the two of you suddenly decide to drop by? I don't know what's downstairs though. Oh, guys, I had oh my goodness, I had some Korean fried chicken today. Kind of good. It was kind of good. It had like this like Korean salad on it. It had like this Korean coleslaw or something like that, and like gochujang, and it was fried, and it had on this, and it's on this like little like flat fried thing, and it was really good. It honestly was really good. Ethnic. Well, yeah. Very urban. I really liked it. What? What the hell is this? A certain book. Okay. A Forbidden Tome is badly written detective novels. Set in a mountain, middle of a storm, the police officer who's been portrayed as a serious figure out the whole story and something turns to be the murderer about the status and of foreshadowing. Okay. I actually don't have any salsa. I ate it all, and I got a new thing of chips sitting right here too. I got a new thing of chips sitting right here with no salsa to dip it in. Because I haven't been shopping in like fucking 3 weeks. Most of the people in the book have their names circled. Okay, I'm done. What? With what? Why'd you at me? Okay. What do you want me to do about that? Hold on. Where's that?
Okay, and what do you want me to do about that? I'm gonna include a sniper, but after finishing, I can't incur the mystery and that was wasting my time. But it's sheer absurdity. Okay, so I presented the book immediately. Okay. Reasoning knows not time of day, but suspense always follows a blizzard. What? I'm sorry, I'm kind of lost. What the fuck is happening? They want me to find a book. Okay. TLDR, is that what it is? Find a book. Okay. Just watch Akashi's video? Okay, to be honest, I was planning on doing that anyway. Can I skip it? Sorry. Oh boy. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna need food. Boring! Isn't there anything else more interesting to do? Alright, be right back. I'm gonna go grab a snack. Alright, be right back.
Okay, I'm back. All right. So, I need to do a couple of things. I need to eat, but I want to watch a Sakashi video about Sri Lanka. So... Oh, Ace, I got fish oil pills. What other health things did you say would be good? You really only need like 3 things, I think, if you're gonna go like supplementation. I mean, obviously talk to your doctor, but vitamin C every day, vitamin D, and fish oil. Those are the big ones. You can do a multivitamin if you want to, but vitamin C, you'll pee it out. It's a water-soluble vitamin, so you need to replenish it all the time. B vitamins you'll get through eating food usually, pretty easily. And vitamin C is really important to combat free radicals. Free radicals fuck you up over time, especially as you get older. So you want vitamin C on average. You want vitamin D, especially as somebody who has melanin, because it's not as easy to get. And a lot of us stay inside for summer reasons, for work reasons, for shade being everywhere reasons. So vitamin D is really difficult to get and isn't really naturally available in a lot of sources. So it's really hard to get a lot of vitamin D. And also, when you try to get vitamin D from the sun, you also have to consider UV rays. So if you burn easily, then you have to worry about sunburn and sunscreen and other things. But vitamin D and then fish oil, because there's quite a lot of evidence that shows that it at least does something good for cognition, but that's along with other healthy habits like sleeping well and a little bit of exercise here and there, as long as you're getting a little bit of cardio. But all those work together. I'd say those would be the 3 big ones that you want to pay attention to. Obviously, there's other ones too, like zinc and magnesium, but I think if you're gonna start out and not be too expensive, I think those are the big ones. Sri Lanka. Let's see. There she is. Okay. Is this it? Hold on, let's see. All right. Well, let me pull this up. Let's see. Okay.
And so here's a question for you. What does a storybook world full of origami animals and Lego dudes made by a trio of witches have to do with Natlan? Because there's definitely something. See, every summer, the witches give us some sort of special event that foreshadows the events of the next region. And while most of the foreshadowing is easier to see in hindsight, you can usually pick up on a few things ahead of time. And honestly, I've never really had a problem with this in the past, but I've got to admit, Sri Lanka had me a bit stumped. I mean, sure, we can point to the obvious connection between us making friends with a dragon and the Natlanians that have Saurian companions, but that feels a bit too simple, too basic, it's too easy. Especially when the Saurian stuff makes up the bulk of what we know about Natlan for now. And after thinking about it for a while, yeah, okay, there's definitely a lot more here than just the dragon thing, but it's just not nearly as obvious as I think previous years have been. See, if you combine all of the themes of Sri Lanka, like the looping stories, the power of names, choosing your own destiny, and making dragon friends, with a very important aspect of ancient American culture, looking into the future of Natlan suddenly becomes a lot easier. Now, you might be wondering what aspect of ancient American culture I'm actually referring to, and you might know it as the Mesoamerican or Mayan ball game. And as a bonus, I think it also sheds some light on the Fatui Harbingers, especially Capitano. So in this video, we're going to be talking about names, fates, dragons, harbingers, and ball games, all as a means of deciphering the mystery that is Natlan. I hope you guys are ready for a really wild ride, because this is going to be a lot of fun. And don't forget, we've got timestamps, spoiler warning, citations, attributions, and links to related content in the description box if you want them, and you can also find post-video notes and corrections in the pinned comment. Now then, why don't we step up to the plate, because the games are about to begin. And by games, I mean theory. The theory is about to begin. I just wanted to be clear on that. Sri Lanka's theme of names matters to the plot of Natlan. And you might be wondering why I can say that with such confidence. Well, look no further than the Pyro Gemstone. Now, the Pyro Gemstone's description says, a pilgrimage for a wish, a battle to earn a name, burnt to cinders for a dream. And that totally lines up with the Natlan Ignition teaser's title, which is a name forged in flame. So just based on that, it seems like we're going to be obtaining an important name from the events in Natlan. I think that part's pretty straightforward and I don't really have to make a case for it. But if we want context about this name and why it matters, we need to look at Simulanka. Because this isn't as straightforward as you might think it is, because what a name does in both Simulanka and in Genshin in general is pretty inconsistent. Let me show you what I mean. So there were 3 main instances in Simulanka when names were brought into focus. The first was in the forest when Nilou granted her origami creation life by giving it a name. The next was when Wanderer witnessed Barbeleth warning Anders' daughter that if she named the little dragon after Durin, the little dragon would share Durin's fate. And the final instance was in the post-quest quest where Kaveh caused problems by accidentally encouraging people to circle the names of characters in a book that he borrowed. What I found most interesting about this particular instance is that the names that the author of that book chose ended up being absolute nonsense. And none of the names in the book had been circled for any meaningful reason. Ergo, the names actually didn't matter. So Simulanka's telling us that a name can grant life, bind you to a specific fate, or just not matter at all. Well, that's pretty strange. Why is it so inconsistent? I think we need to look at some more examples of names doing something special elsewhere in the game in order to figure out what's actually going on here, because it's not like Genshin to be this inconsistent. So let's start with Xiao, Child, and Wanderer.
Okay.
So Xiao's real, original, or true name was used by his old master as a means of control over him. In order to prevent this from ever happening again, Zhongli granted Xiao a new name for his own protection. So the name is doing something different from the other 3 cases that we just discussed. That's not helpful. But what about Child? Well, Child was named after the ancient hero Ajax, and the older he gets, the more similar his accomplishments and life path seems to become to that of the hero that he shares a name with.
Okay.
This is actually pretty in line with what we see with both Durin dragons. Okay, so we've got 2 instances of names sort of binding people to a specific fate, and one where it's used as a means of control. So maybe we could argue that names are a means by which one can be controlled, often through a system of fate. In fact, if you check the description of the Ignition teaser, it also says a fate forged in flames, while the title says a name forged in flames.
Okay.
So that seems pretty straightforward, pretty cut and dry, right? Not exactly. There's some nuance here that I think is quite easy to miss, and the key to understanding this nuance is Wanderer. Now, for those of you who don't know, Wanderer never actually had a name. A didn't name him after he was created, and he never selected a name for himself. At least not until the Traveler named him, but we're gonna get to that. But in place of having a name, Wanderer actually has roles. See, when the people of Tatarasuna first found him, they called him Kabukimono, which isn't a name at all, it just means weird person or a person who acts in kabuki theater. It's a role or a descriptor, but not a name. And after he deleted himself from Irminsul, he became the Wanderer. Again, not a name, but a role. Do you see the pattern forming? Because it's about to get more interesting. Because when he was recruited by the Fatui, he became Scaramouche, which isn't a name either. It's a trope. Scaramouche is just a nameless stock character from the Commedia dell'arte. And you probably know this by now because the game's been out for a while, and this is pretty common knowledge, but the Commedia dell'arte is a type of theater wherein the character is boiled down to just their tropes. They're all kind of generic, in a way. But here's the thing I found most interesting about this. During his time as a Harbinger, Wanderer was basically an actor taking on the role of Scaramouche. He was playing a character. Now, in any other theatrical performance, those characters would have their own names instead of being identified as their tropes, and that's when everything kind of clicked into place for me. Because at that time, I remembered this monologue that was written by William Shakespeare that kind of sums up the entire idea.
You remembered
He said,
that?
All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. Now, Kaya quotes this in his Hangout, and it's also the title of Farina's character demo, so I think it's pretty relevant overall to the plot. So what I've taken this to mean is that when you grant someone a name, you are actually defining that person's role within the story of the world that you're putting them in. So in order for something to exist within Simulanga's storybook world, for example, they must have a role to play in the story.
Okay.
So when Nilou names Parisara, she's given her a role which allows her to exist within the book, hence granting life.
Okay.
And speaking of fate and control within the context of names, you know how demon gods, especially archons, are named after demons from the Lesser Key of Solomon? Well, all those demons were under Solomon's control, and you might not have noticed, but the Archons only ever go by their demon god name when they are acting the part of a nation's god. The rest of the time, they use a name that they chose for themselves. And I've been wondering if the Archons don't like going by their demon names because it's not their real name, it's a name that was given to them by Celestia, who would be acting as Solomon in this case. And they gave them that name in order to define the role that they would play within the world. So they only use that name when they are acting out the role of a god. And this might actually be what differentiates beings like Adepti and Yokai from gods. If we follow this logic, when the Traveler was asked to name Wanderer, they were actually acting as Solomon, granting him a new role, and that's why his name can't overlap with the names of other characters. He's not supposed to play their role. Now, the gods of Simulanka are Barbeleth, Alice, and Anders' daughter, and it's Anders' daughter who governs the fate of the world and also is the one who is responsible for granting names. As the author of the world's story, she is responsible for assigning each character their role. So when she gave the little dragon the name Durin, it was because she wanted that little dragon to play the same role that Big Durin did.
Okay.
But just because the role of two characters in two different stories are the same, doesn't mean that they have the same fate or ending. That quest with the frogs and the squirrels taught us that even though we might loop through the same stories, like they follow cyclical patterns, how the story ends is up to us. And speaking of names, tropes, and roles, let's take another look at the Fatui Harbingers because their setup makes a bit more sense when you think of their names as roles that they have to play, as opposed to serving as personal identification, I guess. Piero is described as the director of the Harbingers, so he would be the Solomon here, right? He'd be picking up actors and giving them an appropriate role. And once they accept that role, they are to play that role according to his directions, because he is the director. But in the end, it doesn't really matter who the actors are or even what happens to them in the end. It just matters that the roles within his production are filled. And we can see this idea of names as roles coming into play again during the quest with Kaveh, because in that quest, the names themselves don't even matter to the author. They could pick any name and it wouldn't change anything. Does it matter if a suspect was called Al-Amal? Or does it just matter that they're called a suspect? And let's not forget that the reason that all of those names in the book got circled was because Kaveh was getting hung up on how the name was spelled wrong, and he accidentally ended up circling the character with the most important role, the murderer. The typo didn't matter, the name didn't matter, the role of the character mattered. Now, with that in mind, notice that the one character whose name in the book that we do know is Al-Amal. And I only mention this because, okay, obligatory Deshret mention, but also because Dia says that the detective of the book suspected Al-Amal of leaping across a broken bridge like a frog. Now, Candace might have told us not to overthink this, but overthinking is what we do here, and I would like to take this opportunity to remind you that one of our main quests in Simulanka deals entirely with a kingdom of leaping frogs. And yes, this is how we circle back to Natlan, because all of this matters, even the frogs. Especially the frogs, actually, because they have a lot to do with the role that Deshret plays within Sumeru, and it's that role that carries over to Natlan. Alright, so the specifics of the frog quest aren't important for right now.
Okay, I'm picking it up. Names, I get it.
What matters is that we have frogs that leap, and that this nation of Jumpy Froggies has a legend that states that the winner of the Jumpy Froggy contest will save a mysterious princess someday. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, we have a kingdom of flying squirrels who are seeking a guardian to pass some trials to prove themselves worthy of claiming a sacred relic. Now, you might notice this repeating theme of using a trial or competition as a sort of ritual reenactment of past events in order to become a champion or a guardian so that they can accomplish their calling. And if they can accomplish that calling, then they will have a future. And if they can't, then the story ends and bad things happen. And as you continue their respective quests, you'll learn that these rituals were designed to be impossible to complete because there is no princess to save and the holy relic never acknowledges the guardian. When past guardians and champions learned of this, the meaning of their conquered trial or challenge was lost, and they faded away into obscurity and the kingdoms fell and it was a disaster. So basically the story would reset itself with new characters and new roles repeating over and over and over on a loop. Later in the Cave of Eerie Murmurs, we're told that stories follow rules, unfolding in cyclical patterns. Each follows its own course. And it's that last line that's important there because our squirrel and frog companions take that to heart because they realize that even though they have to experience the same cyclicality of their kingdom stories, How those stories end is ultimately up to them. In other words, they both must find their own meaning, and then they will be able to witness their own futures. Now, you probably have no idea why this matters for Natlin, and that's okay. I'm going to explain it, but first, let me ask you a question. Did you ever stop to wonder why frogs and flying squirrels were the chosen animals for this quest?
They're easy to make origami at. Girl, I don't know. Why?
No? Well, I did, and I think that those animals were chosen because they're both connected to ancient American ball games. Now, you're probably at least a little familiar with this ball game. The court it gets played on is pretty easy to recognize, like it's an eye-shaped court with 2 stone rings at the top of steep side walls. If you've watched any sort of Mesoamerican movie or reenactment or whatever, you're probably gonna have seen something like it. Now, I think this ball game is most commonly known in the vernacular as the Mayan ball game, but the reality is this ball game was played all across the Americas, North, Central, and South. And yeah, there are a lot of variations to it, like in some versions you can only use your hips and thighs to move the balls around, and the scoring systems differed a lot. But the role this game plays didn't really differ that much. And shockingly, that role was very important. In the ancient Americas, ball games were often used as a means of settling disputes or promoting cross-cultural exchanges via peaceful competition. And oftentimes, they were also used as a proxy for war. So instead of 2 tribes, nations, or cities going to war with each other, players or champions from both sides were sent to the ball courts, and the winner of the ball game would win the supposed war. So border, resource, and governance disputes could all be settled without bloodshed. What's really neat about this is that the more politically diverse a region was, the more ball courts you would find.
Okay.
Regions with more consolidated power structures had the least amount of ball courts because their, governance wasn't really challenged that much. And if we look at Natlin, it's split into 6 different tribes or factions. This suits the intertribal ball game culture perfectly. And it also explains why, despite being the nation of war, Natlin doesn't feel very warlike. They're likely using sports as a proxy for war, especially ball games. In the Ignition teaser, Kachina launches what appears to be a rubber ball, and whoever happens to catch it is going to be a player in the upcoming tournament, which should be a ball game in my opinion, and the Pyro Archon apparently holds this once a year. And why would she do that? Because the ball game is a ritual, very similar to the trials and competitions of Simulanka's squirrels and frogs. Now, you remember how I said that the ball games were played all over the Americas, often as cross-cultural events? Well, when you have multiple cultures coming together, you're going to have people who have different myths, legends, gods, and beliefs. So a shared ritual has to be a little agnostic, or at least generic enough in its purpose so that it can fit any culture's context, which was indeed the case with the ball games. On its most basic and generic level, the ball game was a ritual wherein players took on the roles of deities that helped the sun, represented by the ball, complete its journey across the sky. When the ball hit the ground, it meant that the sun had descended into the underworld for the night. Now, the ball court itself was supposed to represent the cosmic plane, the boundary of Earth between the sky and the underworld, and thus the ball court was considered one of the few locations where the real world and the supernatural worlds came together. Now, in many cultures of the region, especially in Veracruz, water was heavily associated with the underworld. So when the sun descends, it's metaphorically being doused in the water of the underworld. Now, frogs are creatures that exist on the boundary line. They inhabit both land and water, so their strong association with the ball game comes from this ability that they had to cross the boundary between the lands of life and the waters of death. In fact, one of the most important deities that governs storms, water, and rain, Tahak, or Tlaloc, is often thought to be a frog god. So you remember how in Kave's book, Al-Amal leapt like a frog over a bridge? Well, the bridge is basically a means to cross a boundary of water, well, most of the time. And water in this case is referring to the underworld, at least allegorically, right?
Okay.
And frogs are found on this boundary line. Now, Al-Amal is obviously a loose reference to Al-Amar, who is Deshret, who is also a reference to both Amun-Ra, a sun god, and Osiris, the god of the underworld. In other words, he's a frog. A sun frog, which means that his role is similar to that of Farabear, the frog from Simulanka. See, Farabear's name seems to have its roots in the words pharaoh and bear, which means bright light, like a sun. And incidentally, pharaoh is etymologically related to the word pharaoh, like the Egyptian king, which is also what Deshret was. Now, Farabear can also be a variant of the name Robert, which ironically also still means bright, as in light, but with a dash of fame thrown in. And I've also seen the name name include falcon as a meaning, so like bright falcon, which is still hilarious to me as Amun-Ra has associations with falcons.
Oh,
And
yeah,
even
Ra,
if you go
yeah.
the French route and read Farabert as fake Robert, all it would mean is false brightness, or maybe just a fake sun, or a blackened sun. And Deshret was a blackened sun. As a side note, I also acknowledge that this name could also be a reference to the novelist Gustave Flaubert or Frederick Froebel, but I'm ignoring this because Deshret frog allegations are cooler and more fun and more thematically on point. Now, don't misunderstand me though. I'm not actually trying to make this about Deshret. It's his role that is important, not him. And that role is as a sun or a frog that crosses the boundaries between life and death, potentially sharing a name with a false or bright sun king depending on your reading. Seems straightforward enough, right? So what about the squirrels? How do they fit in? I admit I actually didn't understand the squirrels at first. The only ancient American legend I could remember or find was a Cherokee myth about a ball game between birds and land animals wherein two rodent animals wanted to join the birds team but couldn't fly. So the birds took the skin of a drum and stretched it over the rodents until they became the flying squirrel and the bat. And those two rodents helped the birds win the game. That is the only ball game association with squirrels that I could find. And obviously if I'm telling you the myth, then it must be relevant somehow, but I didn't understand the relevance until I also found this legend told by the HOYO people of Mexico, which also has to do with a sun and a squirrel. This legend says that in the beginning, only the moon hung in the sky, but the people wanted more light, so they convinced the moon to give the people her only son, a limping one-eyed child, and the people sacrificed him in an oven. Soon after being sacrificed, he revived himself, fled beneath the earth to the underworld, and 5 days later emerged as the sun. Now, because only the moon lit the sky for so long, most animals were nocturnal and did not like this whole new daytime thing. So they tried to shoot the sun out of the sky, but the gray squirrel and the woodpecker defended the sun, allowing it to complete its first journey across the sky and create the cycle of night and day. For this reason, the HOYO people consider squirrels to be a sort of representation of a hero god. And weirdly, the squirrel's association with the sun is found all over the Americas in less grandiose ways that I never really knew about until now. Because by virtue of being incredible tree climbers, squirrels were often seen as one of the few creatures besides birds who were closest to the sun because of—
Okay, real quick. Why isn't this voiced? What the What? Why isn't this voiced? Bro, what? Okay, whatever. It's fine.
of their ability to ascend to the sky so quickly. Now again, I'm mentioning these two myths because if you put them together, they actually line up eerily well with the story of the Mayan hero twins, Xbalanque and Hunahpu. And these twins were not only associated with the sun and the moon, but also the Mayan ball game. In fact, one of them is a named character from Natlan. Nouvelette's character introduction came from a character that we've never seen before. His name is Xbalanque, the one entombed in primal fire, and there are a few interesting things that we can glean from this association. First off, this guy is introducing a dragon sovereign, indicating he's probably pretty important, with many speculating that he's either the real Pyro Archon, assuming Mavuika is a fraud, or a dragon himself. I don't think he's either of these things, for reasons that we'll get into, but I do think he's very important. The second thing to note is that he's entombed in the primal fire, which weirdly connects him back to Deshret. I swear I'm not doing this on purpose. You can't blame me for this. You have to blame Genshin's writers, okay? So in Deshret's temple complex, you're often going to run into these little cubic Seelie-like things called primal embers, which are used to light Deshret's primal torches. These produce unique flames that do not inflict burning and never go out so long as the primal embers remain inside of them. And there is just no way that primal embers and primal fire aren't at least a little bit related, right? Especially when you consider that these primal embers are teal, much like the color of Anemo, which can also be found mixed into the lava and fires of Natlan, especially those of the Pyro Archon. Now, in previous videos, I have made two claims. The first is that Anemo is the element most associated with death, and the second is that Pyro is the element of resurrection and purification. My logic is that Anemo seems to be the element of spirits, and the Thousand Winds seems to carry the souls of the dead to a place where they can prepare to
I
be
cannot
reborn.
believe he did this, by the way. I can't. He gets on my nerves. I cannot believe he decided to do this. What? Okay, it's like, okay, let me put on God mode real quick.
Winds seems to carry the souls of the dead to a place where they can prepare to be reborn. This connects to Venti's first story quest, which is about an adventurer who was trapped in the Mare Javari, or the Sea of Ashes, which is also found in Natlin. This adventurer died, but his soul was never able to rest, presumably because the Mare Javari is a windless land, suggesting it's a place where the souls get stuck because there's no wind to guide them back home. I talk more about the wind as death motifs in this video if you want more context from me, and if you want a different take entirely, you can check out this video from Laughing Man. Pyro, on the other hand, has countless associations with resurrection and rebirth, which I
was curious about that because I was like, why? How did Venti know? Like, how did Venti let, what's her name? Who's the girl that died? The Shnez the Fatui girl. Why did he let her beat his ass? Like, is it because, like, she knew about her husband and how her husband like died in some war or some conflict however many years ago? Like, because Venti could have probably just beat her ass if he really wanted to, right? Signora, yeah. Like, is it because he felt bad about that? Is that, did he know? Did he just know? He probably just knew.
Go over in this video about Arlecchino, which you can watch for more context as well. But the simplest example here is that Arlecchino's Bloodfire extract can wipe people's memories, killing their old selves and allowing them a pseudo-rebirth. This is reflected in her constellation name, which is Ignis Purgatorius, aka the Fires of Purgatory, wherein purgatory is the process by which the soul is cleansed or wiped in preparation for rebirth, or to move on to the afterlife. I guess it depends on the religion. Now, the animal pyro mixture is easiest to notice with the pyro Archon Mav.
You know, Arlecchino really surprises me. I was thinking about her. Okay, so people wish for Arlecchino, right? She's really fucking good. She's like amazing character, great character design, fantastic writing. Like, she's amazing character in game. She's just outstanding, right? I just think it's so fascinating that she's like pyro, right? Because I'm like, if you had Arlecchino already, right? Which most people I feel like do, right? Like, are you gonna really want Mavuika if she's like another like DPS or something? Just for like Natlin Night Soul stuff? No. So Mavuika has to like not be like this on-field DPS character. She has to do something like insane in terms of like buffing. I'm really excited to see what it is because I'm like, are the people who have Arlecchino going to eat when Mavuika comes out and it's like some excellent synergy they have with like power resonance and stuff like that? Because it sounds amazing. It sounds amazing. Or Lenny. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? Oh my goodness.
Mavuika as she shifts from Phoenix form to human form. At least that's
I doubt it too. Yeah.
Because of the weird cuts here. And if we assume
or an off-field DPS,
that Phoenix, then
because we don't have any off-field pyro. The only off-field pyro we kind of have is what? We have Shangling, of course. We've got Toma-ish. Who else applies pyro off-field? Dia, Toma, Shangling. Anyone else? Amber? I guess Amber, kind of. Yeah. Anyone else? Xinyan? Oh, yeah, she kind of counts too. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. She does self-apply pyro. But does that also mean that Bennett kind of applies off-field pyro? It's funny. I guess he kind of does, huh? Yeah, I guess he kind of does. Yeah, that's actually kind of funny. Yeah. Not a lot of sources of it, huh? Yeah, I really do hope she's off-field. That would be nice. And combine the two together. Yeah.
we have to remember that a Phoenix is a creature
Most
that
Archons are sub-DPS / buffers with different ways for each. So I don't think they'll break that trend. Yeah, none of them are really on-fielders, are they? Well, what? Farina T6? Nahida in Sprint. Can she be played on-healed? Yeah, I guess she can, but why would you do that? No, because she needs somebody else to proc reactions. Well, Hyperbloom, I guess she's kind of on-field E-ish, yeah. A, kind of, yeah, during her burst. Yeah. Zhongli, no. Venti, no. Farina, no. Yeah, I guess so, huh? Yeah, interesting.
Eyes by setting itself.
Natlan's practical claymore points to Mabika being an off-field pyro applier. Okay, good. Thank God. Why are there Genshin mods? If you can get, like, I don't know, not caught using them, some of them are pretty good, actually. But I wouldn't want to risk my account unless I was free to play. Nafita on field is just really extra Dendro, when even our normals aren't really doing that much. Yeah, I guess you're right. So I guess the only one that's kind of really on fielding is like C6 Farina, and A when she bursts. Yeah, makes sense. Which, by the way, I gotta talk to y'all about her later on. Is she? Like, unless you liked her, is she actually worth getting anymore? Like, is she? Is she still, like, valuable? Like, no way. Like, Kanich is gonna come out, right? And unless you, like, you really love Raiden, right? Like, are you really gonna go for Raiden over Kanich? Like, assuming you, like, just won a 5-star, right? Like, I'm just so interested. Like, because hasn't she, I don't know, hasn't she aged a bit? Isn't she, like, competing right now with Kuki for Hyperbloom? I don't know. I think it's interesting thinking about her. I'm like, she seems rather, what's the word? I guess, outdated? Like, as in demand. Yeah, right. Like, I feel like when it comes to Electro characters, you'd want something like Kuki, or you'd want something like Fischl. But she does lower energy requirements too. I wonder, yeah, I don't know. I wonder if there's a point to getting her unless you really like her, or you want her C2, right? I wonder if that's valuable. A woman age so she's worthless. Well, I didn't say that. I'm just saying the value of the pull, like, in 2024 is what I'm curious about. Like, yeah, she's good, but probably not a must pull. It's kind of sad. I don't know. I don't think it's a good banner for her. I don't know if it's a good banner for her, honestly. I really wish that was Venti or Zhongli. I think especially that should have been Zhongli. But whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, sorry, my bad. I kind of stopped in the middle of this. Mapiko, I love her.
On fire, only to be reborn from its own ashes. Death with Animo, rebirth with Pyro. Now, I think these themes are mimicked by Deshret's Primal Embers, which are Animo flavors.
I have a sinking feeling that Zhongli will run with Xiao. Oh, that Xion, Shilo. Okay, that would be kind of nasty. Because Zhongli, that character annoys me. I do think that he's like so valuable. Not a must-pull, right? But that dude is so valuable. Just, man, oh man. Gosh, I hope they don't do that. That'd be really sad.
Guide to a torch where it is reborn in a flame.
Zhongli for that Chi-Chi comp. Okay, low-key, yeah.
The primal embers like a ghost or a spirit, kind of like the Seelies, then maybe putting the ember in the torch traps it there, hence entombed in primal fire. You know, maybe this is why a Seelie on a Seelie court looks like a candle. Okay, so this one entombed in primal fire, this character by the name of Xabalanque, he's actually named after one of the Mayan hero twins, also known as the Headband Twins, whose figures were often painted on the walls of the ball courts throughout the Americas. Their story goes something like this. The hero twins' father and uncle, who were also twins, disturbed the gods of death, and to settle this neighborly noise complaint, they agreed to play a game of ball. The death gods won the game and buried one of the twins beneath the ball court and hung the head of the other in a tree. Sometime later, one of the daughters of the gods of death, named Shikik, which means blood woman or blood moon, somehow bore him 2 sons, twins that she named Xabalanque and Hunapu. Once these twins grew up, they were also challenged to a ball game by the gods of death, which they accepted. And for every round that they lost, they were subject to a punishment. One of them involved getting locked in a room full of bats, and that's how Hunahpu got decapitated by a bat. I will now vaguely gesture towards the bat from the Cherokee myth that we're definitely going to come back to. So at this point, the twins knew that the death gods were cheating, so they decided to lose the next round on purpose. As punishment for their loss, they allowed themselves to be burned alive in an oven and have their ashes sprinkled in a magic river, which...
Why do they call it oven? When you oven the cold food about hot, eat the food.
Unbeknownst to the death gods, revived the twins who only knew that this would happen because they asked some oracles about it ahead of time. You remember that HOYO myth about the child of the moon being sacrificed in an oven and reborn through the underworld, which is associated with water? What an odd coincidence. It sure would be strange if one of the hero twins ended up turning into the sun as well. Well, the revived twins then tricked the death gods and ended up killing some of them and cursed the rest. And oh, hey, look!
Please, I have to find that video. Hold on.
After they finished with that, they ascended into the sky where Hunahpu became the sun and Xbalanque became the moon. They revived their uncle, who then became the maize or corn god, endlessly going through a cycle of death and rebirth, and thereby tying the ball game to the cycle of the harvest. If you want a longer, more thorough version of the myth, TED actually has a great little animated version of it, which you should totally check out. I'll leave a link. This is a few too many coincidences for my taste, even though I am cherry-picking some myths. But even in spite of that, everything I've found seems to be pointing to the fact that we are going to play a ball game for the sun in Natlan. And you know what? Bonus points if it's against a god of death or hosted by a death god, which actually isn't too far off because Mavuika is likely based on Mahuika, who is a god of fire and also the little sister of the god of death. Funny how that works. Now, I think that Mavuika hosts this ball game tournament every year as a proxy for intertribal warfare, wherein each player assumes a different role in a story that the game is meant to reenact or represent. And perhaps that tale is the one of the sun's journey across the sky and the descent into the underworld, which means that the ultimate goal of this game would be to have the sun reignite or resurrect itself to bring forth a new dawn. And if I'm right about the Simulanka parallels, then every year she hosts this game, she gets the same outcome. The story plays out cyclically with the same ending every time, just like with the squirrels and frogs. But not this time. This time it's going to be different. And do you know why? It has to do with the names of the Natlan characters that we've seen so far, because each one symbolizes a role from one of the myths that I've talked about today. In other words, this time the story has all of the key roles filled. So Chaska is named after an Incan star goddess, similar to Sitlali, whose name means star. I'm pretty sure that these two are supposed to represent the oracles that the hero twins consulted before they went through their cycle of death and rebirth. And then we have Xilanen, who's named after the Aztec maize or corn goddess. She's rebirth. And then we have Xilanen, who's named after the Aztec maize or corn goddess. She's most likely a reference to the hero twins' uncle who was buried beneath the ball court and became the maize or corn god. Now Mualani is named after a Hawaiian sky goddess and therefore references the sky that the sun traverses. As for Ororon, I know a lot of people think he's supposed to be named after Olorun, a supreme deity from the Yoruba pantheon, which isn't really a bad assumption given that Iansen is also named after a Yoruban god of death and rebirth. But thematically, a supreme deity doesn't make any sense in this ballgame setup, even in spite of his hand markings looking a lot like the eyes on the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles cubes. So I'm actually more inclined to think that he's referencing something else, like maybe the Maori deity Orongo, another agricultural god. That would honestly fit better thematically with all of the motifs of the ballgame. Ororon also has bat-like characteristics which can have a few implications here. For example, he might not reference a deity at all, but instead reference a manga called The Demon Ororon, wherein Ororon is a devil that sucks blood, kinda like a vampire or a vampire bat. Now this manga reference might feel a little bit random here, but most of Natlan's cultural references seem to come from regions located around the Ring of Fire, and Japan just happens to be one of those regions, so it's not that huge of a stretch. Now these bat-like characteristics of his also make me think that he's going to play the role of the bat from the Cherokee myth and the myth of the hero twins, meaning he will not only help the squirrel, but he will also kill or injure Hunahpu equivalent. And I think he's also going to be on the side opposite the squirrel at first, since bats are nocturnal versus the diurnal squirrel. So I think he'll switch sides later on. And this is where I think things get interesting because the squirrel should be Kachina, and I don't think it's a fluke that she's the one who kicks off the ball game in the teaser. So Kachina seems to be based on a pika, which is a type of ground-based animal similar to a rabbit, but it's often mistaken for a squirrel or a mouse. And her name, Kachina, comes from the Pueblo word for spirit, which is kind of generic. But remember how we talked about the primal embers being Seelie-like spirits we had to guide to the torches?
Oh my
and
god.
that myth about how the squirrel escorted the sun during its first journey across the sky? Well, I think that's Kachina's role, a spirit guide for the sun. Which leaves us with one character, Kinich, whose name literally means sun. In fact, this guy is named after the Aztec god Kinich Ahau, which means Sun King, but scholars like to call him God G, which makes his entire design a very nerdy pun. Now, his little dragon buddy is called Aja, which is not a reference to Ajax, it's another alternate spelling to the word Ahau, which means together, Kinich and Ahau are son and a king. Now, Aja's full name is Kuhul Aja, which means divine lord, which is ironic because Kinich Ahau is sometimes thought to be an aspect of a Mayan supreme deity who is actually more of a moon god, I think. And with that, we have all of the players of the ball game, a full cast of actors ready to step into their roles, but what about the story itself? Because surely I'm not going to suggest that Mavwika is just trying to relight the sun and leave it at that, right? Well, of course not. I haven't even started talking about the dragons yet, and they're kind of the reason behind everything going on in Natlin. Now, you may recall that the story of the frogs and squirrels in Simulanka ended with the Holy Relic finally lighting up after both the Squirrel Princess and the Frog Champion acknowledged each other and decided on what they wanted for their own futures. Thus, the story that once repeated itself in a never-ending loop finally came to a conclusion. And astronomically speaking, a star is just a sun. So if this is referencing Natlin the way I think it is, then we can infer that Mavwika intends to reignite the sun using the sparks of will or resolution from her champions determined by the ball game tournament, because the choices made will differ from previous attempts. However, while the story of the squirrel and the frog seems pretty self-contained, the Holy Relic, or the star, was originally damaged by a dragon, and that plot point was never really resolved in the story of the squirrel and the frogs, but it was resolved elsewhere. Now, we know that Natlin has a big focus on dragons. Saurians are just small dragon companions that have learned or at least gained the ability to live safely alongside humans, just like Simulanka's little Durin. But I think this wasn't always the case, and it may be that the Saurians are actually losing this trait, or they're regressing. So in Simulanka, Lego Durin was a huge black dragon that reverted everything he touched back into its raw materials, which in this case were blocks. But in the case of Tevat Durin, it would have been like abyss goo. And it wasn't until he was confronted by and blessed by the hero and his companions that he was able to stabilize his corrosive powers and safely exist alongside everyone else. This caused him to shrink down to Saurian size and strike up a friendship with the hero, which in this case is Wanderer, a man with no name. Incidentally, this story actually parallels the one told in Unfinished Reverie, which is a tale from Natlin's past. And in Unfinished Reverie, the Saurians weren't friends with humans. They were repressed and subjugated, but a group of different representatives from all the different tribes, including a pair of hero twins, banded together to defeat a tyrant that wouldn't let people make friends with Saurians. And then everyone made friends with Saurians. Obviously, this is an extreme summary, and you'll probably just have to read the artifact set to understand the whole story. But the parallels are there. On a more practical, less historical level, I would like to posit the idea that Wanderer is actually supposed to reference Kinich, mostly because of their roles and dispositions. And because both of them can fly, kind of. Heck, Aja actually says that Kinich once fell headfirst off a cliff and survived, which sounds familiar. Did we see that in Simulanka? I think we did. Now, Kinich is known as something called a Saurian hunter and is described as being a ruthless, cold-blooded killer, and he doesn't bother to refute these claims either, the same way Wanderer never pretends to be a good person in light of his bloody and problematic past. But I gotta admit, the Saurian hunter thing confused me, because if we're going into a nation where the relationship between Saurians and humans is treasured, then why is Kinich hunting them? So not to change the subject, but do you guys remember what happened to Ajdaha? There was a time during Morax's rule that Ajdaha began to erode. His memories began to fade, and he grew more and more violent as he forgot all about the bonds that he forged with the people under Morax's rule. And he had to leech off of the ley lines within the chasm in order to prevent his deterioration. But that only delayed the inevitable. Eventually, he became so dangerous that Morax had to seal him away. And this got me thinking. The origami creatures of Simulanka's forest were losing their color because they lost access to their magic tonic, which is a multicolored ink. And the more their colors faded, the more their memories deteriorated, right? So in this Natlan speculation video that I made back when Simulanka wasn't even out yet, I suggested that the magic tonic was an allegory for elemental energy coming from the ley lines, since elemental energy and memories are interchangeable, and dragons are, by nature, elemental creatures. So elemental deterioration would coincide with a loss of memories or erosion, just like what happened with Ajdaha, and also with Apep after she ate Deshret and his forbidden knowledge, technically. I mean, the withering is a very similar looking phenomenon, both visually and allegorically. So what if this is happening to the Saurians too? What if the Saurians really are deteriorating and turning into those raging aberrants mentioned in Kenich's introduction? Because he hunts those raging aberrants, and since his title is Saurian Hunter, then it's definitely possible that the raging aberrants are Saurians. And in a nation where the bond between human and Saurian is treasured, I can see why it would be frowned upon to hunt Saurians, even if they were dangerous and degraded. And this degradation probably has something to do with a loss of elemental energy, similar to the loss of magic tonic. But I don't think it's leyline related. So you might have noticed that there are only 6 types of Saurians, but 7 elements, and I suspect that the missing Saurian element is Pyro, because unless Eonsen is Pyro, there's not a single playable Pyro character in the teaser besides the Archon herself. Isn't that a bit weird? Or maybe it isn't that weird, because like, it is possible that all 6 Saurians are dual element, meaning they're all partly Pyro, perhaps running on the residual flames of the Pyro Sovereign. Now I don't have a ton of evidence for this is all just speculation, but the elements in Genshin are often likened to different colors of light, and of all the elements we have, only Pyro and Electro actually emit light. So I don't think it's unreasonable to assume that after their defeat, the light from the Pyro Sovereign's flames were split into 6 colors, and the tournament held every year is meant to keep those flames burning in the hopes that one day the Sovereign themselves will return. In other words, the Saurians are just the babies of the Pyro Sovereign, like Melazines, kind of. But this—
Oh, that's cool. I wonder if we get to play another dragon. Ooh! Wait a minute. Wouldn't that be cool? Another, like, oh, a dragon pyro adjacent to Mavika? Oh, that'd be neat. Oh, that'd be neat.
This means that the sun
Nubilet dragon
to resurrect is the Pyro Sovereign.
Or a new pyro Nubilet.
Much like Lego Durin, had to be split into parts because they were too dangerous to live alongside humans in their initial form. And that's why Mavwika talks to those floating flames like they have a mind of their own. They probably do. Now, I think the holy relic equivalent that the champion can claim after they win the ball game is the Pyro-Gnosis, mostly because I believe my theory about the third descender being a star is accurate and the Gnosis is a fragment of their power. That aligns with the star lighting up at the end of the Squirrel and the Frog quest, too. The Gnosis has to acknowledge the champion, which might be why Mavwika taunts Capitano into competing in the tournament. He's a harbinger, and they want the Gnosis, which means he has to play the game to get it. But here's the thing. I think Capitano's played this game before. And I also think he might be a Natlan native, despite there being a lot of evidence for him being the blood-stained knight from Mondstadt. Although there is the possibility that he is both, because he could be a knight that's descended from Vanessa who migrated from Natlan, because that would be an interesting twist. But here's the thing. With the exception of Liyue, each region has introduced a harbinger in their Archon quest that was from that region. Signora is both from and was introduced in Mondstadt. Scaramouche was introduced in and from Inazuma. Dottore was introduced in and from Sumeru. And Arlecchino, okay, she's kind of a technicality because she's from Conria, but she grew up in Fontaine and she was introduced there, so there's a technicality. But still, it's still a decent pattern, and I don't think we should totally ignore it. And that's why I think there's a good chance that Capitano is from Natlan. I mean, even Mavwika seems to be familiar with him. Like, she knows something.
Except child. Hey, be nice.
Like, maybe, just perchance, he once participated in a ball game and lost. In fact, I think it's very possible that Capitano might be one of the hero twins. Specifically, Hunahpu, Xabalanque's brother. Because think about this for a second. In the myth of the hero twins, Hunahpu and Xbalanque played a ball game against the gods of death and lost. They were then burned alive and accidentally resurrected through the waters of the underworld. But what if only one twin was resurrected this time? What if Xbalanque is still trapped in the fires of that oven, while Hunahpu was resurrected on the outside? Perhaps Hunahpu in that case felt so betrayed that he ended up joining the Fatui Harbingers and became Capitano. And maybe the reason he hesitates to play the game is because he's still bothered by what happened the last time. But he also needs to get the Gnosis, and maybe he's also trying to free his brother. Hypothetically, of course, this is still just a theory. Now, Capitano is also pictured alongside Auroron, which makes it seem likely that the two will team up together, but I don't think that alliance will last very long. Like I mentioned earlier, I think Auroron will eventually team up with Kachina, just like the bat and the flying squirrel in the Cherokee legend, betraying Capitano in the process because if Capitano is Hunahpu, then, looking back at the myth, I can't help but notice how Hunahpu was intentionally decapitated by a bat after he and his brother lost one of the rounds to the gods of death. And what's even more interesting is that in the myth, Hunahpu was the twin that became the sun after their final victory, while Xbalanque became the moon. And Genshin loves playing with that false sun, or blackened sun, or even eclipsed sun symbolism, which would account for Capitano's all-blackened attire. He's a burned-out sun. And this actually changes my prediction for his constellation. I now think he's this hand symbol, because I'm 90% sure that this is the Hopi healing hand symbol. And you know who else is referencing the Hopi people? Kachina, the squirrel, the one that helps the sun cross the sky in the end. It's the most fitting constellation for him if he is Hunahpu, or at least from Natlin. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes my predictions for Natlin. For now, anyway. Now, I've obviously left out a lot of thoughts, mostly in the interest of time, because there's not a lot of time left between now and the live stream. It's literally this week as of time of recording, and I just know that the live stream will make me want to change so much of this theory, so yep, this is what I've got for right now. And before I forget, while I was researching Mahuika, I learned a few cool things, like how she was married to the god of comets, which might be the reason why there's a hypothesized impact crater in New Zealand named after her, although its existence hasn't been proven yet. What I found really funny about all of this is that all the Mesoamerican frog and sun references, especially Kinich, are from the Yucatan, which is where you can find the Chicxulub or the Devil's Flea crater. I hope I'm saying that right. But this is the crater that scientists hypothesize wiped out all non-avian dinosaurs. And what are dragons but Genshin's dinosaurs? And since Mahuika is an Archon, she's, at least on the surface, Celestia aligned, so being associated with a crater that wiped out the dinosaurs is thematically on point, especially if they're flipping roles around, since her nation is the only one where dinos and humans live in harmony. In fact, part of me wonders if the Mare Javari is the impact crater, or like that's what the reference is supposed to be. But that's it, that's all I've got, that's all I'm gonna share for right now. So thank you guys so much for watching. I know this was a long one, and I know it's been kind of cooking in the oven for a while. There's just so much ground to cover and so many things to research, and I'm a little bit behind, honestly. But thanks again, and another thank you towards my scrumdiddlyumptious channel members who are responsible for supporting all of my nonsense. You guys are...
Gosh, okay. Well, I can't say that she's not fucking spitting like she usually is. She'll in 1 hour, right? Oh, really? Nice. Okay. Give me like 5-10 minutes. You need to go to the bathroom, okay? All right, 1 second. Grab you again. Thanks for waiting. Okay, back. Okay. I'm here! Alright. Oh boy. Okay, well, I guess it's fine. Whatever. I just want this quest done. I haven't been to Simulanka all fucking day to explore anything. And when are we getting the marketing, by the way? In an hour and a half. Okay. This shit is so fucking holy.
Boring.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, y'all. Oh. The truth the gay community doesn't want you to know. She started playing at 74 years old. What? I was gonna watch with y'all. I think I saved the video that I was supposed to watch with everyone. Hold on, let's see if I can find it.
Welcome to the Huberman Lab.
Oh my god, not that. Stop. Not my boring stuff. Oh, we already watched the whitewashing video. Did we watch the baguette video? Yeah, we did. Let's see. Oh. Okay, we already watched the video why it doesn't let you skip cutscenes, right? The top 5 DPSs in Genshin Impact. Oh!
Hey everyone, it's Sevi. Version 5.0 featuring Natlan is arriving very soon, and I know a lot of players are looking forward to its storyline, exploration, gameplay mechanics, brand new equipment, characters, and more. Thankfully, I was invited to join the Creator Experience server, where I had the chance to experience these things earlier, and of course, I was really excited to try out the newest additions to the character roster, Mualani and Kachina. With that, I'll be publishing early preview videos, starting with the upcoming 5.0 Phase 1 5-star Mualani. In this video, I want to do a compact explanation of how she works and some team sample showcases to hopefully help you consider if she's someone you'll be interested in pulling. Then I'll be publishing a full guide later on the official release. And a quick disclaimer first, since the footage and testing was done on the Genshin Creator Experience server, there may still be changes between this version and the official release, but they should be very minor if ever. And despite doing a bunch of testing in Abyss, I unfortunately can't show that footage for now, but do know that my testing was done both in overworld bosses and Abyss runs. With that, let's dive into it. Mualani is the first limited 5-star of Natlan. She's a Hydro on-field DPS that scales on HP with a surfing mechanic for both her combat and exploration capabilities. So
is she even that fast though? Like, is she gonna compete with Yolanda? Is she really gonna be that fast? Is it that good? Like, is it that good? Or is it just like above average? Is it like Sayu?
How does she work? When you cast her skill, she enters her Night Soul Blessing mode, where she surfs on Sharky. She'll gradually consume Night Soul as indicated by the gauge.
Damn, she
beside
consumes
her.
a lot
Night Soul
too.
is a
Oh my
kind of
god.
Energy or fuel
Ooh.
for a Natlan character's unique mechanics. Mualani will stop surfing when it gets depleted, unless you have Phlogiston reserved. Phlogiston is simply another type of energy bar that's exclusive to the Natlan.
Oh.
Region. You can only activate or recharge it through Natlan's various mechanics. And Natlan exploration is so much more convenient due to Phlogiston extending her surfing
Yolanda
state
will
for
outside
a
Natlan.
very
Okay,
long
sorry.
duration. It's even possible to chain exploration mechanics in Phlogiston areas by switching to her and to other Natlan characters as well, and it looks really cool and smooth while doing it. She can cover really good distances, and she's overall a fun addition to our bunch of special traversal units. While surfing, if you come into contact with an enemy, she'll mark that enemy and simultaneously gain a stack of wave momentum up to 3 stacks, which
Okay, so like, okay.
are these 3 icons beside the gauge. Using her normal attack with 1 or 2 stacks deals Sharky's Bite, consuming those stacks and dealing increased HP scaling damage multipliers. The more stacks you have, the higher the damage. And while she hits the nearest enemy, she also fires off missile attacks to the other marked enemies for multi-target damage. More importantly, getting 3 stacks unlocks her most powerful normal attack called Sharky's Surging Bite. On top of the base damage multipliers given by those wave stacks, there's an additional huge extra HP scaling multiplier, which means that even a single hit can do very big damage. Also, unlike those level 1 and 2 Sharky Bites, the level 3 Surging Bite allows her to generate this pufferfish up to 2 times, which you can pick up to replenish a portion of her Night Soul to extend her surfing time. As for her burst, it simply deals 1 big AoE Hydro damage hit. Her overall gameplay rhythm is relatively easy to get the hang of as you mark and bite enemies, and they come with a pretty cool and cute set of animations. She flips and spins on Sharky. Her default normal attacks, which you generally won't use much of in combat, makes her lob those puffers at enemies, and she's just so bouncy and fun in general. There are a couple more details I'll expound on in the full guide, but for now, these are the most essential things to know about her gameplay mechanics.
I just don't know why she doesn't excite me. I don't get it. I don't know why I'm so whatever about this, because it's cool. It just does not interest me. Oh my goodness.
Another important aspect of
I guess it's just
maximizing
not
her
for
damage
me.
is with elemental
Like, it is
reactions,
cool. I
with
guess
one
it's just not for
very
me.
potent reaction in particular. When it comes to Hydro units, we often consider how much they apply Hydro to determine how they contribute to elemental reactions. Now for Mualani, her Hydro application is slower and more controlled. Marking enemies actually applies no Hydro on them. It's only when you use her Sharky Bites or Burst that her
Hi,
hits
Rage. Good to
actually
see you.
apply Hydro. Due to the relative slowness of her application, she can be set up as the trigger for Hydro-related reactions, with the most damaging one being Vaporize. This can be set up by having a teammate quickly and continuously
You hear Cassandra Lee Morris and get vivid rage inducing Yumi flashbacks. Oh my god. Like, Yumi! Get away from me!
apply Pyro on the enemy, while Mualani is marking enemies between her Surging Bites. This way, it's entirely possible to vaporize all of her Surging Bites plus her Burst. There
Oh,
can
nice.
be other ways to play around with her, but Vaporize is something Mualani can do
Ugh.
very well and is definitely super rewarding. Even her signature weapon wants you to trigger
Not gay enough?
Vaporizes
Is
to
she gay?
maximize its passive. So having established that, I'll be focusing on trying out her Vaporize teams later. Let's look at the build she's on, which tackles some of the new artifacts and weapons. Mualani's using the new Obsidian Codex artifact set. It's a Natlan specific set since it needs Night Soul to activate its effects. It gives her a
Oh, it's a gorgeous set too. Oh, look at those pieces.
universal 15% damage bonus and a whopping 40% crit rate when active. It's practically a better Marechaussee Hunter set, but Natlan edition. Here are the main stats and substats of her pieces, and here are her overall stats. I consider this quite well invested. Most of the artifacts in this server were already preset, and I didn't want to spend so much time farming for pieces. It's nice that she makes good
Girl, going to the creator server. Oh my god, can you imagine going to the creator server to farm artifacts? Bro. Oh my fucking god. Like, you couldn't. No.
EM stats from having a Vaporize reaction focused playstyle, allowing more viable pieces on her. Using the Codex set also gives her a ton of crit rate, so Mualani's crit rate stat will look somewhat low outside of battle, but that allows you to focus more on getting crit damage, HP, and EM stats. For her weapon, first is the free-to-play option, the Ring of Yakshe. It's free from the Natlan web event and also craftable. It buffs HP and normal attack damage, perfect for Mualani's needs. Second is her limited signature weapon, the Surf's Up W engine, Catalyst, gives a huge crit damage stat, an HP bonus, and a normal attack damage buff, which maintains max stacks by triggering Vaporize. Now, if you're wondering about how good her signature weapon is, it's definitely a very significant difference over her free-to-play and most other weapons. In practical testing in calcs, the damage increase is about 30%. However, this doesn't mean that her free-to-play baseline power is weak, because it's still really good, and I had no complaints with my Abyss clear times. If you just really want to get a huge spike in damage from her free-to-play and most other 4-star and 5-star options, that's what her signature offers. Now, let's see some of Mualani's team examples and combat showcases, and again, I'll be focusing on her Vaporized teams for now. Let's start with a predictable team combo, the Mualani Xiangling core. Xiangling's Pyronado synergizes perfectly with Mualani's need for a fast
Mualani's making silly and genuinely angry today. She's so... I just don't know why she's so bright. I don't get it. I don't get it. She's...
You want Xiangling C4 to maximize her burst uptime. Xiangling will generally end up as a solo pyro teammate, which means she'll need a lot of energy recharge and particle sources to ensure reliable burst uptime. There can be other more niche recommendations for pyro application, but Xiangling is a highly recommended and free unit anyway, so all players have access to her. Then I just treated the other 2 team slots as flex slots, as long as the units don't disrupt the Vaporize setup. In this first demo, I used a very free-to-play or new player-friendly team with Kirara and Kachina. Kachina has the support Natlan artifact set equipped, so if she triggers a reaction on Hydro, that buffs Mualani's Hydro damage bonus. Kirara is there mainly to provide strong...
Well, I don't know. I guess when I look at her, like, I guess she looks fun, and I guess she's gonna be good for exploration. But you already are getting like a really good exploration character, right? I think Kinich is where the money is. I think that's where the money is, personally. Like, if you're gonna get a new Natlan character that can take advantage of all the physics and the new soul or the new bloodsting or whatever, you got a Pyro Archon sitting right there that's about to come out, right? He benefits from burning Burgeon, right? That's where the money is. I feel like that's gonna be the one. That's gonna be the one. Like, I'm not gonna, I don't really care about him, but like, I think that's gonna be where the money is, like, on that banner. This is so interesting to me. I don't know.
Strong shielding and prevent interruptions. So there's the damage, but we weren't able to one-cycle the Mountain King, so let's give our teammates a significant upgrade. Now we're using the 2 Archons, Nahida and Zhongli. Nahida's Dendro application will maintain a burning aura on the enemy, and her Elemental Mastery buff boosts Mualani's vape hits. Zhongli's Thick Shield, on the other hand, ensures that Mualani's surfing time won't get interrupted, and his Universal Elemental Resistance Shred effect also boosts the team's damage. We can see the damage increase, and it's sizable enough to make the team one-cycle the boss. For a more upgraded variation of that, let's put Mualani on her signature weapon.
Oh my god.
And even before
Do you like
Mualani's
her?
full combo was...
She's okay. We'll see. We'll see what she's like in story. Yeah.
finished, the boss was practically near death anyway. When enemies are very spread out, you can end up spending Night Soul chasing enemies, which might limit your Surging Bite triggers. So good enemy grouping and positioning awareness help alleviate that. With enemies that are close together, that can quickly give you multiple wave stacks for a faster combo. As I was testing, there were 2 more unfortunate gameplay quirks I noticed. One is that her missiles can be blocked by obstacles.
Which content creator? Oh, this is Yebi. Yebi. Ooh, this is Sebi. She's great. Oh, I don't want to do this. Fine.
Where Zhongli's pillar actually blocked the missile. Another is that if the enemy suddenly moves away, it's possible for her Surging Bite to miss. Those don't happen too often, but they are noticeable when they do. Anyway, for the next team showcase, I wanted to test Mualani's performance when paired with another Hydro unit as a way to get Hydro Resonance's HP buff. The main question here is, won't a second Hydro unit interfere with the Pyro Aura and therefore also with Mualani?
Mona.
These vaporized triggers, so
Siege Wind.
I was hoping testing would shed some light on it. One option was Candace, as Mualani
Okay,
benefits
yeah,
from her
too.
normal attack damage
Candace,
bonus.
okay.
In this setup with Pyro and Dendro application, even a C6 Candace won't interrupt with the vaporizes, so that's pretty neat, and at least her normal attack buff will last throughout Mualani's field time. Then I really wanted to try Farina to take advantage of her buffing abilities and off-field damage, and Farina's Hydro application can be considered relatively slow. Dendro should also help mitigate a Hydro aura, but since having Farina will need strong healing, I switched to Baiju instead.
Right,
there were
for
some runs
burning.
where the stars aligned. Mualani's hits were all able to vaporize, however there were also inconsistencies, like Farina's pets stealing vapes or Pyro not being reapplied quickly enough. Consider these potential drawbacks if you were thinking of putting her and Mualani together. I'll tackle more about her teammate options and considerations in my full guide. To wrap it up, let me share some first impressions. So far,
Is this your main account? Which
I'm
character
pleasant-
do you want to C6? Well, I originally wanted to C6 Yulan, but I think I don't need to pull any more of her. I think I'm good. I don't think I want to C6, because if I did, I wouldn't use it, because it's really fucking broken and tribulates the game. Originally it was her. So I guess I really don't want any more C6s. At least in this game, I think. My peak... I feel like my peak will be C2 Siege Wind. If I can get C2 Siege Wind, I'd be so happy. I would be so happy. I need it. I need it. And yes, this is my main account. Yeah.
surprised by her playstyle and performance despite some of the quirks I encountered. We've been able to execute forward vaporized playstyles with various Hydro characters, but we haven't quite had a Hydro character with all signs pointing to this specific playstyle until now.
Oh, I have
As for
7 minutes.
Mualani's
Oops.
overall damage potential, it's strong without being meta breaking or power creeping, and players who get their dopamine hit seeing those single huge damage numbers will be rewarded with the right setups. And when it comes to her teams, she already has some viable combinations of accessible teammates, as well as more premium teammates among 5 stars. However, I'm hoping that she can get more synergistic teammates in the future, like HP buffers, more off-field DPSs that won't interfere with vapes, or just supports in general. That being said, there's a lot of time and room for her teams to grow stronger. That's it for our first look at
Oops.
Mualani. Comment down below your thoughts on her so far based on this first look, and if you'll be pulling for her. If this video helped you out, don't forget to leave a like, subscribe to my channel if you haven't already.
You know what I should
and
watch
will see you all
actually?
soon.
I
Take
should
care.
watch. I should watch an Emily video actually. Hold on, wait. Since it matters now. Sit off. Thoughts on Emily? Emily tested. How good is she? Zaya. Oh wait.
Combat. Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to my complete and detailed Emily guide. Emily, or Emilie, if you're French, is the newest five-star support in Genshin Impact who specializes on the burning reaction.
Do you mark
which
chess
is
on
one that has
interactive
been
map?
long
I wish,
neglected since
but no, I
Dendro
know.
came out in 3.0. Emily's a unique sub DPS that I've been enjoying, and so I'm going to show you guys the best ways to build and play her in this video. We're going to be covering her best builds, artifacts, weapons, teams, constellations, playstyle, and also include a C0 showcase to help you guys get the most value out of your Emily. Before we begin, I want you guys to know that I do stream most nights on Twitch, link in the description if you're interested. And with all that being said, let's talk about Emily. Alright, so starting things off, what does Emily actually do and how do you play her? Well, first of all, her elemental skill, Fragrance Extraction, is a core part of her kit. This ability will place down a Luminous case, effectively a Dendro Lantern, that will start by dealing AoE Dendro damage, and then it will continuously fire
It's
off
so
a
funny.
hit
No,
of Dendro
no, you
damage.
go to his streams. You go to his streams. I love him so much. I genuinely love him so much. I really wish like I knew about him sooner. But like it's so funny. You go to his streams. He's fucking insane. He is so high energy. What the fuck is going on? But as soon as you go to these videos, hello everybody. Zox is the cadence is just I love him.
Damage at nearby opponents. Additionally, when nearby opponents are affected by burning, so as enemies nearby are burning, they will give off scents, and these scents will be gathered by the Lumidu's case in order to level it up. In fact, you need 2 scents to level up your Lumidu's
Hey,
case.
Ace, I once
from
asked a
level 1 to
streamer how
level
much
2,
they
and you
earn,
can
and they
generate
really
up to
trash
1
talked
cent
me
every 2
and
seconds.
teased me.
What this does in practice, though,
As-
is just make your Lumidu's case significantly
I wonder why.
stronger.
I mean,
Start
that is a valid
firing 2
question.
shots instead of 1, have a bit of a bigger AoE and will actually start dealing.
I'll tell you how much I make. Not enough.
Than its level 1 counterpart.
You have C4 Yulan? No.
If it doesn't collect any other sand for 8 seconds while it's on field, it will go back to level 1, and her skill will also have a Numa aligned hit attached to it, which can help against certain enemies. Now, more importantly, the skill is an ability with a 22-second duration and a 14-second cooldown. This means that it has a very long duration, much longer than its cooldown, meaning that you should have 100% uptime with ease, and you shouldn't have to worry too much about it. Additionally, your skill's duration can also be reset through your elemental burst, which is the next ability we're going to talk about.
Okay.
Emily's elemental burst, Aromatic Explication, will immediately create a level 3 Lumiduce case and also store away an existing case if you already have one active. Now, what the level 3 lantern will do is effectively just be a stronger version of your skill, lasting for 2.8 seconds and dealing a higher amount of dendro damage with also a much bigger AoE. Now, at the end of your burst duration, it will either create a new level 1 version of your skill, or if you already had used your skill and it stored it away as mentioned earlier, it will just redeploy it and reset its duration completely. What this means is that if you use your skill and have a level 2 one out, and then you use your burst, you'll have 2.
So there's just no reason to press the skill button anymore, right? There's just like, is that correct with Emily? There's just no reason to press the button anymore, right? Like, at once you get the yay, treasure compass. Oh my goodness. Oh, I've been grabbing this every oh my god, this is great. Wait, thanks. Wait, I kind of love that. I mean, I might as well do the rest, right? Treasure compass. Oh, this is so helpful.
8 seconds of a
This works in Primaria too. Neat.
It will bring back out your level 2 one that you already had, and also fully reset its duration, giving you another.
Do you Shimua? No, I recently started playing Genshin for the first time back in January of this year. So most people were kind of sick of. Oh, hello. What? I guess it's just chests everywhere. Most people were kind of sick of the game or whatever, and me, I'm just like, wow, Genshin Impact, what a whole new world. And everyone's like, are you fucking tired and moving over to Wuwa? And I'm like, well, I still got half, like 90% of the region to explore. Oops. So I'm good.
Burst also only has a 13.5 second cooldown. This can make it to where you may never need to actually press your skill again. Since your burst is not only efficient to
Stop.
use,
Everyone else is playing Wuwa. Everyone else is going crazy about Wuwa. And then I'm just having fun mixing potions, baby game. Oh my gosh. Potions. Wow. Put the flowers next to each other. It's like a puzzle. How neat is this? And everyone is fucking parrying and having fun in Wuwa, and I'm just like, wow, I'm making so much money in this event. Wow, that's so cool.
Resummons your skill and resets its duration.
But I did love that event. That event was so good.
Never-ending cycle here with 100% uptime on your Lumiduce case without even having
1 minute.
to repress your skill. As mentioned though, if you didn't already press your skill before using your burst, it will then just summon a new level 1 case, which is very convenient. Also, if you press your skill inside of your burst, it won't create a new case, which is whatever. And also worth noting that your skill does have a very large radius, meaning that it should be able to reach the enemies you're fighting unless you run really far away, in which case you may want to redeploy it. To clarify a bit more, the burst will rain down a drop of scent to do every 0.3 seconds, and one opponent can become the target every 0.7 seconds.
Got it.
What this means is that in AoE, it will cycle between enemies, with each enemy being able to become the target every 0.7 seconds, and in single target, you will sort of hit the enemy, but also sometimes rain down these dendro semi-randomly. But it is important to understand that her burst does have a solid AoE, meaning that it can hit enemies around the main target, which is good to know. Oh, and I also wanted to add that neither...
So what? Do I not do my weeklies? Do I not do these? I guess do I not do the bounties? Should I just wait until Natlan to do them? Probably. Yeah.
Emily's skill or burst snapshot, meaning that any buffs given to Emily will not be extended for the case's entire duration. And
if you want the battle pass points, yeah. Okay, then I should wait.
Moving on for your passives, here are other reasons why Emily synergizes particularly well with burning, outside of just her elemental skill, doing much more damage. First of all, every time Emily collects 2 cents, which again you get through burning opponents, her level 2 Lumiduce case will consume cents and deal AoE dendro damage equal to 600% of Emily's attack, and this is a very big scaling. This damage is not considered skill damage, so any skill damage buffs you're getting won't affect it, but basically everything else will, and it's definitely a big bonus that you will be getting periodically as you trigger burning. Additionally, her second passive will increase her damage to burning opponents based on her attack with
Based on her attack. Is there a max? Okay, so what's the
every
max?
1,000 attack, increasing damage dealt by 15% up to a maximum of 36%. This means that on average, you'll get a solid amount of damage bonus here, like at least 25 to 36%. Lastly, your third passive, which is an
Guess how many more guess how many boss materials I need. Guess how many more I need. I need 4.
exploration passive actually does help out in combat, as it makes your party members take way less damage from burning. In fact, they'll have 85% pyro res against burning damage, which in my experience actually can matter. This is especially true against a lot of enemies that are next to you that could be dealing burning to you. Having pyro res here can actually help increase your survivability and be nice for quality of life. Overall, however, her other two passive talents and also her skill scaling being significantly higher against enemies if you do manage to level it up from 1 to 2, and all of this being dependent on the fact that there's at least a burning enemy nearby,
well, that's
makes
good
it
at
to where
least.
Emily's
Okay.
kit is very clearly designed around the burning reaction. While she can have some other—
Wait, hold on. Wait. I haven't leveled up an artifact in so long, just because of what's happening in Natlan. But wait. Oh my god, I have school today. Oh my god, fuck me. Why do I have class, dude? No. Uh-oh. Okay, let me just get the 4. I just want to see. Well,
other uses, you typically will at least want to play her with burning in order to get the most value out of her kit and make her feel like a complete character who will get much stronger provided you can trigger this reaction. Before moving on to some more detailed information about her playstyle, however, I would like to say that for Emily's talent priority, I would level both your skill and burst, with your skill being your #1 priority, and then your burst is also important depending on how often
skill
you use
and then
it. But
burst.
just
Okay, cool. Okay, so yeah, Puppy, don't fucking remind me of that. Like already last semester, when I wasn't playing Star Rail or ZZZ, I was already worried about capping my resident Genshin. I was always like, oh man, like did I do my fucking dailies or whatever? Right? Because I gotta make sure I like get blank done for stream. Bitch. It's just gonna have to cap. Like, it's just gonna have to cap. It's just gonna have to cap. Like it's just gonna have to cap.
Level both of these talents, and you can neglect your normal attacks unless you plan on fielding her and using her as a main DPS. Now, as I'm sure you've noticed, Emily's kit is fairly straightforward. You place out a lantern, it will constantly deal some dendro damage, and basically all of her kit will just do way more damage with the burning reaction, making her pretty straightforward in that regard. Emily will be support or sub DPS.
See, here's the thing though that I find particularly interesting about her and why I'm really like excited to use her. The thing that I want to know is like slow hydro appliers. So what is that? Like Candace, Farina by herself, like Siege Wind, like especially Farina, right? Because I don't like the fact how are you going to buff? How are you gonna buff her damage if you're not putting her on the field? Who buffs characters damage percent off field? It would be Deepwood Memories, right? Anything that the fence shreds, so I guess like Klee or Lisa or something, right? And Farina. I don't know how else you'd be able to buff her damage, but I don't want her to be on field. I want her to get the most amount of damage that she can from off field. So the answer is Farina, right? So I want to see if through burning, right? And through her Dendro app, right? And something like Shangling or Malvika or whatever. If Farina, let's say Bennett, Shangling, and Emily works well, or not even have Bennett, What's another character you could have over Bennett? I guess Malvika when she comes out or something. I want to see if you could do that. It feels like that's something you should be able to do.
Will provide you with a decent amount of Dendro application. Honestly, not a fast amount. Her Dendro application isn't super fast. I wouldn't use her just for that, but it's enough to trigger burning or even quicken, but more on that later, while also primarily having a solid amount of Dendro damage with a pretty small AoE on her skill, but a big one on her burst, making it to where I personally like using her burst as often as possible, even if it's not the main part of her kit. It's a solid amount of damage. I recommend building for it as well, with her skill having 100% uptime, dealing Dendro damage, and helping you trigger Dendro reactions. Because of this, Emily's team building can be pretty straightforward. You want burning, but she can also synergize with other reactions or other characters that you may not think of, like being able to run both quicken and burning in the same team, or burning and...
Are y'all ready to have to do dailies? Is everyone excited to do dailies again? Yeah? You excited to lose all of your points? Isn't that great? Yeah!
Melt, burning, and vaporize, maybe with Nevalette, things like that, which we'll cover in the team section, on top of just her straightforward burning teams or pyro-focused teams, where you can just kind of throw Emily in there, get the occasional burning, and make her a solid damage-dealing support. As long as you have another pyro character in the team and you are triggering burning, there are a lot of other reactions you can also trigger, a lot of different teams where Emily can actually be a good fit, on top of also just like mono pyro and burning-focused teams as well, making Emily a bit more versatile than you might think, while obviously still revolving around the burning reaction, being a reaction that is otherwise neglected. Additionally, as I mentioned earlier, Emily's skill is not something that you're gonna have to redeploy, because every time you use her burst, it will reset the duration of your skill.
Okay, y'all are getting my fucking nerves. Okay, why does nobody pick up this fucking pepper? What is it? What is it about this pepper that people just don't want to pick up? Where's it at? Hold on, where's this stupid pepper? No, it's making me mad. Hold on. Where's that? Where's the dumb pepper? Okay, when global attacks effect ends, global leads a chili pepper on the spot. Increases attack by 10% for 10 seconds. Why does nobody pick it up? I don't get it. I don't understand why people don't pick it up. That's damage. All you gotta do is walk over to it. Who cares? If you're running characters with Bennett, your characters are gonna have like what, 3,000? 3,000, 4,000 attack. So what is that? You're missing out on what? 40 attack plus multipliers plus crit? No. Pick it up.
Make her very easy and simple to use.
Okay, but I see you pick up that fucking Harbonera every time. Okay.
Lantern, make it something that you don't really have to worry about. Overall, though, Emily's a character who does a ton of damage, provided you're building her and her teams properly. If you're triggering burning and know what you're doing, you can genuinely make her a solid sub DPS who has a lot of damage coming from her skill, her burst, and especially her passive that gives you a nice bonus chunk of damage as you're collecting cents. Her whole kit is very unique and kind of unlike anything we've seen.
Making burrito tacos in the middle of fighting for the I gotta show you a recipe, by the way. Now that I think about it. Oh, thank you so much for telling me that.
Reaction, and she's not as niche as you may think. I briefly touched on this and we'll cover it in the team section, but there are many more teams where you can actually fit in burning, which is really cool for Emily. For my thoughts on her, I think that her damage, pretty objectively speaking, is solid. She's a strong sub DPS if you are triggering burning, and I think she synergizes pretty well with current units that are quite strong, current team archetypes, and also will probably synergize well with future characters coming in that land. Obviously, burning is Dendro and Pyro, and not only have we seen previews of characters that are going to be both Dendro and Pyro coming out, but also obviously it's the Pyro region, so can only expect more synergy on that front, but obviously it's only speculation. With that in mind, I think Emily is a solid support, solid sub DPS. If you like her, definitely good enough to get, but don't feel forced to get her because a new region's coming out, and also while I think she's strong and will probably get stronger, most of her teams can use another character instead of Emily, even when she's very good in a team, making her not someone you absolutely need, but a solid character who has a strong strong role and does good damage, in my opinion. I like Emily. I don't want to overhype her, but I don't want to undersell her either. I think she's solid and can be a good addition to your account depending on what teams you're playing, especially if you like her, but obviously not a needed one, so don't feel forced to get her.
Hi, Raymond.
Though, I've had a lot of fun with Emily, and I was pleasantly surprised with the damage I could dish out. Even though she's obviously not the main source of my team's damage, it's just a nice little bonus constantly happening in the background on top of enabling certain burning teams.
How much constellation is your launch? She's C3. She's C3.
You even more Dendro app, being a character who's primarily used for her personal off-field damage as a sub DPS. Alright, now with all that out of the way, let's talk about how to actually build your Emily. First of all, for your artifact sets, it's relatively straightforward. There are two main sets that you can use, and that are for the most part pretty interchangeable. The first one is the Unfinished Reverie set, which is typically your best in slot as far as Emily's damage is concerned. This set will give you 18% attack on the 2-piece, and then a 50%
No, she's C3R1
bonus on the 4-piece, effectively for free, provided you are triggering the burning reaction and there are burning opponents nearby. As long as you fulfill that criteria, which you almost always will with Emily, you can get a free 50% damage bonus with a solid uptime to all of your kit, on top of also getting attack percent as an additional bonus. Because of this, it's a solid set to increase your damage and typically will be your best in slot. Now, with that in mind, the 4-piece Deepwood Memories is a great supportive set that will perform similarly and is a very viable option as well.
What else could you possibly pick? Oh man, Unfinished Reverie. Ugh.
Recommended sets though, there are quite a few other options that you can use. First of all, you can run the Golden Troop set for a solid amount of skill damage from off-field, make it a very viable option, or you can even mix and match 2-piece sets of any useful substats, notably 2-piece Dendro damage with 2-piece attack, with both of these options being very viable but a bit worse, like around 10% or so, than her best in slot options. Outside of this, if you're running maybe like a Burgeon team or a team where EM is more relevant, then Gilded Dreams becomes viable, but for the most part, it isn't as recommended because Emily scales much better with attack than with EM, as we'll cover in the next section. Because of this, I highly recommend running any of the other sets that I mentioned, namely Unfinished Reverie or Deepwood Memories, as your two best options. Alright, now moving on, let's talk about what stats you want on Emily.
You just want attack, Dendro damage, crit. That doesn't seem very hard, right? But how much ER does she need? Burst every other rotation. Standard range 150 to 180. That's not even that bad. What?
Every rotation, which will usually perform.
What? Okay, people were talking about, oh, she has such insane energy requirements. What? That's not even that bad. Oh, that's like, oh, I thought it was awful. Oh my god, I thought it was really bad. I thought it was like 210 or something. Oh, that's not even, whatever. That's fine.
Similarly, and have a particular advantage in AoE on top of being comfy. Personally, I'd say around 150 to as high as 180 depending on your team. Keep in mind that most of Emily's teams won't necessarily feature another Dendro character. Some of them do, but not all of them. So a lot of the times, if you do want to burst as often as possible, you will need quite a bit of ER. Now, outside of just ER, try to maximize your Emily's damage. Once you have enough to use your burst as often as you would like, be it either every rotation or every other rotation, I recommend going for stats such as crit rate, crit damage, and attack percent, looking for crit rate or crit damage on your circlet, Dendro damage bonus on your goblet, and attack percent on your sands.
Did you pull already? Yes, I did.
Can be a viable stat as well if you need more, and elemental mastery just isn't as good as attack. The only real exception to this would be if you're playing Emily as a Burgeon unit with a C6 Bennett, but that's not.
Okay, Parazons, they cannot be that bad. 300% ER is unreal. That cannot be right. That can't be right. It can't be that bad, all right? Like we're just being dramatic. Like it really can't be that bad, can it? Can it?
Quite as common. Alright, now next up, let's talk about Emily's best weapons, covering all of her options for every type of player. First of all, Emily's signature weapon is a very strong stat stick. This is a weapon that gives you 33% crit rate and 608 base attack, on top of giving you 15% attack for free through its effect. This already makes it, as I said, a solid stat stick for characters in general, but it gets better on Emily due to the second part of its effect, which will give you additional buffs when you trigger burning, or if you just deal Dendro damage to a burning enemy. Once that happens, you will gain 18% damage, stacking up to 2 times for up to 36% damage bonus. And then when you hit 2 stacks or refresh the duration, you can restore 12 energy up to once every 12 seconds, which is a big deal. This will greatly reduce how much energy recharge your Emily will need to burst every rotation, making it to where you basically don't even need to build much ER at all anymore.
275, 300.
Super solid stat stick for Emily, especially if you need some energy. Not only are the stats you're gaining, the crit rate, the base attack, the attack percent, and the damage bonus huge, but the energy on top of that is the—
Does anyone have energy recharge Ascension, by the way? I know there's Bennett, but is there anyone else that has energy recharge Ascension?
cherry on top, making it overall a very strong option for Emily. Now, a big disclaimer here, please don't feel forced to get this weapon. While yes, it is a solid stat stick, and it's definitely a big DPS increase to your Emily, as we'll see in the weapon ranking coming up shortly. Keep in mind that Emily, since she's mostly played as a support or sub DPS, won't be the only source of your team's damage. So while it may be a big damage increase for your Emily, it might not be the biggest damage increase for your overall team, but it's still a solid signature weapon and her best option by a solid margin. Now, outside of just her signature though, here's what you can use. First of all, a ton of 5-star stat sticks are viable, with the Calamity Queller firstly being surprisingly strong. This weapon has an insanely high base attack, and then will just give you a ton of stats on its effect, some elemental damage bonus, and a large amount of attack that's even higher when you're off field.
Can everyone in chat who has Calamity Queller +1? Oh, here's a better question. If you don't have it, press 2. Calamity Queller. Who in the world has Calamity Queller? What? Ain't nobody got that weapon? Are you kidding me? Calamity Queller. I wish.
Which Emily,
are you joking?
Calamity Queller is great, and so are other 5-star stat sticks like Staff of Homa, Staff of Scarlet Sands, especially if you're triggering.
You know what I found out? Shinha hasn't been on the banner since Honkai Star Rail came out. Honkai Star Rail has been out for over 500 days, and Shinha's still not here. What? How does that happen? Huh? It's not even like she's that unlikable. Who doesn't like Shinha? Oh. Who doesn't like Shinha? What's the issue? It's not like she's like horrible and bad and ugly and undesirable or whatever. Like what could possibly be the issue?
Virgin, Crimson Moon Semblance, or even Vortex Vanquisher, even more so if you're shielded. And Jade Spear is also, as always, a solid stat stick. Additionally, if you need energy recharge desperately, a weapon such as Engulfing Lightning can also provide you with a lot of attack, making it viable as well, with the sort of standard crit or attack stat sticks being the most recommended 5 stars. Outside of that, regarding 4-star options, again, there are a few. Deathmatch is a solid stat stick for most pole-arm characters, and Emily is no exception, giving you a ton of crit rate and some attack as well. Ballad of the Fjords can be okay too, but not as recommended of a battle pass option as Deathmatch. Other powerful 4 stars include free-to-play options like the Missive Wind Spear, an event weapon that gives you a lot of attack and EM. And while yes, the attack percent is more valuable for Emily, EM is still a bonus, not a useless stat, and definitely makes Missive Wind Spear a solid free-to-play stat stick. Outside of that, another free-to-play option you can go if you miss the event is the Catch, which will give you a lot of energy recharge, burst damage, and crit rate, which is not like the perfect thing for Emily, but still useful stats nonetheless. Additionally, I want to mention that Favonius Lance is a solid.
Shinha is gonna be so good. People are gonna really want Shinha. Like she's just sitting there, but I promise you, she's topazing it. Like she is definitely topazing it. To me, she's gonna be, especially as Snezhnaya is like right around the corner, right? Like I know Shinha is gonna be good. Like there's just no way. There's no way, and she's gonna be high desirable, and I was gonna be like, oh my gosh, Shinha, oh, she's not gonna rerun again, oh, she's so rare. Like, she's gonna be broken.
Stat stick as well, having a high base attack and giving you and your team a lot of energy, which is why it's pretty much always a go-to option for support characters. And while Emily does a lot of damage, so Favonius isn't my favorite option on her. As far as 4 stars go, it's definitely a solid choice if you need a lot of energy on your Emily and for your team. Other options like Prospector's Drill, if you're being healed consistently from off field, Blackcliff Pole, or just other attack or crit stat sticks are all viable as well. Overall though, there are quite a few different options you can go. To recap my thoughts, firstly, here's a weapon ranking on screen now, giving you a rough.
Jadewing Spear is 12% higher. All right, that's good. Deathmatch 5. I could go for Deathmatch on battle passes, but okay.
Idea of how good each weapon performs under specific assumptions. Keep in mind also that the ranking of the exact weapons here will vary heavily, especially if you factor in AoE situations and
Melt and Super Conduct. That'd be nice.
With extra energy. Your signature weapon, for example, if it allows you to burst every rotation instead of every other rotation, which it oftentimes will, can be up to a 30% increase compared to other weapons. So keep in mind that it can actually be better than you're seeing here if the energy makes a big difference to you, which I do believe that it oftentimes will. And the same can be said with other ER weapons. Just keep in mind mind that a lot can vary based on the situation, rotation, and team. Moving on for Emily's constellations, here's what you need to know. Emily's first constellation will increase the damage of her skill and passive by 20%, which is nice, on top of also generating an additional scent when a party member triggers a burning reaction or does dendro damage to burning opponents up to once every 2.9 seconds. What this means is not only will your C1 come with a damage bonus, it will also allow your passive to be triggered more often, and your passive is a good source of damage too, by getting more sense, triggering it more often, and translating to even more damage and also a bit more dendro application. For those reasons, I think her C1 is a solid one, a pretty sizable DPS increase to your Emily on top of a bit more dendro, and making it a pretty solid C1 overall, although not a needed one. Now, for Emily's second constellation, this is another pretty good one that will give her a 30% dendro res shred for 10 seconds when any of her main abilities, being her skill, burst, or passive hits an opponent, making it really nice for your overall dendro damage. This will primarily benefit your Emily, as obviously decreasing dendro res will increase her damage, but can also synergize well with another dendro support or carry you may be running in your team. Now, while most of Emily's teams, as we'll see, tend to run her as the only dendro option.
Oh, that's gonna be so good with Kanich. Oh, the people who like really liked Emily. Oh God. Oh, if they like Kanich too. Oh, that's gonna be so nice. Oh, that sounds so good. Dia, Kanich, C2, Emily. Oh, that sounds so nice. I wonder who the last one would be. Oh my goodness. Ooh. I feel like we should just yeah, that was my bad. I kind of forgot about Abby. My bad. Oops.
Again, it's mostly benefiting her. There are some teams where you can pair her with another dendro unit where this constellation will be even better.
Kanich is gonna be so good, man.
Even just for her, it's pretty nice, especially if you're not running the Deepwood set, increasing your Emily's damage pretty significantly when paired with her C1 as well, making her first two constellations pretty solid early stopping points if you want to get them. Keep in mind though that Emily is a pretty good unit even at C0, and her gameplay doesn't change much with these constellations. They just make her stronger, so you can get them if you want, but don't feel forced to, although they are, in my opinion, pretty good for increasing her personal damage as a sub DPS. Moving on, her C3 and 5 will increase her talent levels. For Emily's C4, this will increase the duration of her burst by 2 seconds and also decrease the interval between opponents being selected as the target from 0.7 seconds to 0.4 seconds, which is nice, especially for bursting down a specific enemy and making it a decent C4, especially for the burst duration increase. Lastly, for Emily's C6, here Emily will gain a dendro infusion for 5 seconds after using her skill or burst, generating a scent and also giving her damage an additional 300% scaling that is obviously also dendro damage, and this will be removed after 4 scents are created, with this effect being triggered up to once every 12 seconds. This will therefore give you a nice chunk of front-loaded damage, allowing your Emily to do normal or charge attacks that are dendro and giving her a bit more of a bursty DPS role. The scaling here is pretty high. 4 hits of dendro damage and 4 scents, which will help trigger her passive, definitely adds a nice front-loaded burst of damage, which makes it a solid C6 if you want to go all the way for a character. Overall though, as I said, you don't need any of these constellations, and Emily is a solid character even at C0. With that said, she does have good constellations, with her C1 and C2 being strong early stopping points if you want to get them. Alright, now with all that out of the way, let's talk about one of the most important sections regarding Emily's best teams and synergies.
Yeah, this one's getting important.
Now, I want to start this section off by saying that Emily has more teams than you might think, as I briefly touched on earlier in the video. While Emily as a character is heavily reliant on at least triggering the burning reaction sometimes to significantly increase her damage, outside of just wanting at least one pyro character in the team, the rest is pretty flexible, and there are many team comps that work well with Emily because she just has good off-field damage. First of all, a standard team for Emily is obviously going to be straight up burning or mono pyro. Teams that revolve around a high amount of pyro damage can obviously fit in a dendro support.
I just feel like, I don't know why I feel like this doesn't do any, like, I feel like Emily could just be Yelan in this, right? Like, I don't get this. To me, like something like Lenny. I think Lenny makes more sense. You know, maybe, or am I crazy? Am I crazy? I don't know. Like, I just feel like Yelan would be better here. I don't know.
Support like Emily, who will apply a bit of dendro.
Do you have Arlecchino? Oh no, I don't. I didn't like the character at first.
proc burning, which keeps the burning aura on enemies. They're constantly pyro. This can be with premier pyro carries like Arlecchino, Shangling, Linny, or pretty much anyone. You could use Yanfei, Klee. Again, literally almost any pyro character can work
Yanfei
here
sounds
as your
interesting.
DPS, and then running a standard formula. Typically, you'll run a pyro carry with a support like Bennett, Emily, and then a flexible last slot, oftentimes being an emo support like Kazuha, who will greatly amplify your damage, or even someone like Zhongli, who can reduce the resistance of enemies and also provide you with a tanky shield, or even running another Dendro character, acting as a battery, a potential on-fielder, a deepwood holder, and just another option of many. And so running basically any variation of a mono pyro or mono burning team can work very well with Emily, as she can just be slotted in here without really any risk. As mentioned, you will typically have two pyro characters, Emily, and then a flexible last slot of either another pyro, a Nemo, Dendro, or a generic support like Zhongli. Personally, I've had the most success with this team right here, given how strong it is at a baseline, with Emily having good personal damage here as well, and the burning reaction is just a small bonus that adds up and that helps Emily do more damage. Additionally, you could also slot in Farina in this team, running something like...
This is what I'm saying. This team looks good because in two factions. Like, I think it's good for Emily because since Emily doesn't snapshot, like, you'll have Farina's ramping like fanfare buff, right? So she'll be able to benefit off screen, right, or off field, right? And Bennett's buff can be snapshotted by Shangling, right? And so I guess this would be a time for you to on-field Emily while she's getting ramping damage from Farina and is getting the on-field effect from Bennett, like the on-field attack buff from Bennett, because she's sitting there on field, and still getting the ramping bonus from Farina. But if she has to swap off, it's not like a bad thing because she doesn't snapshot. I think this team's good. I really do want to try this one out. Do you like Capitano? I think he's... A lot of people like him. I think he's fine. I don't, he seems cool. Yeah. I don't really know much about the character. I guess I just know he just looks cool, I guess. But I don't really... Yeah, I don't really know. I have to see him in game.
Or a similar variation, and in this team, your Frida will be able to forward vape, amplifying her damage on top of just being solid units overall here. Farina will provide you with a large damage bonus to your whole team, have solid personal damage, and then also be able to run other strong characters, again, like Shangling, Bennett, and Emily, who will all deal good damage here. You'll get Burning, Vaporize on Farina, and you'll get a lot of damage buffs. Additionally, worth noting that if your Bennett is C6, your Emily can actually do some pyro-infused normal attacks on field if that's something you want to do. But for the most part, you can kind of just quick swap around, and it is a team that will work. Outside of just these pyro teams, though, you can also run Emily in a burn melt team with a cryo carry, with Risley being a notable one, where you could pair him with Bennett and then a flexible pyro character who will apply pyro like Shangling, Toma, or even Dea, and then running Emily as the last slot here, keeping the burning and pyro aura on enemies, as your Risley will get some melts. This can also be ran with other crowd characters like Ganyu, for example, although Risley has been my favorite, and this team in particular once again has performed quite well for me as far as Risley teams go, and has been surprisingly fun to play. Now, outside of burn melt, you can also run Emily with a hydro carry, notably Neuvillette, enabling a lot of different reactions happening at once. You can not only trigger burning with a fast pyro plier like Shangling, but you'll also be able to get some vaporizes on your Neuvillette and act as another element for Neuvillette's passive to make his charge attacks much stronger. What ends up happening in this team is that if you trigger the burning at the start of your rotation and then swap to Neuvillette, you will be able to get not only a lot more damage on your Emily because you're proccing burning, making her a solid sub DPS, but also acting as another element, allowing you to trigger the occasional bloom, a hydro related reaction, the occasional vaporize, and once again synergize very well with Neuvillette's kit that scales based on having other elements outside of just hydro in your team and making him deal much more damage. Something I want to mention though is that Neuvillette does apply a lot of hydro, particularly against a lot of enemies. If your beam is hitting everything, you can end up applying too much hydro, but for the most part, if you're doing a proper rotation, you should have good enough burning uptime to make Emily a solid character in this team and have synergy with Neuvillette. The rest of this team is very flexible, however, provided you have a solid pyro plier like Shangling, and then use a last slot that doesn't mess up your reactions with so many different characters being viable. Personally, I've been enjoying running a shielder like Zhongli to make sure my C0 Neuvillette doesn't get interrupted, but even an amplifying support like Kazuha can work. Also, I wanted to mention that Zhongli has the added benefit in an Emily team of being able to run the Deepwood memory set, provided his pillar is on field and hitting the enemies you're fighting, so be mindful of that, and it will honestly greatly increase your damage and make Zhongli even
Oh, thank
more
God,
relevant
finally.
in almost
Ugh.
any team that has a flexible slot available. Moving on, you could also run Emily in a Burgeon team, but keep in mind that because Emily's Dendro application is not the fastest, for a Burgeon team in particular, you will need to run another Dendro character with her to make sure you're triggering a consistent amount of Burgeons, and so running her with someone like Nahida in this team would be recommended. Outside of that, you'll run a Hydro character and a Pyro Burgeon trigger, typically being an EM Toma, or even someone like Shangling, and then your Hydro character can be super flexible. It can be an off-field sub-DPS like Xingqiu or Yelan, or it could even be a Hydro on-fielder like Kokomi or Ayato if you want to auto-attack on them. Moving on, burning is also a reaction you can sort of sneak into some quicken teams, particularly with an Electro carry. In fact, if your Electro application is fast enough, you can maintain the quicken aura on enemies and actually get a good amount of aggravates for your Electro carries, on top of triggering burning and getting some free overloads as well. Because of this, running Emily, Toma, a fast Electro applying support like Fischl, and an Electro carry like Sino or Clorind can work and can make for a sort of quick burn team where a lot of different reactions are triggered, and you should still get, if played properly, a good amount of aggravates for your Electro carry. Also, regarding a Dendro main DPS in this team, while it is technically viable, I want to mention that not only would you need a very fast Electro off-field support like a C6 Fischl almost exclusively, but also because of the way the reactions interact with each other, if you're applying a lot of Electro, you can typically be triggering both quicken and burning sort of at the same time. The auras can coexist and you can typically get a lot of aggravates on top of having overload and burning, whereas if you apply too much Dendro and don't have—
Oh, I want to see this one. See, I wanted to see that. I wanted to see if you can somehow slot in Electro with her, because you know how Hydro interacts with burning. It doesn't like completely like zap the aura completely, yeah? Or does it? Does Hydro? No, Hydro zaps. No, Hydro will zap burning and turn it into Burgeon, right? Or turn it into like a no. How does it work? And then how does Electro work in there, right? If there's Dendro and Pyro on somebody, you trigger Overload. Does it get rid of the Dendro aura? And does it become Quicken? Like, what happens?
have enough out of offering both quicken—
Hydro vapes and consumes the burning. Okay, so what happens to the Dendro? Does the Dendro turn it into a Bloom core? Yeah, that would make sense. It vapes and blooms, so vape bloom. Okay. So then what happens? So, okay.
And burning sort of at the same time. The auras can coexist and you can typically get a lot of aggravates on top of having overload and burning, whereas if you apply too much Dendro and don't have enough Electro, then you can end up
Vape Bloom Burgeon. I see, okay.
Aura and end up triggering burning a lot more and not get as many spreads on your Dendro character. This can still be viable though if played correctly and if you have enough Electro, but this may need a strict rotation and more testing, so be wary of this, but it's still something that I wanted to mention. Although as I said, a quick burn team with an Electro carry will be more consistent and easier.
Unfortunate.
Lastly, for those wondering, you could technically use her as a second Dendro slot in a Nilou team, but keep in mind that she won't have good synergy here. It's mostly just because she applies some Dendro, particularly a decent amount with her ult that you can kind of spam, but she won't really do much special compared to just another generic Dendro slot here. It's just a viable choice
just
in case you
vape.
really want to play these characters together. Outside of that though, all the other teams I mentioned I have been enjoying, with my personal favorites being Burnmelt, Neuvillette, and especially Mono Pyro or Mono Burning teams, paired with a solid Pyro carry and a flexible last slot, with Kazuo being my favorite for grouping and buffs. Alright, now with that out of the way, let's get into a showcase of Emily in a few different teams. Now keep in mind that as a sub DPS or a support, while her personal damage is quite good, obviously the team will be carried by the main DPS, so it won't just be Emily doing damage, obviously, but I will show her in her teams where it performed really well for me. I'm going to be using her with my Arlecchino and also my Linny, whom are both built very well. I'll also have a clip with Risley, although this was recorded on the Asia test account.
I know that like Linny sounds so good here. I don't know why Linny sounds amazing here. I want to see.
C1 Risley, but everything else is basically the same. In fact, the builds were a bit worse than mine. Regarding my Emily build, however, she is currently on Deathmatch, R5, a battle pass weapon, and I was using Jade Spear with Risley, and I'm on the 4-piece Unfinished Reverie set, C0 of course, and level 9, 8 talents. Regarding her stats, she has a solid crit ratio of 95, 195 with 150 energy recharge, just because I like using my burst. Also, my Arlecchino and Linny are both obviously C0, and with that in mind, I hope you enjoyed the guide and I hope you'll enjoy the showcase. Let's go.
Oops. A little ambiance. Oh, that can't be correct. I don't think her English voice is that bad, right? But boy, do I enjoy her JP voice. And her KR voice too. Oh wait, here we go. Oh nice. Yay! Oh, and these two. Thank you! Where would you like me to go? Oh. What? What the fuck? Oh.
Please no, please no.
You nasty bitch. Where the fuck is it? Wait, is she the up?
And so yeah, overall, Emily's a character that I personally really have been enjoying. Like, I don't want to oversell her or anything because she is replaceable. Like, you can use so many options in so many of the teams where she fits. But as a burning support, someone that can actually make use of the burning reaction, who will probably synergize with the future region as well, is a character that I've had a lot of fun using and personally do like. If there's anything I want to add, it will be in a pinned comment, so be sure to check that. And I hope you enjoyed the showcase. Thanks so much for watching, and as always, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
One more.
Oh my god.
Ooh, yo, yo.
Yep. Yep. I think that we need to see a little more creativity from these teams. I genuinely think that, like, if you take advantage of slow Hydro app, and is there like slow Electro app too? Is that another thing that you can do? Because you want the Burning Aura to stay, right? And the Burning Aura has to appear like once every, what, 8 seconds or whatever? So they should get sense, right? So I guess to me, I'm like, well, if you have like slow appliers of another element that gets rid of the Burning Aura, at least for a little bit, right? But then you can restore it again. I guess to me, it kind of opens up your team options. It's not as though you can't run some of these things. It's just that you have to be careful and mindful about how your reactions are going off, right? And I think that's the part that's really interesting about her. And also, Natlan characters are gonna like burning, I guess. We're already getting 2 characters that benefit from the reaction, so I think she's gonna be good. I think she's gonna be good. Wait, let me look.
Hey everyone, it's Sevi, and welcome to my Emily guide where we'll be covering her kit and talents, constellations, best artifact and weapon. Let's go over her team comps, synergies, and pointers. Again, you want to consistently refresh burning in order to unlock and maintain Emily's full damage and dendro application potential. So having a pyro source that reliably enables that will be important. Emily can do most of her functions off-field, but she can also quick swap around or stay active to catch on to buffs, giving her flexibility in terms of rotation and field times. Her first straightforward template is a burning focus team, which is very similar to—
Does anyone know how long, if you go on field and you get Bennett's buff, and then you swap off field, how long does that attack buff last? Does anyone know?
Pyro, using another Pyro DPS who can be off-field like Xiangling or on-field like Arlecchino.
2 seconds? Okay.
This team makes a lot of dendro and pyro damage simultaneously. Bennett is a very valuable support to heal and provide a huge attack buff for the on-field unit. Though, note that since Emily does not snapshot, Bennett's buff uptime on her will largely vary depending on how much time you give her on-field. In some cases, it's good to give Emily a more on-field presence, especially to maintain Bennett's buff on her. And if you have C6 Bennett, you can make Emily's normal attacks.
Yeah, does that work? Because of Bennett's Pyro Infusion? Does that work? That works, right? Or at least it sounds like it should work.
And she can
Oops.
pyro-related buffs. You can add a VV Animo unit to shred pyro resistance for your pyro DPS and infuse their Animo ability with pyro too. Grouping enemies also helps set them up for Emily's A1 and burst AoE damage. Geo can also be possible as Geo application does not disrupt pyro auras as much, such as Zhongli for shielding and shredding resistances.
Oh boy.
A variant of this is a hyper carry team template with Emily as your primary DPS together with supports aimed at buffing her. With enough investment, Emily herself can do enough damage to effectively carry the team. Furthermore, we can add in other high damage reactions to the mix. If you can maintain a consistent burning pyro aura combined with a hydro or cryo DPS who will trigger vaporize or melt respectively on a
Hi,
burning
Natron.
enemy,
Good to
that
see you.
can be a burn vaporize or burn melt template. Applying hydro on pyro will trigger a forward vaporize, but since hydro consumes a pyro aura,
So Farina and who else? So Candace, Siegewind, Farina. Who else? Candace, Siegewind, Farina. And is everyone else just kind of too fast? Is that what it is? But you would really want anyone else besides Farina, right? Yeah.
it'll also get rid of the pyro or burning aura more easily. As such, a very fast hydro applicator like Singcho can overwhelm the aura instead and prevent many vaporizes from triggering. So instead, we want slower hydro application. Farina is extremely good for this role, as her hydro application is slower but can deal big hits, especially Crabaletas, allowing for strong vaporize triggers over time. A C0 Yelan is also a good candidate, as her hydro application won't be too fast, so it'll be more single target oriented. On the other hand, Cryo and Burn Melt teams are generally easier to work with. Compared to Hydro, Cryo consumes the Pyro Aura much slower, so it's harder for Cryo to remove the Pyro Aura. As such, a Cryo DPS can more reliably trigger reverse melts on Pyro-affected enemies. Ganyu, Risley, Rosaria, and Kaya have notable reverse melt playstyles, and Emily can fit in their teams quite well. A somewhat niche template is a Quicken Burning team that ends up proccing combinations of Quicken, Burning, and Overload reactions. You would want a lot of electro application on the team to keep up the Quicken aura in order to aggravate, so a combo of Chlorant and Fischl or Sino and Fischl would be ideal. As a result, the burning uptime won't be as high, but it should be periodically refreshed enough with a Pyro applicator for Emily to maintain her level 2 case. This isn't necessarily one of Emily's strongest team templates, but it's one way to play her with an electro DPS while still getting the perks of burning for her damage. One more niche way to play her is making her a Burgeon trigger.
Oh, are these from other summer events? Oh, that's cute. Aw. Oops.
Hello. Damage reactions to the mix. If you can maintain a consistent burning pyro aura combined with a hydro or cryo DPS who will trigger vaporize or melt respectively on a burning enemy, that can be a burn vaporize or burn melt template. Applying hydro on pyro will trigger a forward vaporize, but since hydro consumes a pyro aura very quickly, it'll also get rid of the pyro or burning aura more easily. As such, a very fast hydro applicator like Singcho can overwhelm the aura instead and prevent many vaporizes from triggering. So instead, we want slower hydro application. Farina is extremely good for this role, as her hydro application is slower but can deal big hits, especially Crabaletas, allowing for strong vaporize triggers over time. A C0 Yelan is also a good candidate, as her hydro application...
The music here is good. Wait, let me look.
Yeah! Scatter! Skyward!
Alright, bye, Rage! Thanks for stopping by. Aw. I'm gonna miss this event.
Yeah. Got her.
I'm gonna miss this so much. Man. This shit was so fun. Oh, this is so good. Oh, this was so good. See, look, now I have 2 events to look forward to. Actually 3. That one event that I really liked, that the first time I got to try out all the characters, there's that event. And then the you know, the one where you got to try all the characters and they wanted you to do the reactions and stuff. That one, potions, and this. The music here is so magic can't coded. I love it. Oopsie. Oop. What happened here? Okay. After seeing the past event icons on the map and recent dev discussion, I'm full on hoping they're bringing back past events. Yeah, because apparently I'm missing like major Albedo story stuff. Because I just wasn't here. My bad. Hello.
Ah, what trinkets have we here? Present them for one's perusal.
Am I done? After you've obtained a certain number of blanks, you can, or whatever they're called, excerpts of bliss, you can unlock the joyous letter gadget. The letter can search for all excerpts in Simulanka. Use it well to more easily explain every excerpt. Well, why do I need that? For what? Oh wait, did I lose it? Uh-oh. I thought I was already using this. What? Oh, all of them. Oh, neat. Okay. Can I be honest? Can every region have that? And what happens if you do collect all of them? Like, can I turn these in somewhere or something? You would have missed no Primo Gems. Oh, okay. What the f- Oh, I was about to say! Damn, yoink that shit out. I almost felt bad for that box. Oops.
Ah, what trinkets have...
I am still getting C1 Shenyu. There's no way.
Here. Present them for one's perusal.
I guess rather than... Not the puzzles, per se. But what's the point of getting the little pieces of paper anymore? This wind's too strong. Hello? The wind's too strong. Hello? Alright, Jean. It's your time.
I swear by my soul.
No? Okay, well. Oh, oops.
Won't be too fast, so it'll be more single target oriented. On the other hand, Cryo and Burn Melt teams are generally easier to work with. Compared to Hydro, Cryo consumes the Pyro Aura much slower, so it's harder for Cryo to remove the Pyro
It does? Okay.
Aura. As such, a cryo DPS can more reliably trigger reverse melts on pyro-affected enemies. Ganyu, Risley, Rosaria, and Kaya have notable reverse melt playstyles, and Emily can fit in their teams quite well. A somewhat niche template is a quicken burning team that ends up proccing combinations of quicken, burning, and overload reactions. You would want a lot of electro application on the team to keep up the quicken aura in order to aggravate, so a combo of Chlorant and Fischl or Sino and Fischl would be ideal. As a result, the burning uptime won't be as high, but it should be periodically refreshed enough with the pyro applicator for Emily to maintain her level 2 base. This isn't necessarily one of Emily's strongest team templates, but it's one way to play her with an electro DPS while still getting the perks of burning for her damage. One more niche way to play her is making her a Burgeon trigger herself. This can be done by inserting a Hydro unit with persistent off-field application to periodically trigger Bloom to create Dendro cores, then using C6 Bennett to infuse Emily with Pyro and make her normal attacks trigger Burgeon on those cores. You'll mix burning and Bloom reactions on enemies, so
This
she'll
character's
still
so
deal
cool.
her buff Dendro damage, but this time it'll get additional AoE damage from Burgeons. The build goals will also change as you can start building more EM on her, though it doesn't necessarily have to be a full EM build, as her damage is still a mix of both her raw Dendro damage and Burgeon. If you're considering using her in a Nilu team or even a quick and focus team, she technically can work if only to provide Dendro application off-field. However, she's not really a recommended option compared to others with more to offer, like those who can consolidate different roles, like with better application, damage, additional buffing utilities, and or team sustain. And since you will not be getting any burning from the team reactions, you will not trigger her Ascension passives or even her level 2 case, lowering her damage and making her application...
Girl, that shitty level 1 case. The shitty... Y'all smell that? What is that? Emily's shitty. Oh my god, that level 1 case. With an axe? Ew, nasty. Axe body spray. Emily, put that shit away. Ew. It smells like shit. Ew. Huh? What's that? Fabuloso? What? Boiled Fabuloso? Are you crazy? Huh?
Been much more single target focused and slower. Basically, she's very far from her potential in such teams.
Yeah.
Of course, these team suggestions are not exhaustive or definitive. Explore other team possibilities and see what other
Yeah, Lady sounds interesting. I like that.
suggest to find out what works best for you. And that's it for this Emily guide. I don't find her to be groundbreaking, but she's a solid damage dealer with a clearly defined role.
I don't want to hear that.
This value is filling in a niche
I don't want to
that
hear
gives
that.
oriented teams more chances to shine. But of course, there's room for growth in the future if we get more units that can slot in her best team templates. Let me know in the comments if you pulled or are pulling for her and what you think of her so far. If this video helped you out, don't forget to leave a like.
Star Rail
subscribe
meta
to my channel
changes.
if you haven't already, and I will see you all soon. Take care.
Did I tell you guys that I got C2 Gene? And now that I have C2 Gene and C2 Dia, I kind of feel like all of my dreams have come true with these standard characters. And I guess I kind of feel like the only thing I should be doing is going for more Dias, potentially for C6 Dia. But I don't know, because Tainari is cool and everything, but I can't imagine myself really using him that much unless that stupid what's it called? The flying thing? The flying dog? The flying thing? Maybe would make me want to use him. But even then, I'm like, is he strong enough on his own? You know? I don't know, man. Like, I actually am kind of interesting.
A few days ago, Genshin announced that you can pick your very own standard banner 5-star absolutely for free once a year, every year, for as long as you play Genshin Impact. In this video, we're gonna go over.
I think I want to wait. I think I'm actually gonna wait. I don't know if there's a rush to pull it to go for this. Honestly, I think I should see how Natlan plays out. Because if you have a year to pull these, right, it doesn't go away, right? It stays for like the year. There's no limited time here, and you get one a year. So if there's unlimited time, then I could just wait, right, and see what the region has to offer, and maybe one of them might. It goes away in October. Ooh. Only the patch? Okay.
Character is worth getting but which constellations are worth working towards for you? Welcome to Jello Impact, where we build
October
and
8th.
test every single character to help you decide who you want to wish for and build. First, looking at Chi-Chi, I think she is the one that is the most obvious skip. The only reason you would ever go for Chi-Chi is just because you find her cute, you want to use her. It's not that she's useless, you can use her on some meme Farina teams, either as an on-fielder or with Clorand, which is mostly a meme. There's a lot of better healers out there. Even though she does lots of healing, she doesn't do anything else. She doesn't provide much energy, can't battery Eula. Overall, just a bit of a miss of a character, but you can still make her work. She did get buffed with Farina. You can still...
She's actually that bad, right? He's calling you out. I think you should shut the fuck up, okay?
6-star with on-field Chi-Chi with Farina, just build slam and stuff. Don't get her constellations. They are really bad. They don't add to her kit at all. So that's Chi-Chi. For Kaching, okay, so she's if you think about this, so this is a free character.
I also didn't realize this, but me getting Kaching at that moment that I did when I first started playing the game, that actually was so insanely lucky. Not only did I lose to 50-50, I could have had Raiden. I could have had Raiden. I could have had Raiden. Raiden could have been my Kaching. I could have had Raiden this whole time. Oh my god. Ugh. Oh, ugh. Can you imagine this whole time? I would have gotten Nahida right afterwards. Oh man. That would have changed everything. Wow. But I just so happened to get Kaching. And I thought that was like a thing that was easy to do. It could have been Tainari, it could have been Chi-Chi, it could have been like Diluc. It could have been Diluc. Oh man. It could have been so many different things. But it just so happened to be Kaching. That's so funny. What?
Her best role is an aggravate DPS, and you can also run her as the sort of hyper bloom driver.
What if I listen to Scott and I wished on Yoimiya's banner? Oh my fucking god. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Can you imagine my first 5-star and the one that I expect to carry me through most of Kitchen's content being fucking Yoimiya? Oh my god. Oh, with no Xingqiu at the time? Oh my god.
Where you have this basically the Sino team with Farina, Nahida, Baiju. If you have the makings for an aggravate team, so official Kirara, especially C4 Kirara, but any Kirara, especially with Kaching and Kazuha, or official Yao Yao Kazuha, even Sucrose over Kazuha, Kaching is a pretty good choice, especially now that she's free. She's competing with Yaimiko for aggravate, which Yaimiko's better, but she's not free. Saving all your pulls and getting Yaimiko and getting Kaching over Yaimiko for aggravate, pretty much worth it. Raiden, Kaching arguably does aggravate better than Raiden because she can swap off at any time, and you don't really use Raiden's energy refund for your team. It's not very useful. Lisa, a properly played Lisa is about on par with Kaching because her defense try is really good, but you might not have C4 Lisa, which is
I want her so bad.
Where you really want her to really start popping off. Like that's like actually kind of hard to get.
Okay,
So
and when this Shilanin or whatever shit comes out, I'm not sure. Is it leaks or is it official? If it's official, can you fucking wait and let's watch it together, please? Oh my god.
Considering you just need one copy of Kaching, you're looking at Sethos. He needs C6.
It's drip marketing.
Kaching,
Okay, well,
opinion,
please.
Or at least maybe it's C4. Anyways, you need high constellation. And then, of course, Clorand is just...
It's going to be on official Genshin Soda?
Also not free. Now, I would say that upgrade from Kaching to Clorand is worth a 5-star pull if you're trying to build a really good aggravate team. But especially if you like Kaching and you just want a good Kazuha team with AoE with aggravate, I think that's a decent pull. Maybe we'll make a tier list for the value. I don't know. So Chi-Chi goes in bad. I'm not sure whether to put Kaching in medium or decent. We'll say, looking at the other characters, we'll say medium for now.
Okay, she's definitely decent.
Medium because of her constellation. So I don't activate standard constellations anymore, but this one I got before I started my channel. She deals extra AoE electro damage at the start point and Terminus of her blink, so she gets a tiny bit more electro application. It's all right. I think this one is still bugged. Let me know in the comments if this was fixed. I believe it's still bugged.
Okay, Twitter.
I think
Okay.
that this actually creates the part.
All right, hold on. Here we go. Here we go. Let's take a look. Drip marketing. All right, let's see. Genshin Impact. Or Genshin Update. Genshin Impact. Okay.
Particle, and even if it does, it's not that useful, especially for aggravate. Talent upgrade, not that useful because aggravate doesn't scale with talents. It's okay, but like not that great. Increasing Kuchin.
Oh, what is this? I missed all of this. What just happened? Okay, where is she? Okay, where is she? I don't see anything. There's nothing here. Okay, well.
Hey there, Xylonin. So, about the sunglasses you made me last time. Got a couple of details I'd like to adjust, especially with the temple tip patterning. Where'd she go? It's not even time for her lunch break yet. Hey, Xylonin. You there? Come on, let's go over the particulars of the glasses manufacturing process again. Thus exclaimed Mavuika at a high volume in front of Xylonin's workshop.
Booty shorts? High heels? Booty shorts? Tail?
Oh my god. Oh my bad. Booty
Booty shorts.
I love it. Booty short. It's giving Topaz. Wait a minute. Booty shorts with a little opening for the tail. Charla? Wait, actually? Thunderbullet. Panthera oscillata. So what is she coming after? What's his name? And 5. I guess 5.1. Booty shorts. I can't wait to learn more about her character because I want to see why Zhongli was like, you know what, you, the power of Geo. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Xylonin's skill with the forge is renowned throughout Nidlan. Many come from far and wide to pay homage to her superb skill. Some hope to commission her to forge them weapons, while others only seek to see the visage of this great smith, such that they might have information of great interest to talk about.
Okay.
But Xylonin couldn't care less about what all her customers are thinking. No matter what kind of ridiculous, fancy titles others give her, before all the honors and accolades, she is first and foremost an artisan. All she need do is refine the ore, and surely and steadfastly hammer it into its final shape one blow at a time, in accordance with the customer's requirements. Reputation will not strengthen the blows of her hammer upon the anvil, nor will slander cool the coals of her furnace. However, when a customer steps into her workshop, it is not the heat of the furnace that welcomes them, but rather a long form filled with blanks needing to be filled in.
Oh my god.
I'm happy to take the commission. But first, we need to iron out the details. Effective communication means efficient work. Come on, let's talk about just what you want.
And this is about to be the Kazuha replacement. Okay. Alright, not bad. Oh, I'm not gonna look at those comments. Ooh, why did I scroll down there? Ooh, stop. Her outfit versus her occupation. It's Topaz! That's what I'm saying! Topaz, IPC member, tax collector, going to Bellabog and booty shorts. Okay? Shilonen? My bad. Hey, Shilonen, can I get a sword, please? Walk it up to me and booty shot. Yeah, sure, baby. Just fill out this form. Hey, I got you. Woo! Oh my god. Oh, girls, is this your day off? Or okay. I will have order. Anyway.
Shing's attack by 25% after an electrorated reaction. It's okay. It's some
What do you guys
substats,
think?
But again, aggravate doesn't scale.
I especially love okay, what do I like? Still a little bright for me. Could be like maybe 3-4 shades darker, right? But I do like the tail. I do like the colors. Really do like the colors. I like the heels. Heels are nice. Really love the booty shorts and the implementation of all the extra little pieces. This is Kachina's tribe, right? Is that why she has all the Geo stuff on her? Yeah. The ore jewelry tribe. Yeah, okay. Well, she's definitely got the jewelry, but it's not too elaborate. I like that, right? Her little trans rights twist, I really like too. I gotta see how she like looks in overworld, like walking around, moving around, because I'm not sure about these little tough things. We'll have to see. Oh, the nails are nice too. Lots of rings as well. Why can you guys hear her moving around? Can you hear her? I can hear the clankety clank of all the rings and the jewelry everywhere and the jingling. Can you hear her? I can hear it. Like I could just like I can hear her like if she went like this, you could hear it, right? And the high heels too. Oh, she's gonna be making noise. Oh my god. Oh, she's got pretty eyes too. I don't know. I like this. This is nice. I like her hair. She looks good. Yeah. I like the color choices too. I just don't know about these. The little arm things I'm not like the biggest fan of, but everything else, she's got these little Zhongli tassel things. Really nice. Her high heels are my favorite part. Let's see. Yeah. I never know how Genshin characters do it. I don't know how characters have high heels and are still able to go out in combat and climb walls. I wonder what our exploration paths will be too, because that's going to be all of the Natlan characters, right? All of them have some sort of movement exploration thing, right? And I wonder how she's gonna move, you know? Obviously she's not gonna, well, I mean, I don't know. I wonder how she's gonna move, actually, yeah. Wait, Dia has tassels? Wait, does she? I didn't know that. Wait, what? Oh yeah, she does, doesn't she? Yeah. I think they said she was heading to a panther or an ocelot. Oh, that'd be neat. Hello? Bayonetta? What is it? Tiger with... Was it not Tiger Within? That's... Link's Within is Jean's. What's Bayo's? Panther? Yeah. Yeah, okay. I don't know why I remember John's and not Bayo's. Oops. That's cool.
With attack, so it's all right. Like It's something. It's an increase, but it's not huge. This one's even worse than the burst. At least the burst level.
I think Dia is really unfortunate. Don't you think? Is Dia not like one of the most unfortunate characters in the game? In fact, I feel like Dia is like top like 3, like most like you really dropped the ball. You really dropped the ball. I just ugh. Oh Dia. I mean C2, yeah, right, but still like oh Dia.
Like that you get a lot of good AoE damage from the burst.
I don't know why they did that.
A little bit better. And then C6, 6% electro damage bonus for 8 seconds.
Post 28. Okay, please.
Charge attacks are considered independent entities. Does this stack? Yeah, it stacks. So you can get 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can get a 24% electro damage boost. That's actually pretty good. It's not insane like some of the other standard banner constellations, especially the newer ones in particular, but C6 is pretty decent. It's not like a normal C6. It's like a normal character's, not even a C1 of Fontaine. It's like a,
I'm gonna go for Kaching.
It's like an Inazuma C1, you know? It's good. It's good, but it's not going to change your life. And you don't need me to, if you're a Kaching main, you don't need me to tell you to save for C6. If you're that dedicated,
oh please, oh my god,
C6, no matter what, then you don't need to watch this
Star Rail meta review. What changed?
Tainari. Now this is a
what's his name?
That has some crackers constellations, but even at C0,
crackers. Crackers. That's adorable. What?
Yeah, okay, yeah. He's a dad. That's crackers.
Tainari is a very good DPS. I put him a bit low for a lot of people on my tier list. His power rivals
okay, what the fuck, dude? What?
DPSs, like his raw power, it rivals Alhaitham and everyone in single target. But you have to use the caveat in single target, and that's also with Yaimiko. Yaimiko is actually quite important for his personal damage to be at that level. Not for his personal damage, for his team damage. But this is a good character. This is a really good character. Definitely better than Kaching. I'll put him here. If you're pulling constellations, it could even be here. Well, really, what else are we gonna put here, right? Look at these.
What the fuck is this?
What do you expect? Because even at C0, he's very, very good. His single target performance is very, very good. What holds him back for me is he's very, very single target, and lots of the abysses lately are AoE. Like very, very few abysses are just single target, but you could argue that his single target performance is so good that he can just power through AoE floors, but it's really hard to do for a lot of the really big waves these days. I put him at the very top of tier 2, and people said it's because I play controller and bow characters are worse on controller, so you know what? I'll give it to you.
Wait, don't gaggle like that. Wait, shut up. Oh, that's funny. Did I like Simulanka? Oh, this is one of the best things I've done in the game. I love this. This is fantastic. It's like it's so cute. I love all of this. I put him in tier 2, and everyone was like, "You playing controller?" You know what?
And bow character top of tier 2, and people said it's because I play controller and bow characters are worse on controller, so you know what? I'll give it to you. I'll move him up for my next tier list to tier 1.5, assuming we don't get major meta shifts.
Oh wait, that's funny.
Even at C0, Tainari's a great pickup. He's got premium teams and he's got free-to-play teams. You can also guarantee his best in slot weapon from the Chronicled Wish. Hopefully they bring it back.
Please bring that shit back. Hello?
Not, he has an amazing free-to-play option with the slingshot, so Tainari very good. C1, I have C4 Tainari? Holy crap, I almost have C6. That's crazy. Tainari's charge attack crit rate increased by 15%. When there are opponents in his skill field, he gains a 20% damage bonus. This effect will last up to 6 seconds. Really good. Like, charge attack crit rate is increased by 15%. It's not his burst, but it's still his charge attack, so still really, really big for damage. Crit rate 15% is really huge. 20% damage bonus is really good. You can see that this is a much easier stackable. This is like overall better than Ching C6 because it's more consistent. Really, really good. But yeah, C3 increases his burst. Good. C4, yeah, good but not great. Aggravate and spread. not the best. C4, when his burst is unleashed, all party members gain 60 elemental mastery.
I love that one.
If it triggers Dendro reaction, elemental mastery further increased by 60. 120 elemental mastery. The latter will also cause refresh the buff state duration. Really good, because he's always played with a sub DPS, such as Fischl, Yaimiko, Risa, some sort of electro sub DPS, or Nahida, or whoever. Really, really good constellation as well.
Okay.
This is trash. You don't care about his skill levels at all. And C6 is insane. The Wreath arrow charging time is decreased by 0.9 seconds, so almost a full second charge decrease, and will produce one additional cluster boom arrow. This makes him absolutely nutty. Like, let's look up some footage. Let's take a look at this run. This is every day. Go subscribe to them if you like this. So let's see what C6 looks like, because from my understanding, it's just nutty. So we use the burst, lots of damage, and he just absolutely...
What the fuck was that?
And just destroys them. So if you've been losing, absolutely, because from my understanding, it's just nutty. So we use the burst, lots of damage, and he just absolutely unloads.
Oh my god.
And just destroys them. So if you've been losing some, you might already have a couple constellations for Tainari. You might be interested in maxing him out one day. Obviously, if you have no copies of Tainari, it's going to take you 7 years. If you never lose a 50-50, it'll take you 7 years to get him to the top.
It's funny.
But hey, maybe you decide to wish for him in Chronicled Wish. Maybe you already have a few copies. Maybe you work towards them for free to play, or for if you already lost a 50-50 to him, free to play or not. I think he's probably a top choice. He's either top, but I think decent is just because of those constellations. It's really crazy.
Oh god, Star Rail. Oh, I just thought about Star Rail. Oh my god. Oh, I just thought about Star Rail. We're gonna watch this special program. You know what it's gonna be? Trash cans are back again. Oh my god. We've had such positive feedback about all of our trash cans, but then we're gonna grab even more. More trash cans.
Next, I'm gonna go over Mona. Now, I'm gonna do a Mona guide very, very soon.
Yeah. Okay.
Fontaine, probably next month, or not Fontaine, in Natlan, because I think Mona has gotten a decent bit better. I still don't know if I want to put her in medium or decent. I've been using her with 2 teams, Chlorand. So Chlorand, Farina, Nahida, Mona, where you get extra Hyper Blooms and big damage boost and Thrilling Tales boost to Chlorand. Really, really good. And for Arlecchino, I use her in Yelan, Mona, Bennett, and then I open with Yelan, then use Bennett, then use Mona, and Thrilling Tales past Arlecchino. Both of those teams absolutely cracked, so good, and I'm definitely going to make a guide showcasing all of it.
The secrets of the mechanical arts are too profound.
All right, everyone. Old, but white. So good.
But if you have those 2 characters, she's definitely decent. Otherwise, she's just medium. Otherwise, she's actually
so good.
I'm gonna put her in medium. C1 increases vaporize damage by 15%. This might be good with Milani.
I might have to make it an emote. It might have to be an emote.
This could be very interesting. Apparently, the freeze one is broken. I don't know if they fixed it. I think they might have, but I'm not sure. Hydro swirl damage kind of sucks, so it's weird. That's one of the
What the fuck?
That's okay. And then
Bro, what? That sucks.
Apparently the freeze one is broken. I don't know if they fixed it. I think they might have, but I'm not sure. Hydro swirl damage kind of sucks. So
It's kind of fucking awful. What?
Increases, but that's okay. And then electro charge damage increase. Hey, it's an increase, but the vaporize one is the big one because vaporize scales really well with this type of damage bonus. So if you're getting C1 Mona for Vaporize, I think maybe this is good for my Arlecchino team too. Maybe I'll pick Mona for my free one.
What the fuck is this?
I'm not sure if I'll activate any more cons for my standard banner 5 stars, by the way. I'm still thinking about it. I haven't made any decisions yet. When a normal attack hits, there's a 20% chance to be automatically followed by a charge attack. This is for DPS Mona. DPS Mona pretty beans, so I don't recommend that. Sounds
beans?
Increases.
What was the other thing he said? Crackers? Beans.
Burst by 3, pretty good. She does good damage in her buff skills at those levels, so pretty good. When any other party member attacks an opponent affected by Omen, their crit rates increase by 15%. It's
Oh, that's
not
nice.
bad. If you're running a bit low crit rate anyways already on your character, this could be quite good. I wouldn't recommend
What the
lowering
fuck
your
is
crit rate
this?
purposely, just because Omen doesn't last that long, so you might be gimping your damage later on in the rotation, but potentially pretty good. And then C6, Mona gains a 60% increase the damage of her next charge attack. Yeah, another DPS Mona, and DPS Mona even with C6 I think is pretty beans. So overall, I'm not sure. I don't know. If you have like Arlecchino, Clorand, then it's here. Like decent and medium also sound kind of the same. Good. I don't know. It's really tough. Don't just look at the ranking and listen more to what I'm saying. This ranking doesn't really matter. Maybe I should just stop doing the tier list thing and you can just judge for yourself. Next is going to be Dea. Now Dea's super interesting. Dea's gotten a lot better. She supports Clorand, Arlecchino, Novalet.
Clorand. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that is a reason to use her, huh?
Support these days for the interruption resistance.
I love this
tenacity,
character.
Buff potentially off-field pyro application a little bit here and there. She can do kind of cope version, but it's not too good. At C0, I'd put her in solid as well. And with Constellations, she becomes much better as a DPS. So C1, HP increased by 20%. She deals bonus damage based on her max HP. This makes her like a usable DPS. I really want this C1 as well. When Dea uses Molten Inferno, the duration of the Fiery Sanctum field will be increased by 6%. If this increases the interruption resistance amount by 6 seconds, then that's massive. My understanding that it doesn't increase the interruption resistance, or if it does, it's by less than a second. So unfortunately, kind of yikes. At least it does a bit more damage, but it doesn't do very much damage to begin with. Talent upgrade for her burst, pretty good for DPS. Restores energy to Dea. This is huge. This actually makes Varukasha's glow her best in slot artifact set over Emblem, because you no longer need
so good
from it. So C4, and that gives her more damage. C4
Thank you, Puppy.
And then C6 increases her crit rate by 10% and increases her crit damage by 15%, and crit damage can increase by a maximum of 60% this way. So really, really big. C6 makes her about as good as C1 Hu Tao, or
why is everyone saying that?
Maybe not even C1 Arlecchino, C0.5 Arlecchino. Maybe C0 Arlecchino.
Oh my
There's
god.
a lot to invest in your Dea, but hey, if you've already lost some 50-50s, and you want to build DPS Dea, then working towards those constellations is good. I wish if C2 gave longer interruption resistance, I would put her here at least, but because it doesn't, maybe here. I feel like I'm gonna end up with no one in good. Maybe we just need this. I don't know. Let's see how it plays out first. Next is gonna be D-Luke. So D-Luke has a niche as the very best plunge character because his
What the fuck? Jello. He's the character who has the strongest plunge multipliers on his normals. Not best plunge character. I don't know about that. There's two more.
Raw talent scalings. He's just constructed alternatively. He has just higher plunge damage than any other character for just no reason. So for that reason, he becomes the best Shanyan plunge carry, except for, you know,
Kami and Zhao
or Navia, which sometimes he's better, sometimes he's worse, depending on whatever. I generally prefer Navia the most, Sumi, and then Zhao, and then D-Luke. But D-Luke's pretty good.
Hello.
I'm gonna go with solid. Maybe it's. But the thing is, like, yes, he does the best plunge, but you also could just do, you know, any claymore. Like, you could do Dea as well, and it wouldn't be that much worse. Like, yeah, it is the best plunge multiplier, but is that worth it? Let's look at his constellations. C1, 15% more damage to opponents whose HP is above 50%. I mean, it's not bad. It's a 15% damage increase half the time. It's all right, and it does apply to his plunge. D-Luke also does have some really cool melt stuff. That's too dank for me, but it's quite good if you do it properly. When D-Luke takes damage, his attack increased by 10%.
Arcantony Swink is getting robbed. Right.
5%. This is not that useful for him because you really don't want to be taking damage. Upgrades talent level. If this was a normal attack talent level, it would actually be incredible, but sadly it's his skill. Okay for melt, but not good for plunge. Like, it's good for melt, bad for plunge. Casting Searing Onslaught in rhythm greatly increases damage dealt. Insane. Let me know what that even means in the comments.
Ooh.
I don't think it's good. But Searing Onslaught is his skill. The combo deals 40% additional damage. C5 increases his burst level, and C6
Girl, he's
after
shit.
casting Searing Onslaught, the next 2 normal attacks within the next
Just
6
say
seconds
it.
will have their damage
Say
and
it.
attack speed increased. Unfortunately, attack speed pretty bad for Claymore characters. My understanding is these constellations are kind of mid and not really worth going for, but I think he belongs with these characters. I kind of feel maybe it's like this.
He belongs
Mona
in the
and Dave are
trash.
A bit more useful because of their support potential, but I don't know. And then the very last one is Jean. And Jean is an excellent, excellent free character to partner up with Farina. Yeah, you might have saw you, but Jean stacks the fanfare stacks faster. She works great with Farina, Yelan, and then a driver such as Hu Tao or especially Raiden. That's my personal favorite team. C2 gives you the attack speed. C4 makes her a better Animo support by decreasing the Animo res. C5 talents, C3 talents. C6 reduces incoming damage within the field. This is like okay
What the
for
fuck?
Raiden double hydro because you're gonna take less damage and be a bit more tanky, but mostly it's
Oh,
not
the
that
song.
good. So pretty much her constellations cap out at C2 if you don't use an Animo DPS with her, and C4 if you do. She's still not a ceiling Animo DPS partner, even with C4. It's really good, but it's like you already have Farzan. So yeah, she's still good. Like it's still good, don't get me wrong. But I really, really like her with Raiden. I tend to actually prefer Jean over Shan Yun for Raiden double hydro, and I really like Raiden double hydro. Also Cloran double hydro, Hu Tao double hydro. If you don't have Shan Yun, you can use Jean, and she's a really good pickup if you have Farina. You know what? I don't know. All of these characters are good for some people. Like they have
What the fuck?
specific use cases where they can help you out. If you're going for high con Tainari, incredible. If you need a healer for your Farina, incredible. If you need interruption resistance for those certain teams, I don't know about incredible, but pretty solid. And if you go for high con, pretty good. So I'm gonna put her one down. Mona, if you have Arlecchino or Clorand or Mulani, a fun option, so I'm gonna put her here. And Kaching, I think something like this overall. But all of them, except for Chi-Chi, really have a decent use if you have a plan in mind for them. And that's the story of Genshin Impact overall these days. So I think the standard banner characters are actually in a better spot than they were before Fontaine. Like before it was kind of just Tainari, and now with Fontaine, like, and maybe Kaching, and now like Jean, Mona, and Diluc are actually quite a bit better, and Dea too. They're like quite a bit, all of them are quite a bit better. Even Chi-Chi's quite a bit better than she used to be. So let me know who you're.
All right, Joe, that's enough. All right, Joe, that's enough. All right, now what am I watching here?
Guys, today we're doing something that I haven't done in a long time, going over Friday Wins tier list. For Honkai Star Rail.
If that wasn't clear from the thumbnail and title of this video.
But it's been updated. I've waited a long while. I think I've missed the last 2 or 3 tier list updates that they've done. And I was trying to wait for everything to get collected so that I could see all the differences. And then we could take into account the new meta being like break effect, or the follow-up having a huge rise in the game. And then of course we're still comparing everything to Acheron, right? Acheron's being like the pinnacle or the standard of what we compare DPS to in the game, right? We've talked about that. We can actually talk about where things are placed, who might have gone up or who might have gone down. From what I can see, based on the last time I looked at this, and again, I could be wrong because it's been some months. Ratio was in tier 1. Dill Pickle and Jing Liu were in tier 0.5. Topaz, I want to tell you, was in tier 2. Silver was in tier 2. One of these were in tier 1, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember which one. Winifin was in tier 3. Asta was in tier 3. Sampo was in tier 2. Shui Yi might have still been here, if I'm not mistaken. No, Shui Yi was in tier 3 the last time I looked at a tier list. And Argenti, was Argenti next to Blade and Himiko the last time? I feel like they were here as well. Acheron being in tier 0, absolutely justified. And we'll go through like the DPS characters.
You know what I'm starting to like kind of feel like a little jaded about in Star Rail is like what if the content just doesn't favor you, you know? Like what if there's no dot blessings and you're playing dot? What if it's favoring break and you're playing follow up? Like if you're there's like the elements that you have to consider, right? Which is one aspect of it, right? But then also like if current blessing, current meta doesn't favor your unit, isn't the tier list just like a matter of, well, I don't know, there's a lot of Fire Week content right now, so Firefly is really good, and therefore Himiko was also really good and moving up on the tier list. To me, I kind of like that this is E0, right? Oh, thank God. Oh, I was like, what the fuck? Thank you. I'm glad that this is E0. I'll say that. Because it just feels like if you're not Acheron, I don't know. I'm not sure if many of these characters could actually do anything about it not favoring them.
Right,
Or like
so
Blessing's not
damage
favoring them.
will go down and stuff like that, yeah. Acheron at tier 0, cannot question this.
Yep, that's good.
The only other character that I think is going to hit this, Fei Xiao, as far as just a raw damage dealer goes. Right?
I hope
Ratio
so.
is not hitting Acheron levels. We've come to the acceptance of this as a community. Dill Pickle and Jing Liu are just not on Acheron level.
What?
It's gotten to a point now where I don't see as many Jing Liu mains, to be honest, saying anything about it, but I do see a lot of Dill Pickle mains saying
What?
about it. Where at one point they were in denial, like saying like,
Oh no, I don't see the hype by Acheron. Dill Pickle does blah blah blah. He's superior. My Dill Pickle does so much more damage.
whoever it may be, Daniel or
What the
Jing Liu
fuck?
main, right? Anyone for that matter. It's very clear now. Acheron is uncontested. The only other character
What?
that could contest her in terms of damage output, damage performance, is Firefly. Firefly is.
You talk about Dong Hong.
But she's under the specialist category, so we'll talk about that in a bit. Going from that to from tier 0 to tier 0.5, we have Ratio. I think Ratio is solid. It's interesting to me to see that Ratio jumped up, and then these two went down, both being Jing Liu and Imagine Dragon. I think it's interesting because Ratio, for a relatively speaking, if we're keeping things fair, 888 without their signature light cones, I don't think Ratio is a 0.5 DPS. I think, given the criteria, Ratio is still a tier 1 DPS. Now hear me out. Why do I say that? Because if Ratio doesn't have his premium options, that means that the team needs their premium options. I understand Ratio has a pretty solid free-to-play team, being what is it? Ratio, maybe Robin, Taylor, and whatever sustain you want, I guess. I don't know. It really just depends on what you have. The ideal Ratio team is Ratio, Topaz, Robin, and Aventurine. Follow-up attack in general is probably, at this point, the most premium costing team.
Yeah, it
if
is.
You want the best results.
Yeah,
The
you
best
do.
performance in my
All you got
opinion.
is March.
The best team to have follow-up attack is very expensive. Ratio, Topaz, Aventurine, and Robin. Topaz, you don't even want her by herself. You want E0S1 or E1S1. Robin, now we have a new light cone for her, so it doesn't matter. The March 7th, that light cone with a new March 7th on it, the Imagine, that's just busted for Robin. Absolutely put that on your Robin if you're free to play. Shit, even if you're not free to play, it's probably going to be a really good option. So I can't even say that she wants her signature on this team. He can get away with cruising, right? But again, with him with cruising, you want to make up for that damage difference and the debuff difference by giving her E1S1. And then of course you have Venturing. Now you could replace Topaz with Silver. We'll get into that in just a moment. You could replace that with Silver. Two issues with Silver. Number one, most players did not pull her signature light cone. Number two, only players who played during patch 1.0/1.1 have access to a light cone called Before the Tutorial Mission Start.
Oh my
It's one
God.
of the most busted Nihility light cones because of what it allows you to do, which is, it just gives you energy for defense reduced. When you attack someone who has a defense reduction, you gain like 8 or 16 energy, whatever the number is. Silver is always attacking a defense reduced enemy. Pela is always attacking a defense reduced enemy, which is why that light cone in particular on the both of them, as far as like getting energy, is just really good. Pushing through with Ratio, as I said, with the current criteria that Pridewind puts on themselves, I don't think Ratio is a 0.5 DPS. I think he actually fits in the same category as Jingliu and Dill Pickle. Now, I did see what Sarah's saying, and
I don't know why the fuck he's up there, but whatever.
do agree. Yun Li, again, 888 in mind, with Fall of an Aeon compared to Ratio, 888 in mind, with Cruising in the Stellar Sea. I actually think Yun Li is a 0.5 DPS character compared to Ratio. I think these two should swap. I think Yun Li should be in the 0.5 category and Ratio should be in the tier 1 category. After playing Yun Li extensively, and you guys know it, I've been all over Yun Li's dick since pre-release. Why are you guys making that frog face? What's going on? Is that turtle? Is that a turtle emote? What are you guys doing? Eo's in a Buddha. Yo, don't be putting out my search results, bro. Chill. You guys know it. I've been all over Yun Li's dick. Yun Li being 0.5 with the free-to-play options that we have available and the team options that we have available. If I were to limit their teams to 2 5 stars only, so Ratio plus Robin or whatever you want, Yun Li plus Robin or whatever you want, Yun Li's results are typically going to be better performing than Ratio's. Again, given the criteria that Pridewind has placed on their tier list. So yeah, given that criteria, we have what we have. Okay, Yun Li has Lynx as her sustain option, and she's gonna heal herself anyway. So like, worrying about damage with a character like this, she's basically Blade but better, if you want to think about it that way. Lynx, that's a free-to-play option. You could use March if you really wanted to. You don't need to, but you could use March. But let's look at Ting Yun, right? Ting Yun, a lot of players love Ting Yun. Because,
March?
Same thing with...
Why the fuck would you use March? What? Because of the high-frequency follow-up? March? That sounds like that would... No? March gives aggro? Yeah, I guess, yeah. Oh, okay, you're talking about other March. Okay, never mind. Yeah.
Buffing up the...
I was like, what, March? Okay, March. Okay, I get it.
It's not a double ult, like, oh yeah, I can save this up for one big-ass ult for double the energy. No, she just has 2 ultimates, which I think is crazy. But it works. It's so well. It works so well. Ting Yun, you have 2 ults. You have an ult guaranteed every turn. You practically get 2 ults every turn with Ting Yun on the team. And if you're using things like Quid Pro Quo to give her the energy when she needs it, or give Ting Yun the energy when she needs it to then funnel it back into Yun Li. So your 2 limited, or your 2 5-star cost literally comes down to Yun Li and then Robin, or Yun Li and then Bronya, or Yun Li and Sparkle, Yun Li and Toph, whatever you want, right? But Yun Li has a very solid free-to-play team, right? I say free-to-play because getting Yun Li and then getting another 5-star, you're guaranteed to get your 2 5-stars no matter how you play. No matter how you play Honkai Star Rail, it just comes down to how you plan it. Whether or not you have those characters doesn't mean that it's not free-to-play. Free-to-play is testable. Thank you. Yeah, that. And Ratio does have a pretty free-to-play accessible team as well, but he starts to lose out on things that he would want. So let's go down the list with Ratio. Ratio's best free-to-play accessible team would have been Ratio, and then Silver. Why? Because Silver gives him all of the debuffs on a single target that he would want, so that he has 100% all the time. Versus Toph.
Wouldn't you just use Pela with that one Nihility light cone that gives the aren't no. Yeah, that's 2.
Has E0, S0.
Wait, no, because I thought he applied 1. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh. Oops. Do I like Emily? I do, actually. I do.
888. You are not going to be getting any of those debuffs close to what Silver does from one touch, right? Silver touches them one time, they have all 3 debuffs. Topaz touches them one time, they might have 1, they might have 2. This is not including any ultimates. So, Silver and Ratio, great option. Again, what did most players do when Silver had her first run? Skip, because a lot of content creators, not me, told a lot of players, skip Silver because the best route would be for you to collect the on-element DPS character. As if spending more Jades for multiple characters wasn't a worse idea in the beginning of the game. The spin Jades on one character that would make all your DPSs on element at all times. I'm just saying. Anyhow, now we're here. Moving past that, Silver had another rerun. I think it was a few months back. Same sentiment.
Wouldn't you do like, what? Robin, Ratio. Well, Ratio is free, but if we're talking about like, okay, are we talking about limited flash? If we're talking about, if we're assuming that Ratio wasn't free, it would be like what? So Ratio, he's saying Silver Wolf, and then like what? Two other, like a Harmony and like a Preservation of some kind. You could do what? Ratio, Robin, Pela, and then who would be your Preservation? Or Sustain? Somebody? I don't know, fucking Natasha or something like that. Gallagher would be good. You're right, Gallagher, because he does apply a debuff. You're so right, actually. Yeah.
Why pull Silver when her value is so low? Silver's bad. Don't pull Silver. Silver not good.
Ratio loves Silver. So
What
here we
the
are.
fuck?
Your team options. If I'm building a two 5-star team, Ratio and Silver, we can go with Pela, right? Pela's great. And maybe a Sustain, because he'll die if you don't have that. So Gallagher? Let's do Gallagher. Yeah, Gallagher. Gallagher can also apply debuff.
What the fuck?
The ultimate. That team is not going to outperform the Young Lee team. It's just not going to keep up. You don't have your Harmony unit, and you don't need Pela. You could replace Pela with, again, sticking to my 2 5-star limit here. I guess you could also give him Ting Yun. But the team is still not going to outperform the Yun Li, because Yun Li's damage performance is not dependent on her team specifically. She's just gonna do it, right? You play the character well, she's just gonna do it. The team benefits by buffing her up or debuffing the enemy. You could say the same thing about Ratio, but he is dependent on them doing that. If they don't do that, he doesn't get the damage. If they don't do something for Yun Li will still get her damage off, one way or the other. She gets attacked 9 times. That's 9 different big-ass swords she's throwing. Anyway, enough glazing. I've been here for like 20 minutes on Yun Li. I think Yun Li needs to be in 0.5. Ratio comes down to 0.1, or to tier 1. These two falling down makes complete sense. I've been talking about this or alluding to this for a little bit now. Jing Liu cannot keep up. I've never had the same faith in Daniel that a lot of other players have. E0. I've never had the same faith. Let me clarify that. I believe in E2 Dill Pickle. I think E2 Daniel is up there. That's a strong ass DPS character, 100%. I don't believe E0 S0 Daniel keeps up with a lot of the meta. Jing Liu off element, nah, she's not doing what she needs to. She's not cracking enemies. She's not chopping down multiple enemies, especially at 888 without her signature light cone. She's just not doing it. I don't even have to fight for. I'm not saying Jing Liu needs to be bumped down beneath tier 1. I'm saying that Jing Liu is no longer a 0.5 character. One thing that I do want to mention.
Oh, thanks for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it.
A tier to be empty, right? Like we have nothing in 0.5 or 1.5 over here for the specialist role. This could have happened for tier 0.5. Like there can be a gap. We don't need to fill in a 0.5 character just for the sake of filling in 0.5. If in the event we feel like Yun Li is a tier 1 character at 888 without her signature light cone, and we also feel like Ratio is a tier 1 character, 888 no sig, that's okay. It's okay to have this empty ass 0.5 tier, because it makes it very clear Acheron is so damn strong compared to these characters that there is a big ass there's a whole tier worth of a gap. That's fine. That's okay. I believe that's okay. Moving down from that, we have the 1.5. You guys know me. I still don't agree with Zila being at 1.5. But actually, no. But she's tier 1. She's still a tier 1 character. At 888, she's one of the few DPS characters that work without her signature very well, almost on par and sometimes better depending on the fight. A high level Zila 888 S0 regardless is performing on the same caliber as Jing Liu and Dill Pickle, because all of their traces are important. That's the problem. So they're like, they all suck or they're all really good, right? There's no in between with 888 traces for them in particular. If in the event they get to 10 10 10, A high level Zila comes with a high level or a high investment team. What does that mean? Most players do not farm win set. Win set is easily one of, if not the most broken set in the game because of what it allows a lot of characters to get away with. You give a character with a lot of speed or action advance forward, cough, cough, Sparkle, or Bronya, win set. And now what they do is every time they use ult, they have a mini dance in their pocket. You give them the fact that Bronya and Sparkle have a, what, 3-turn ult or something like that? And they go 3 turns, actually they go 4 turns in the same 0 cycle. Well, now they're guaranteed to get ult. They're advancing Zila forward. Zila is also advancing herself forward when you play this character correctly, which looks something like skill, basic skill, skill, basic skill, something like that. All on her own, yeah, because she advances herself forward so many times.
Which way is it?
Resurgence. The thing that I just said was not with Resurgence, by the way. That's outside of Resurgence. Then you give her an advanced forward character, which now jumps her up even more in her favor. The advanced forward character can now jump themselves up with the use of their ultimate through the win set. Works in their favor. Why? Because now I can drag up whoever I want, i.e. Zila or your DPS character in this case, so that they get another turn. In the event Zila gets a kill, she gets another turn. She usually gets another ultimate by this point during the cycle. If you kill with the ult, that gives you 2 extra turns. So in total, Zila takes going from what a normal DPS character would get, which is like what, 2, maybe 3 turns a cycle with the action advance forward in mind. They take that. Zila now has anywhere between 5 to 8 turns a cycle. And she's nuking people for the ultimate damage. Like, she's cracked. She's a really good character. Whew! We can go back over, or we can start with the Apex characters. I know that took a lot of time to talk about this, but we haven't gone over a tier list in a little bit, so there's a lot that I've kind of just been keeping to my own little inner bubble. We talked about Acheron being tier 0. Now we're talking about Firefly being tier 0. I think these 2 characters in particular are just like the definite, we are the pinnacle of what our meta is, right? The current team comp, the archetype, they are the pinnacle of that. I know a lot of people look at Acheron as the hyper carry, which to a degree, yes, Acheron is a definition of hyper carry, so she would be considered the hyper carry archetype. But I don't think she, like, on paper, she doesn't function the way that a hyper carry character would. If we take Daniel or Jingliu, everything that's supposed to get funneled into these 2 characters comes from the rest of the team. So ideally, and again, let's just say like Daniel, right? Daniel, Sparkle, Daniel, Ting Yun, and HOYO. None of the 3 characters that I just listed for Daniel do anything else besides buff up Daniel, right? That's all they're doing. In Acheron's team, at a base level, not talking about E2, you have something like Acheron, Silver, Pela, and then Gallagher, right? Or no, I'll stick with that, yeah, because you have the two 5-stars, or even a Venturine if you happen to pull them, whatever the case may be. But it's usually Gallagher because the defense for the Venturine needs his signature light cone. You could replace, you know, Pela with Gwenifin, or you could just run Nose Sustain if you're brave enough, yeah. When you're using a team like that, even though, yes, Acheron is being hyper carried because the Nihility characters on the team, Pela is still doing her own levels of damage. It's not a lot, but she's doing whatever she can. Silver, if you build your Silver correctly, is absolutely doing damage. The break effect, right? If you build a break Silver, she's doing that. And then Gwenifin is kind of like there. I don't have a lot of faith in Gwenifin, but Gwenifin does do her own set of damage because that's just kind of what she does. It is what it is. Gallagher, when you build him correctly, he's doing his own break damage. He's healing the team, stuff like that. The team is a lot more aggressive in terms of how they play compared to a team like Daniel or Jingliu, Jingyuin, right? Where all of the supportive characters on the team are only there to funnel whatever they do into this main character. So again, the way Acheron works is, as someone mentioned in chat earlier, like a specialized hyper carry. But it's gotten to a point where I don't even call it hyper carry. I just call it the Acheron comp. Like, you're just playing Acheron, right? It's literally just the Acheron team, the Acheron meta, team comp, whatever the case may be. And this is, of course, me giving them like free-to-play teams. I could easily turn this into Dot Karan, which is definitely not hyper carry. but prior to Jiao Shou was her highest performing damage team or damage comp, and that's just not hyper carry. So it's the way
Am I
you go
done?
about it. Acheron
Wait.
and Jiao Shou benefit each other because they work off of each other. And then of course you have, let's remove Pela, right? If I give you the premium team, 1, 2, you don't even need silver at this point, because that's why I didn't mention Jiao Shou, is that Jiao Shou is so powerful in his own right. Now you can add a Harmony unit. You can now
Did I finish the
sacrifice
epilogue? I think I did.
The 2 Nihility
No?
requirement to get her maximum damage output. Jiao Shou adds so much extra damage that you don't need it anymore. Now I can put Robin on the team with Acheron, or Sparkle with Acheron. I can keep Jiao Shou, and I can bring Galagor Aventurine, and I'm still doing the same, if not oftentimes more damage than the 2 Nihility units on the team. That's how strong Jiao Shou is compared to the other like double Nihilities when you can put him on the team with Acheron. Going back to Firefly though, the reason I talked about Acheron for a little bit there was to explain the difference in hyper carry. Firefly's team comp is break meta, or the break archetype, which can be devolved into 2 sets. Hyper carry Firefly, it's not even hyper carry because like everyone else has to help you break. That's what I'm saying. Like hyper carry in my head works where like only one character is doing the damage performing thing, right? Like they're the only one doing the performance on the team. Firefly's team, and we'll take
Is this done?
a free-to-play thing, so I'm just not going to use Boot Hill here, right? Firefly isn't the only one doing the aggression, right? So it's super break. Yeah.
Okay.
You have the Harmony MC. Harmony MC is doing their own set of damage. You have Gallagher or Venturine. Then you have Firefly, and then you have whatever the fuck else you want, you know, for your Pela or something like that, or your team. I don't fucking know. Whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. You can replace the 4th character or like not have a 4th character. It doesn't matter. It is what it is. May, right? We like May around here. So May. And then you call it a day. You could replace on that same team, instead of using, what did I say before? May, Firefly, Harmony MC, and then like Gallagher or some shit like that. Replace your sustain with Boot Hill. And that team shits on anything in the game. Anything in the game that doesn't immediately kill it, that team shits on it. So, and it's purely just break. Yeah, or Himiko, right? If you manage to work around it, done. So the super break team, or the break meta, the break archetype is its own thing. It's not hyper carry, it's its own thing. And Firefly sits at the top of that. Boot Hill sits right beneath that. And so I think that archetype by itself is just so fucking strong. Now we've been comparing break meta to Dendro, which is good. I think that's a really good comparison, but let me actually see. I don't want to mispronounce his name here. He wrote up a really good like think piece for me to pretty much go over like how he feels about it compared to Genshin, and that he actually doesn't believe the break meta is compared to Dendro, but I think he said he compares it more so to physical or freeze, if I'm not mistaken. But like I said, I'll come through and look at this, and then I'll have a much more defined thing. I haven't been able to read it yet due to being swamped, but I did tell him I was going to read it today, so I will do that. But we'll get into that, and I'll be able to talk about that and have a bit more perspective on that. But I do think that it's interesting how strong the break meta is, the break archetype is. The game has gotten to a point where I no longer believe Kafka and Swan are 0.5 characters. And that's crazy for me to say out loud, right? Because I love both of those characters. I like Dot. I think Dot is really good. When we consider the 888 factor, when we consider no signature light cones,
why are we doing 888? What the fuck is that? Like, what are we doing? That's just like 2 days, 2 or 3 days worth of. That's, let's see, like 6 days? Like 6 days worth of farming? What? Okay. Casuals? Well, what the hell else are you gonna do? What?
Which means no one else has it.
What?
And they're E0. I no longer believe these characters.
Not play.
I think these characters go
What?
down to tier 1. And that's it. The only character that's in 0.5 as a specialist would literally be Boot Hill. Now, what I expect to happen, I actually think March is going to jump up. I don't think
Oh, March is gonna be so stupid. I just think March, Robin, And any, oh god, she's gonna be so stupid with Fade Shout. Oh my god, she's gonna be so fucking stupid with Fade Shout. It's insane. I cannot believe it. And if her ult works the way that I think it does, are those separate instances of attacks? Is she gonna be attacking 6 times during her ultimate? Like individually? I know it counts as follow-up attacks, but is that like 1 hit, or is it like a hit each? Because if it's a hit each, that is going to be so stupid. Oh my god, she's going to generate so many. This is what I'm saying. Like, I know Robin's signature light cone, like, sure, whatever, cool. But, like, that E2 is 1 hit. Okay.
She's there yet, and I haven't done enough testing. But from what I've seen, March's her usage rate is going to skyrocket.
Oh, yeah.
In the
She
next
better.
match or the next little thing, whatever's going to happen, I think March is going to jump up to a 0.5 character.
She's already this good, and she's still got 3 Eidolons left. Like, what? What? What?
Basically Topaz, but free and on crack. With particular teammates. Let me make that very clear. If you pair her up with particular teammates, not everybody can have their reward participation rewards, right? But I think if you pair March 7th up with particular teammates, she jumps up to 0.5. It's ridiculous. Now we go into tier 1. We just talked about March going to 0.5, in my opinion. So I don't think I have to talk too much about her. Topaz, E0, S0 at 888. I'm not a fan. I'm still not a fan of this, bro. Not yet. She needs E6. Yeah. This is like future talk for March. But I'm not a fan of Topaz at E0, S0. She's decent, but that light cone, especially not her light cone, I think that's the biggest thing for me, is that not having her light cone in particular and having 888, she's missing too much. She's missing too much benefit or value to bring to the team. That's how I feel about that character. Like, you can't have all of that, right? Like, she has all the debuffs stacked against her with the criteria present that I'm not a fan of. Yeah, she's half a character. Now, if this was E1 S0 888, you can get away with that because she's bringing more benefit. If this was E0 S1 888, you can get away with that because she's bringing more benefit. But 888 E0 S0, she's not bringing the same benefit that she would be bringing. Topaz works with Ratio. She works with Young Lee. To an extent, she works with Jing Yuan. She worked with Clara. She works with Himiko. You could try and make her work with Blade. She works with Wei Yi. I think Topaz works amazing as a sub DPS character, where she does a good set amount of damage for herself, and she buffs up the next character who is doing more follow-up attacks in order to make them the main DPS character. Not equipping her with what she wants to help them do the thing that they want to do is bad. I think that is the bad decision that we're getting at there. Robin and Topaz enabling Robin to have more energy coming back is a direct result of someone else on the team doing follow-ups to make Topaz have more of them. Let's run this in a simulation. E0 S0 Ratio, E0 S0 Topaz, E0 S0 Robin, and then Gallagher, I guess. I don't know, right? He's not hitting his debuffs. She's not hitting or helping him hit the debuffs, right? Without ults in mind. Keep that in mind. And they're also both single targets, so they can't spread the damage. He misses, I don't know, let's say he's got a 60 out of 100% chance to hit these debuffs, right? That sounds about accurate, 60 or 80%. It's not 100%. I will give him the benefit and say 100% without including their ultimates. 100% for him to hit the follow-up. He hits that 2 out of 3 times. That means she gets 1 extra numby out of whatever the hell she's doing compared to what she could have been getting, which is guaranteed numbies every single turn. Robin then gets all the energy funneled into her from all the numbies and follow-up attacks happening, and then you get 2 ultimates within her same, like, welcome to my world, right? He said Topaz. Wait, what did you say? Topaz is pretty with white hair. She's smart, has a fat ass, and has Numby who is a treasure chest glitch finding, or treasure chest finding glitch. Omega S tier. I could agree with this. Yeah, I could agree, especially the fat ass part. It is what it is. Skipping 1.5. I want to say Sway bumped up from tier 3 to tier 2, but I could be wrong. I don't remember exactly. Sway being here with the super break and Luca being here with super break, dot, and debuff. I think these are fine. Luca's gonna have another resurgence though. I think once we get another DOT character, or if we get the next DOT character is physical,
good.
Luca's not getting his he might get his rise again, but we'll see. But DOT is just in the dirt right now. I have seen some things on Jade. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think Jade is not tier 3. Minimum Jade is tier 2. I do agree though that Jade is niche. So this is like the problem with the criteria now. I agree that Jade is a niche character, but I don't agree that Jade is tier 3. I think Jade actually gets bumped up to tier 2, and she's fine. Minimum. I think Sushong is still slept on. Not even from a damage performance thing, but from like, if I'm looking at this purely from, what is it, 888, E0, or E6, S0, with the options she has available to her and Super Break, I think she should be, she's somewhere in this ballpark. Tier 3, tier 2. Sushong is not a tier 4 character. Yeah, her and Sway are very similar. They are very similar. I think she's here, tier 2. Sushong needs to be up here. Well, being tier 3, again, honestly, he's just niche. It's one of those things where, like, I'm starting to think that Prywin is slapping characters in tier 3 or like below for niche, not because of their value or strength entirely, but just because they're too niche. I think it's just because they're too niche. Like Yukong, I know, and I've said this for the last couple patches, I don't think Yukong is a tier 4 character. This character is easily one of the best amplifiers in the game if you know how to play. If you don't know how to play, she's ass. If you know how to play this, she's one of the best fucking amps you can have in the game. Easy. He's below all the other Nihility characters. He falls. He's one of the few DPS
Oh, that's good.
that fail.
Nice.
We're missing a category that we just don't acknowledge. It's gonna get acknowledged when Fei Xiao gets here. This category is gonna get acknowledged when Fei Xiao gets here, and it's the sub DPS category. And I don't mean like, oh yeah, we have a specialist like Topaz with the follow up. I mean legit. You are gonna start looking at characters perform sub D. There's too much evidence being thrown in our face now. Fei Xiao, Mo's, March 7th Hunt, right? The imaginary. Now we can start properly building out teams, because think about it this way, right? Hyper carry is normally a bunch of harmony units, maybe one Nihility. Actually, it's not even Nihility. A bunch of harmony units, maybe a sustain because you need that because you can't survive, and then your main DPS character. Yep, because it's saying that, oh, if you funnel all of the damage or the buff into the DPS character, they outperform anything team-wise that would have someone sharing the damage. Well, now you have characters like Ruan Mei and Robin and Jiao Shou, for that matter, who are buffing or debuffing the entire fucking field, which means now everyone on the team is doing or receiving the same buff or inflicting the same damage from the debuff that is possible. So it automatically makes characters on the same level. Welt underperforms in those. Welt can underperform in those scenarios, which again, I think him going into the niche category is why he's there. I'm not so much speaking on Welt's damage performance. I'm speaking on his DPS performance, or not, my bad, his ability to aid the team. Slow is something that I think was I think Slow was strong early on, and I kind of want to revisit it, because action value is very weird in this game, and then enemies are getting like significantly faster. I think Welt's slow, or just slow in general, I think that is actually like something that we're just not looking at anymore, but we should start looking at again. Because slow reduces a set speed number, doesn't it? So if an enemy has 200
There's
Mm-hmm.
speed,
evil ahead.
and then slow was like, all right, I'll reduce their speed by like 40%. 40% of 200, what is that? I just learned this today. 40% of 200, you would multiply the 4 times the 20, 80. So that would drop there. That would drop it from, yeah, 80. Oh yeah, look at me. I did math on the top of my head, bro. Anyway, so that drops them down to 120. It takes their speed from 200 to 120, right? That's huge. And the fact that he also has the big ass delay, that's a big, like, I think I'm gonna work on it. I'm gonna figure it out. Now, from that point though, I think Fire Trailblazer getting put in the dirt like that is crazy, bro. Because Fire Trail, all they need is more shield. Fire Trailblazer, man, I'm telling you, if they had a little bit more shield, tier 1 character. Not even for specialists, tier 1 sustain. A little bit more shield, tier 1 sustain, slap it on an Acheron team, call it a day. Why would you use Fire Trailblazer over Harmony MC? For Acheron. Because Acheron does not need Harmony MC. Anyway, let's talk about the amplifier. Amplifier role. Not debating that.
Robin needs to go 2-0.
Cannot debate that.
I'm sorry.
You know what I can debate though? This might be a hot take. So if you made it this far into the video, pat yourself on the back. Because I've been taking this video super slow. I haven't dropped an hour-long video in a long time. I didn't intend on doing this, but there's so much that I haven't talked about with Star Rail. So it's just, you know, take it in chunks if you guys need to. That's why I'm breaking everything down in like damage dealer, specialist, amplifier, and sustain. So it's 4 chapters. The video will have 5 chapters in total. So intro and then all these, and then we'll be done. But yeah, I do talk a lot. I be yapping. Anyhow, I think Robin is the only 0.5 harmony character or amplifier character in the game. Let me.
What the? Why? Why? Especially if your speed, especially if you're building speed correctly. Oh my god, how? How and why? She's so easy. She's easy as fuck to build. All you need is 1, 2, 3 attack percent pieces, an ER rope, and some attack rolls on the cowboy set. So she's easy as fuck. If you have proper speed tuning, you get, let's see, say you're 160 speed, so you get 1, 2, 3 actions, then you get action advanced again for a whole other action, and you're generating energy this whole time. What? Good free-to-play light cone? Really good free-to-play light cone. Ratio is apparently 0.5. What? Yoon Lee? Dot teams could use her? It wouldn't be the best, but they can use her? Oh my god, what was that? 2 Kafka procs too? What? Okay, I had what?
Let me explain. This is very easy for me to explain as well. Sparkle, from anyone that is not quote unquote a Sparkle main, has all agreed on this. We've all agreed on this. Robin is basically like Mei, but not for break. The value that you get from Mei, we are now saying is equivalent to Robin, right? It's an argument. We can now properly have this debate, Robin or Mei. Even though I still think Mei, a lot of people still think Mei, but it's now getting to a point where now you can seriously have this debate without someone just shrugging you off and being like, whatever. Sparkle is not in that debate. Harmony MC is not in that debate.
No.
It is because of that reason they are not in that debate. and I say this plenty of times in other tier lists, if Robin is not tier 0 and she is in 0.5, and the other two characters are not in the same debate as Robin, they cannot, by definition, be in the same tier. You cannot have these two characters in the same tier if they are not on par with Robin. HMC is not on par with Robin.
Not at all.
Sparkle is not on par with Robin, especially at, once again, E0 S0. 888 traces, mind you, not on par. Don't you think as soon as a DPS drops that wants crit damage and skill points, who is like the best character in the game, then Sparkle becomes tier 0 by that existence?
Okay. So what you're saying is, if the meta favors Sparkle, Sparkle will be tier 0? Yeah? Well, yes? Yes? What? If the meta favors Break, Ron May will be tier 0. Well, yeah, duh. Like, what? What kind of, what?
Where in that wants crit damage and skill points, who is like the best character in the game, then Sparkle becomes tier 0 by that existence.
Yeah. What? What? Yeah. What? Yes.
When, where, and how would we get that? Most DPS characters already want crit damage. They do consume skill points. But what other character is going to consume 7 or 4 skill points in a rapid succession the same way that Daniel does? And also be stronger at this current point in time than Acheron, Firefly, and potentially Fei Shao. It's way too much to ask for. And that's only to take advantage of what? Just Sparkle? I don't think they're going to release a DPS character to take advantage of just Sparkle. Now, I'm not saying that we won't get a DPS character in the future that consumes a lot of skill points. QQ is right there. Daniel's right there. We have the blueprint. Even Zila, right? With the resurgence. So it's very likely. It's easily. Could happen that we're going to get another DPS character that consumes 4 skill points. But what you just asked me for is so specific that you're basically saying make a new Daniel. That's literally what you're asking. You're saying make a new Daniel, release him, and then now he's number 1. And then Sparkle would, by definition, jump up into tier 0.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course you would.
Daniel. When in reality, that would make Sparkle closer to the niche category than it would the higher up category. If a new Daniel releases and he is tier 0, him being tier 0, but Sparkle being the only character that can like really benefit him does not make Sparkle tier 0. It makes Sparkle a much more niche Harmony unit that is glued to this new Daniel. And the only reason this new Daniel is in tier 0 is because of Sparkle. But that does not make Sparkle automatically tier 0, because Sparkle isn't competing with the other DPS characters in tier 0. She's competing with the value of the other Harmony units, or amplifiers in this case, right? Because you also have the debuffers that are being in there. So Sparkle has a lot of value to her for these other characters, but that doesn't make her value insane, right? And like I see you guys saying like with the, you know, she's good for Jing Yuan, or, you know, good for QQ, things like that. Yes, she is good for them. That does not make her value more valuable or higher than Robin. The base argument here is not if Sparkle is good. Sparkle's great. Me determining her tier placement is not, and I always say this because I know a lot of other players or like people in the gacha community don't view tiers the same way that I do. A character not being in tier 0 to 0.5 doesn't make them bad. Me saying a character doesn't belong in a tier doesn't make them bad. I'm not saying they're ass. Sparkle's a great character. The argument at hand is whether or not Sparkle and Robin are in the same tier. The answer is no. These two characters are not in the same tier.
Okay.
By that sentiment alone, Harmony MC and Robin are also not in the same tier, which means they get bumped down. If we were to move Robin up to tier 0, which I'm not opposed to, because at this point, that is the argument, Robin or May. It's also getting to a point where originally the DPS characters were split into 3, right? Like it was like a triangle. A third of the teams loved crit and advance forward, right? So things from Sparkle or Branya. Another third really loved what May brought to the table. Dual DPS, break effect, the extra delay, the penetration value, all that kind of stuff. And then that final third really valued Robin. Buff the entire team, maximum attack percent, or huge attack percent buff, advanced forward the entire team. Like, it was crazy. Now, advanced forward characters have more value from Robin, given the fact that you build her correctly, even at low investment, by the way. They get more value from Robin than they do Sparkle or Bronya as a team.
Oh, fuck me, man.
That argument is valid. I could easily accept Robin being in tier 0 with Mei. And that would still not make me say Sparkle and HMC are 0.5. I actually think I agree with Sarah here. Bump them down to tier 1. That it's okay to have an empty tier. You don't have to have something filled up all the time.
Really now?
I do think Mei is a lot more flexible than Robin, but I think Robin is so strong that it doesn't matter. Because think about it this way, right? It's, hey, do you have Mei? No. Do you have Robin? Yes. Okay, put Robin on the team. Flip it. Hey, do you have Robin? No. Do you have Mei? Yes. Okay, put Mei on the team. And then you're done. You're good. But you don't hear people saying, do you have Mei? No. Do you have Bronya? Yes. Okay, put Bronya on the team. Because it doesn't give you the same value, right? Now, if you're looking for only action advanced forward, that's a completely different thing. And it does work out. You can put Bronya, Sparkle, Robin, whatever. Ting Yun with DDD, right? You can get away with that. But it's not helping you here. Because none of these replace the other. Sparkle doesn't replace Robin, especially again at 888 E0 S0. HMC does not replace Robin or Mei for that matter. In fact, these two work together, but it is what it is. So if I have a E5 S1 Mei and an E0 S0 Robin, I always put in Mei. Depends on your team, big dog. That E5, like, I don't know why the fuck you have an E5 but the fact that you do, I would leave my E5 Mei on every other team that does not have follow-up attacking in it. And I would only use Robin for my follow-up attacking team because that is where she would truly shine. And Mei would be so fucking strong. E6? Hey, bro, why don't you just donate like 500 so that I can get an E2 Jane Doe, huh? You goddamn whales. But in all seriousness, yeah, I would leave it on the follow-up and then put Mei everywhere else because she's just that damn good at that point. E6 is nuts. Ting Yun, tier 1, that's fine. Silver in tier 1, acceptable. Zhao Shou in tier 1, acceptable. Bronya in 1.5, and then no. Pela can stay in 1.5. I agree with that, especially with Zhao Shou being here now. I'm still of the same sentiment. Bronya and Sparkle are two sides of the same coin. Wherever Sparkle is, which at this point we've already kind of like determined Sparkle should be in tier 1, Bronya should also be in tier 1 with Sparkle. Why do I say this? In a majority of teams that would benefit from Sparkle, Bronya is more desired. But even at E0, bar a few, right? And these few are the ones that consume so many skill points. Bar a few, Bronya is desired more than Sparkle. The SP issue is only an issue if you play Bronya the way that you play Sparkle, which I think is bad. This also goes into like what I'm talking about with certain characters and like how you play their kit. Bronya advances herself forward by the same thing that Winset would give her. So giving her a Winset just gives her like 2-ish extra turns, give or take. Some crazy shit like that. But yeah, Bronya can function on her own. She gives herself her own skill point. In the event you needed it, right? You just have to play it correctly and you're good to go. But if I were to use my, my golden trope here is Zila absolutely prefers Bronya over Sparkle, regardless of the quantum buff that's going to happen from that. Yo, Genesis, thank you for the 6 months, the sub bribe. Appreciate that. Regardless of the action, or not the action, the quantum buff that Sparkle gives, Zila prefers Bronya. Why? Because Zila also action advances herself forward, and her speed dwindles 99% of the characters in the game. Zila just blows a hole in everybody when it comes to the speed that she's able to do. And the only person that can keep up with that, as far as dragging you up from the very bottom of the action order to the top, is Bronya. Being able to, both of them, manipulate their own action values whenever you choose to do so. Once again, things get thrown out of whack. Bronya brings her all the way up to the top. So it works that way. But I don't want to harp on like Bronya versus Sparkle too much. This is just kind of like from extensively playing both on whatever teams, looking at a lot of the CN players playing on whatever teams. It's very Boot Hill and Bronya. Yep. It's there's just a couple different factors, right? It's not to say that either's bad. It's just to say that this one goes with this one. And if I'm putting them both, or rather if I'm dragging Sparkle down to tier 1, then Bronya gets brought up to tier 1 as well. I think the only 1.5 character would be Pela. Yeah, the rest of these are pretty niche. One is Sustain, right? No debating, Aventurine is tier 0. I've said this for a minute. I said this before he came out that he had the potential to be tier 0 and he was going to rival Fu Xuan. Now we're here where he has bumped Fu Xuan down. Something that I find interesting though is that I think Hua Hua is not on the same level as Fu Xuan. I actually think Hua Hua is stronger than Fu Xuan at this point and offers more value to a number of different teams, team-wide, not just one character. To the point where now,
thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it.
This is how I would do this. Aventurine, tier 0. Hua Hua, tier 0.5. Gallagher and Fu Xuan, tier 1. Luocha, bump down to 0.5.
You're bumping down Gallagher? Wait, what? What? No way.
Aventurine, tier 0. Hua Hua, tier 0.5. Gallagher and Fu Xuan, tier 1.
Oh my god? Gallagher? Bro, what? No way. Oh no. With that SP regeneration? No. What the fuck? No? No? Oh my god. With that SP positivity, especially if we're talking about like E0, level 8 talents, whatever, and you're playing like with Firefly, right? Having Gallagher there being that SP friendly, even at E0, is so insane to me. No.
Luocha bumped down to 0.5 or 1.5.
Oh no.
Lynx stays in tier 1.5. Bailu, if we're going with the
that's fine. Yeah, whatever.
Thing,
Gallagher is so fucking stupid. He takes, okay, if we're talking about like at baseline, right? We're not talking about best of the best, like signature light cones or whatever. If we're talking about a baseline Gallagher at E0, he's got a free option in Quid Pro Quo, right? He's got multiplication, right? 2 insanely good options for him. He generates SP up the ass, right? He's got an 100% action advance, so he basically gets 2 free SP just by existing. He's got a debuff. What else does he do? He increases break effects damage through Besotted as well. It's AoE and hits everybody. You can use them in Pure Fiction. You can use them anywhere you want to. And he just gets better and better with Eidolons. But even at E0, the fact that he's able to give you 2 quid procs for free, like, oh no. Oh, dude is fast as hell, and especially in the Fire Week content. No way. Like, what? That 4-star is doing way too much. It's doing way too much. At E0, it's just, he's insane.
Tier 1.5.
Ugh.
Japard stays at tier 2.
Ugh.
But he does have the potential to jump up to 1.5 as well.
What am I doing? Oh.
These 2 characters are good. Don't let people tell you, like, if you have a Japard or a Bailu and multiple copies of them, that you're just, it's not good. Right? Like, oh man, they're not going to function as good solo sustains. Yes, they will. Japard gives an amazing shield. You build him correctly, you'll have 3-turn ults, you're fine. Bailu she's the only character in the game with res. You're good. So if you do, for whatever reason, make a mistake and die, she revives you. And this works phenomenally. I'm going to build my Bailu back up at some point, but It's funny because in the event you were to die
Oh, yeah.
in MOC and it was going to count as a damage towards you, Bailu reses you, same turn. You keep all your energy, the ult, whatever you would have.
He's definitely the best. He's definitely the best.
To go. Imagine
well, I don't know. I don't know about sustain. It's hard to say. Like, because Adventuring's Adventuring, right? If we're talking about like E0, yeah. I'll keep him at 0.5. I don't even see what the problem with him is. Maybe the issue is that his heal doesn't have scaling, but I feel like it's more than enough anyway. I don't know what the issue with the character is, actually. Does damage and super break.
when you knew you would have killed in that
generates 1 billion SP for the team. Works really, really well with March. And enables a whole new free-to-play team there. Or almost free-to-play team there. I mean, I guess if you think about, like, what would it be? March, HMC, Asta, Gallagher. Yeah.
And then Bailu's like, not today. Acheron comes back. She's like, oh, wow. It's crazy.
Insane.
It's my turn. You're dead.
But I think we need to think about these teams, like, in these characters, like, in the context in which you'd use them and how they perform in that scenario, because obviously you'd want to use these characters to their fullest potential, right? And if we're talking about, like what these characters bring to a team, what Gallagher brings to multiple teams, come on. What? And this is stating E6, so if we're talking about E6, come on. Ugh.
So it's cool. The rest of this though, March and Tasha, I think they're kind of here. You know, you know what's funny, Jay? I did not see his video with Bailu because he refuses to accept Bailu as a faith. I've been talking about Bailu for a minute now, but Rihu refused to accept Bailu as his Lord and Savior until that video. When she came in clutch to heal him, and he used to have a free-to-play account. I don't think he plays on it anymore, you know? But it is what it is. I could see an argument for Japard being a little worse than Bailu for sure. The problem is they both just don't have cleanse, right? Her cleanse is letting you die. Letting you die as her cleanse. Japard's version of cleanse is maybe if I freeze the enemy before they hit you, you won't get debuffed and I'll be fine. You won't get CC'd if I CC them first. That's Japard's game plan. E1 will help you do that. E2, you're gonna get it. But like, damn. But that's how it would go. If I were to explain the Gallagher, Pushwin, and Hua thing real quick. I think it's just her energy output, the attack percent, or the attack she gives. But most importantly, it's the passive everything. Hua has the passive, not just the passive healing. There's something in particular that I noticed that we don't talk about enough when it comes to HOYO. Her passive CC recovery. Her CC recovery, like she doesn't stop you from getting CC'd. You can get CC'd, but when it's your turn, it's gone. And I love that for her. A good example of this, and a perfect example of this, is imagine when Kafka dominates you, she takes control of your character. That's a free action advance forward. For most teams, you're gonna be pissed off because now you lose a turn, right? She takes you out of the action order, and you're forced to watch her do whatever the fuck you want. When you have HOYO on the team, HOYO dominate. HOYO then lets you get action advance forward for free. Cleanse immediately. It's your turn. You just have full control. There's so many times where I'm fighting Kafka, I want her to dominate my DPS character. Free action advance forward. HOYO cleanses immediately. I got a free action advance forward. It's my turn. You're dead.
Okay.
I love it. I've heard if you have 2 limited sustains, it's really not worth getting a 3rd sustain. So if I have Pushwin, is it worth it if I get Aventry on his rerun or saving your what's your 2nd sustain? You already have Pushwin. Pushwin's still strong, don't get me wrong. I think people think whenever I talk about Pushwin now, it's like, oh man, you hate Pushwin. Like, no, I don't. I don't think she's weak either. I just think Fushwin did not keep up with the game. And it's not her fault. It's the game. You're planning for Lingsha? Okay, well then yeah, no, you're good. I would literally grab Fushwin or keep your Fushwin, get Lingsha, and you're done. You already have Gallagher, who should be free, right? You should have gotten Gallagher for free. So in the event you need someone to benefit for your Acheron team or break for Firefly or whatever it is you're doing, just build your Gallagher. You don't need to build up HOYO. You don't have to go fish for it. You don't need to get Adventuring, although he's really good for follow-up. But if you're not going to plan on follow-up, like you're not building as your follow-up attack team, you're fine. Now, I don't know about Lingsha, but it'd be really cool if she was an abundance character with follow-up attacks in her kit. Then you wouldn't need to get Adventuring. So that'd be dope. But I don't know if she has that or not. And I genuinely mean that. I do not know. I had to bench someone's Fushwin for Gallagher. I'm telling you, dude, like Gallagher's so strong. He's such a strong do what I need to do to keep the team alive and add benefit. But, and again, it's not that Fushwin's bad. She brings some good value to a team, especially the quantum characters. And that extra like 10% crit rate comes in clutch. But I don't think she is keeping
12.
up with the game enough, similar to Jingliu or Dill Pickle, that she needs to be in 0.5. I actually think she's just tier 1. HOYO keeps up with the game very well. Gallagher was made for Gen 2, so he's keeping up just fine. Adventuring is Adventuring, and then Lynx is Lynx, right? But I think Fushwin's sitting down here.
Then why are we moving him down? What? If these two are up here, who are you? What? Why would you move him down? What? Does this make any sense? What? What? I don't get that. What? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? I don't understand. What? What?
Here in tier 1, it's okay. I mean, I think Gallagher's in tier 1 too. But the argument for him being in 0.5 could be made. I would, if someone told me like Gallagher deserves 0.5, I'm not gonna argue. I would not argue. I'm like, you right.
Then why are you bringing him down?
If they said tier 1, I'd go, you right. Like it goes either or. But I think we did it, right? We cleared.
No! Then why would you even say anything? What's the argument? Well, I don't mind. No.
What was? Okay. What? Which one I understand, sure. But what? If you're indifferent about moving the character in either spot, then why would you move it in the first place? Okay.
Cleared everything for. Whew, that was a lot, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. That took a lot out of me, dude. Thank y'all for watching today's video. If you have any like thoughts and concerns, hopefully what I hope happened.
Interesting.
I hope that you guys.
Interesting. That is very interesting, actually. Power creep. Oh, I want to do this video too, but I can watch it later as I do all this stuff.
Here, back with another video, and first of all, I'm still in my vacation mode in the land of Black Myth Wukong. So, yep.
Wait, are these two making a video together? Oh my god! Yay!
I'll be finishing up real soon. But today is not about Black Myth. Today is actually a fresh new gacha content featuring Power Creep in Honky Starbucks, featured by a lovely content creator, EOD Gamer, which is also a fellow Sinky. Absolutely insane. So without further ado, let's get into today's content.
Oh, I'm so excited to see this. Oh my god, wait.
Alrighty, let's just see what we have.
Hey guys, it's me, EOD Gamer here, and let's talk about Power Creep in Honkai Star Rail. It's been very long, almost 6 months since we last did this kind of video, and let's talk about what has changed since then and what is going to happen in the future as well. Now, first things first.
Wait, before you even continue, I just want to say this is a ridiculous amount of effort. We talk about Honky Starbucks Power Creep. There's like early days, first baton pass, meta shift, current day, next phase. With all these units, it's kind of crazy. I can kind of summarize, me personally anyways. If I want to just kind of summarize the whole Power Creep in Honky Starbucks. Number one, yes, there is Power Creep in Honky Starbucks, and you are a fool to believe that there is no power creep. There is 100% power creep Honky Starbucks. No questions asked. And number two, mainly it kind of revolves not so much the unit themselves, but the team comps, right? So it's not just Firefly is broken. It's because Firefly, Runmei, and Harmony, Trailblazer, and Gallagher, this team is broken. It's not like Topaz is broken. It's Topaz with Robin, Aventurine, and Dr. Ratio / Master. A team comp is what makes the power creep happen, right? So that's the first things first. Secondly, me personally, I think it also kind of depends on the way MiHoYo wants to go about their end game, their shaping of the end game. So right now you can see in Apocalypse Shadows, it's very heavily weighted towards super break or like breaking the enemies in general. For Memory of Chaos, even in the first half in MOC 12, right, the enemies with the shared health pool is perfect for Firefly, or even units like Aircon, right? So it quite literally depends on what end game content we're going to be getting to determine the shape of how strong or how weak this team comp is going to be. Right, so that's my opinion. If you can only pull for 2 units right now, insane. Right, okay, anyways, let's see what we have.
The best part about having a game with a very long history already is when we get to do some analysis on what has happened. We can actual statistics and data to show what went up and then what came down after that. So let's talk about it. In the early days, for those of you, let's travel back in time right now. In the early days,
did you get Emily? I did.
Of Zilla,
thank God.
And these were the 2 characters that pretty much dominated the entire meta. And slowly after,
for Zilla, yes. For Jingyuan, I would say he dominated the meta for 1 patch, because there was this one MOC buff where all hunt and erudition units at the start of every wave, you get 100% extra value advance. That made Jingyuan look exceedingly strong, because you are pretty much guaranteed 10 stacks Lightning Lord every single time. After that patch went away, I wouldn't exactly use the word dominate. Right? Okay. Anyways,
after some period of time, we actually had a bit of baton pass to move over to the next 2 DPSs. Walk down memory lane here for some of us who started very early on in the game and have been following the channel since as well. We have been doing this for a pretty long time too. So Invited Lune, Xing Liu were then the next 2 characters that came into flavor. And slowly, as the game go on, we had meta shifts, broad things that changed. We went from a hyper carry style in the early days of Honkai Star Rail, moving on to a little bit more of a little bit meta shift, and also because we got free characters like Dr. Ratio, people started to move more in a follow-up team compositions, as well as a bit of DOT, since Black Swan was the first main DPS DOT other than Kafka to be released in the game. And moving.
Okay, wait, pause. I think at this point, specifically at this point, follow-up team comp, it was still pretty shit. They only performed well for this one rotation in Mog featuring the memory zone, where they have both fire and imaginary weakness. So Ratio and Topaz, they could both inflict toughness bar damage, and you could kill it very quickly. But aside from this one boss, Fallout Team Comp sucks ass, because they were either off element for Topaz or Ratio. You were never on element on the same time, because there was no enemies, if I'm not mistaken, that had both imaginary and fire weakness up until Robin came in. When Robin came in, that's when, oh my god, Fallout really popped off. Because even if you were off element, you still did ridiculous amount of additional damage, right? So that's it. At this point, I would say DOT was strictly stronger than Fallout Team Comps. Especially, I believe that at this... Wait, Runmei already came out, right, chat? Before Black Swan. Yeah? Okay, yeah. Runmei, Black Swan, Kafka, Huan, diabolical team. So DOT was strictly stronger than Fallout, right? Cool.
Moving on, of course, now, this is the current game state in terms of...
I love how Blood... Budio is just... Budio is an excellent unit. Okay,
the fancier characters. Notice here, I just put in the DPS characters, because this is very obvious to see how the meta changes. But of course, there are other big characters that are super important. We'll touch on in a bit. I just wanted to give an overall arcing overview, because DPS characters are the ones that are very obvious to see what changed from okay to good to not that okay. And this is pretty much the game state that we are in now, with Boot Hill, Break. Boot Hills are representative for overall Break teams. You have your Archeron teams, you have your Firefly teams. These are kind of the very, very popular characters right now. And the next phase,
I think a better representation would just first of all, throw these 2 away. Second of all, slap on Harmony, Trailblazer, and Runmei, and then do one team. They just call it Super Break. It is not exactly Boot Hill /5. It's more like Harmony MC, right? Actually, now that I think about it, it's the entire team. The entire team just works so well. HMC, Runmei, Gallagher. Imagine having a sustain that does 200,000 break damage. Super break damage. Diabolical. So yeah, both Boothill and Firefight, they're both pretty good, but you really wanna run this outside. Boothill maybe a little bit more flexible. He doesn't necessarily need HMC. You can still run him with Bronya. In fact, I believe that Boothill Zero cycles are mostly done with Bronya because his motherfucker is just so fucking slow. So he doesn't really need Harmony and damage. But Rame and Gallagher is pretty much almost non-negotiable. I am quite surprised there isn't a mention of follow-up here. I think follow-up deserves to be head-to-head with Aircron and Super Break. Follow-up team right now with Robert is exceedingly strong and very fun to play and very comfy. So me personally, if there's gonna be 3, it's gonna be follow-up, Aircron, and Super Break. And kind of just run these 2 together. So,
and that's what this video aims to do. We not only want to like talk about power creep in terms of who's going to be the next phase, but the main objective of this video is really to tell us what characters tend to outperform, even though ups and downs of like the meta shifts and stuff, and what characters just struggle throughout and etc. Next phase, of course, that's why we're doing this video right now, is I think that we are in for a little bit of a shift in terms of the meta changes maybe, and also new very strong DPSs coming out. Phase Hell is one of them that could be very strong. We of course don't have live information right now. I'll touch on more of it once the live stream comes out, which is probably in a couple of days as the time of recording this video. If it's already out, you're watching this sometime in the future, you can check the channel out for more information, official information. We don't really like discuss leaks on this channel. So, next part over here, and there are 4 inevitable truths to power creep. What are the 4 things that are going to happen? No one, I guess no one can actually dispute this. The first one is you will have new enemies.
Oh,
in
absolutely.
Honkai Star Rail, a game that has been out for like 1 year plus, we are still going to have new enemies coming out, be it whether monsters that are like specific elements need to break them, or you need like specific targeting their shield, their protection, their damage reflect, their cleanse, their super high effect resistance. All of these things definitely will come in the game. The game will not be at a stale state where everything is the same. We are probably in the easier part of the game, and it will just get more and more difficult. Natural progression of games in general.
Like theoretically speaking, because right now we have like enemies who are kind of tied towards like Winner's Breaking. Right? I think for the past 1 or 2 patches, it has mostly been tied to Winner's Breaking, like the toughness bar, and you really need to break toughness. In the future, if we were to see more enemies, like theoretically speaking, if the enemies were to not just be tied to Winner's Break, but let's just say they become faster. Let's just say they have like a, I don't know, like a fucking 300 speed enemy or like some shit. How are you gonna deal with it? When the enemy, because every single time right now, theoretically speaking, we are always above ahead in enemy in terms of movement speed, right? But if the enemy reaches a point where they are literally faster, then what are we gonna do? So I really kind of want to. This is just an example. Right? Just an example. I'm just cooking off the top of my head. I have no fucking idea what's going on. Off the top of my head, I kind of want to see where this archetype will take us, especially towards the newer DPS generations that will come in the future. Absolutely.
The second thing that is undisputably true is that there are going to be new characters in the game. It's a gacha game, and after all, and the way that HOYOverse monetizes Honkai Star Rail is by selling you new characters, selling you new light cones, so 2 things, and as well as maybe skins in future, the battle pass resources.
Make it happen, by the way. Yo, HOYOverse. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Make skins happen. There's no reason why it shouldn't happen. It's free money. It's quite literally free money. Make it happen.
All of those things, other stuff. It's just the monetization more.
Summer Kafka.
Summer Kafka? Oh, wow, please.
And there it is. A lot of gacha games. And new characters will be added into the game. So these are all things that affect power creep in general and pushing it into the trend of why power creep will happen in gacha games. The third factor here is we will have, I put new/rotational game modes because
okay, I think this might be a bit hard. I can't imagine having like new endgame content like every other pack. That would be kind of crazy because now it's already like I feel like now it's like a pretty okay spot. 6 weeks for 1, so basically every 2 weeks you get a new thing. Can you imagine every other patch you get new endgame, new endgame, new endgame, new endgame? I mean, it sounds fun, but like I feel like there has to be a point where it stops, right? Hopeful though, I'll really hopeful.
I don't know at this stage, 1 year plus into the game, whether they're going to be introducing more game modes, because we already have like 3, right? We have Apocalyptic Shadow, we have Pure Fiction, and we have the Memory of Chaos. So I would think that if they are planning to go on a rotational basis between these 3 game modes, or perhaps, I don't know, maybe they might have a 4th game mode, a 5th game mode in future to add on to like Simulated Universe and blah blah blah.
I think instead of adding new endgame modes, I feel like they could just improve on the existing endgame modes. So for example, Pure Vision is 4 stages, right? Make it 6 or make it 10. Same thing for Apocalyptic Shadows, same thing on MOC, and just like make it more. And then you add on the features to kind of... If you keep adding endgame mode, you are like indirectly forcing, not really forcing, but like you're kind of making new team content. Like different units will excel in different endgame mode. Like for example, Jade is completely dog shit. Okay, not complete dog shit, but like she performs really well in pure fission, but not that great in like MOC. Then same thing for, you could say, for like single target units, like Boot Hill doesn't really do well in pure fission, or like Scylla, you really want mobs. So like if you introduce a lot of endgame modes, where do you draw the line between like horizontal versus vertical investment? You know what I'm saying?
Blah. So you could see some variety. I just put it here. This is all
3-team MOC.
So
oh my fucking god.
Rotate, change, or oh my. And the thing which I want to expand a little bit on is new styles.
Oh my.
New styles in the game, be it whether you're talking about path, whether you are having more hunt characters. I don't mean new paths, don't get confused by this. I just mean expansion in terms of hunt, expansion in terms of erudition, expansion in terms of preservation, abundance. We can see that quite obviously with like nihility characters expanding into like debuff, DOT. Some of them might even become a healer somewhat in the future, and etc. etc. Even harmony characters being like DPSs in nature. You have also elemental expansion, where you have hunt characters of all different elements coming out. They will expand broader on that. But the more important thing that we actually done a lot of analysis on this channel is actually team composition styles. And let's go on to the next part here, which is styles of teams.
This, I just want to say, this reminds me of like a universal / college like presentation. You know, like you're presenting a project work in front of a professor with like a class of 40, and then you're just like delivering your points. Good morning, Prof. Plus, today we are going to be going through the statistical analysis as to why Robin is better than Ramin.
Okay. Shut the fuck up. Leave him alone. Shut up. Wait, shut up.
Channel for a while now, there are 8 main styles in Honkai Star Rail. Don't worry if you haven't.
Holy shit, wait, pause. Hyper carry, DOT, follow-up break, skill points, debuff, HP decay, fast. I've never heard of this 4 styles in my entire life. The fuck is skill points?
Skill points?
Let's see. I haven't seen the video. Search it out on YouTube.
So the dog shit style. Okay, I get it.
Yep. It will be probably ranked one of the top few.
Skill points. I love that though.
Up on YouTube search bar. There are 8 main teams for those of you who have no idea. And the idea here is Honkai Star Rail tends to rotate the new characters in one of these 8 teams. If you're not talking about paths and element changes, most characters in the game that are released, and by most I mean so far as 100%, will fit into one of these 8 styles, and that's how they like differentiate from each other. I put here a very simple example. You can have Mark 7 Hunt, which mainly plays into follow-up teams, break teams, fast and often moving teams, hyper carry. But this is where I think that they are planning to continue to go, expansion on the 8 teams. Right now, follow-up attacking in terms of the counter style for like Unity kind of style is not very popular. Whereas like, for example, the traditional follow-up like Topaz, Nambi, Doctor ratio is already quite established, and fast and often is something that they might want to move in towards.
I think it's mainly just because like, okay, I don't want to say this as like a comparison, but like, you know Zenless Zone 0? The disputed node, where it is no longer tied to your quote-unquote cycles. It is not tied to your duration, it is tied to how many times you die, right? In Honky Starbucks, there has yet to be a single game mode where it focuses on like survivability. All endgame content in Honky Starbucks is always depending on your clear speed. It's always on how fast you clear. For MOC, for APOC, for Shipyard, it is always how fast you clear. And unfortunately for units like Unity or even like Blade, where like they have a sort of like a bruiser, they're like a day like top laner, they don't really care about this kind of survivability that much. So unfortunately, they don't have a content where they shine. Unless they introduce like a new endgame which don't care about your clear speed, but based on like just how long you can survive. So a thing that could happen is like, you know, theoretically speaking, an infinite floor, where you just wanna, you know, make sure that you can survive and last as long as you can, and the enemies do increasing damage to you. You know,
future HBDK teams as well. For more information, if you want more theory on what is this 8 teams, we'll talk about it in this specific video. But for this video, I want to mainly talk about power creep, because that's why we are here for. Now that we have understood while we laid the grounds, we understand what is the things that are going to happen to Honkai Star Rail and how it specifically applies to this game. Let's talk about 4 things that makes characters built to last. Right. And if you're finding value in this video so far, you like the way we are presenting different formats compared to maybe other creators out there, do give us a like, comment, and subscribe as well. We like to do these kind of things which are for the long run to help our accounts become more efficient. First thing, characters that are built to last. Non-DPS. Okay, this is just an overall general.
There is so.
If you ask most people on the street, they will tell you DPS characters.
Oh my god.
To invest.
This okay. You know what? I cannot do 5 unless I get cheese Unless I get cheese and curios, I just cannot do this. It's so hard.
Very easy to power creep. Support character.
野打的辅助，流水的主系 and there it is, right? DPS are temporary, supports are forever, absolutely.
This, on the other hand, very good because they go the long way, harder to power creep. But I will show you in this video in a little bit.
Oh my god.
Not always true, not always the case. Yes, most DPSs tend to get power creep easier, but not all supports are 100% everlasting. We'll touch on that in a bit too. First thing, characters be built to last. Generally, they are non-damage dealers in general. Why is that the case? Some of you might be wondering. It's easier to sell a damage dealer that deals 1 million damage than sell a support that protects you for 1 million damage. I don't know why. It's just how we work as human beings. We just want to see big PP numbers, more damage.
Oh, absolutely.
It is what it is. But if it sells, that's what the company.
I want to kind of bring on this one point. Non-DPS. I think I mentioned it a couple of times. I personally think E0 Robin does everything that E0 Sparkle can do, but better. Feel free to disagree, but that's my personal take. So between Sparkle and Robin, if you can only pick one, I legitimately would just pick Robin over Sparkle. Like straight up. Even for hyper carry, she does it. You know why? Because there's this beautiful thing called Quid Pro Quo Gallagher. It completely solves Robin's energy problem, and you can legit have this ultimate uptime even while not being a full opticon. Absolutely diabolical. But yeah,
will likely push up more. Versatile characters are also characters that are built to last.
And Robin can sing. Yeah, absolutely right.
About the 8 different teams already. Characters that can be played not only to the 8 different teams, but even their kit can be done doing a lot of different things. For example, they are buffers, they are debuffers, they are healers, all in one, damage protection, damage mitigation, blah blah blah.
So basically Gallagher.
Right. So right.
The sustain that is like free, that can do all this is Gallagher. Build your Gallagher, build your Gallagher, build your fucking Gallagher, guys. I don't care if you don't care that he's a 4-star, build your fucking Gallagher. Here is him, right? Here is him. Run Gallagher for president. And there
those are kind of characters that are more versatile than others. Niche characters tend to be not as viable in the long run. Of course, there are exceptions. This is just broad blanket rules to the case. Broad styles, again, this is focusing mainly on the 8 teams. If you can play with many of the 8 teams, you are likely more built to last. A character like that would probably be a character like Runmei. You can be played into many different styles in different 8 teams and probably be like...
Didn't you have a thing yesterday? It was fun. It was good food. It was good food. It was good people. I had a lot of fun actually. It was really nice.
Slots as well. That's what makes a character built to last for the long run. And last but not least, rare. You can't be in a crowded space where everyone is like all very good. There are so many competition in that area. If you are one of the rare characters, or these characters particularly rare, you probably will last a little bit longer than a lot of your other counterparts who are like super common, and there's like a lot of alternatives in the game too.
Opportunity cost.
So now, I put this out here, don't need to cover and go by one by one. Characters have stood the test of time. The advantage of Honkai Star Rail being out for a year plus is we actually can look back in the past and see what characters, and for those of you who don't have like statistics at the back of your mind and you've been playing for day one, just get a gut feel. These 4 characters you see on screen are characters that are still used today, and they have been released for a super long time. Maybe not Huo to a large extent because she was a little bit more recent, but characters like Fu Xuan, Hela, who has been released at 1.0, and Kafka as well, which was like in 1.2. Fu Xuan is like 1.
Kafka is seriously debatable. Like, I feel like if you don't run dot, or even if you run dot, I think Kafka is seriously debatable. I legitimately don't remember the last time where I ran dot, and I have an E2 Kafka.
3 very early characters that are still relevant today and are still being played today shows you that you can actually make smart decisions.
Oh wait, dot cron. Yeah, you're right.
About characters that last a really long period of time. Of course, granted, I wouldn't say that these characters were just total iron characters that are like very strong iron bow characters that don't break over time. Some of them maybe got a little bit lucky, like maybe debuff oriented, DOT oriented, a lot of benefits that happen along the way to them. But at the end of the day, they played into thematics and they succeeded. Our objective in this channel, in this video here, is to plan for the future. What can we actually predict and what styles are very important to do? First thing, of course, I just want to do a little...
Before I even continue, DOT found dead in the ditch, guys, and there it is. I have no idea how are they gonna make DOT great again. I think for the past 3 patches, it has always been follow-up and super break. For 3 consecutive patches. I have yet to see a single patch where they gave DOT some food. Like ever since Black Swan happened, and then that was it. Jiao Qiu does not make DOT great again. Unless you get an E2 Jiao Qiu. E2 S1 Jiao Qiu. Then there's a different story, right? But
We'll see. Little bit of a humble brag here. But all these characters were characters that we actually pointed out. So Fu Shen 1 year ago here, I mentioned she was ridiculously overpowered. We like to give solid advice on the channel, and I don't do this like for every single character. I don't say like every single character is overpowered. I only have said Fu Shen so far, and she's one of the characters that really have withstood the test of time. If you want to know why, I'm not going to talk about it in this video. This is not a selling Fu Shen video. She's not even on the banner. But if you're interested in my thoughts on specific characters, you can check
I
it out.
mean,
This video was done all the way back in like when Honkai Star Rail first came out. 5 must build units in Honkai Star Rail. Pella was one of them in where I mentioned in the video too. So these are all pretty solid recommendations. And of course, Kafka here, we had our previous one, Resistant the Power Creep video, which we did like a year ago. This is of course an updated format. Kafka was one of them, and she indeed stood the test of time for at least a year duration. HOYO is also another solid character. But I'm not just talking about characters who have withstood the test of time. Looking back in the past is nice, but more importantly, we also want to see in the past what units fell off and let.
Oh no!
Oh fuck me, man.
Fell off.
Good units that fell off. Wait, what? Did Tingyu fall off? She seems fine. Hi, Deathgram. Alright, let me see. Poor thing. Alright, let's see. Alright, let me get my ass over to Inca. Okay, Inca. Alright, what do we got here? Oh wait, oops. Star Rail. Hold on, let me take a look. Alright. What am I seeing here? Quoho, Robin, HMC, Black Swan. Okay. Well, I'll start with what I do, especially now. Okay, Robin, how much attack do we got for tomorrow's journey? Okay. 888. Alright. Two piece. That's correct. Okay. Another Von Whacker. Okay. Flat attack. Attack percent. Okay, let's see that. Energy regen. Does it have no attack stats? Do you have ER? Are you effect res? Yeah, you do. Okay. 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 Attack percent. If you can get flat attack on these, I mean, Robin's easy to sell a build, honestly. All you need. Let's see. This needs attack percent. Yeah, this just needs attack percent. This needs attack percent, and you can easily hit that 4K benchmark. I mean, honestly, you don't really need it, but yeah, because you do get a lot from tomorrow's journey as well. So 124. Okay. 123 is good enough. Yep, this looks fine. I would make sure our effect res is a little bit higher. Less crit because she doesn't need it, and more flat attack and attack percent on your handpiece and your hat. Otherwise, you got enough speed to reach your Von Whack threshold, so that's good. So she'll action defense herself first. That's good. I mean, she doesn't really need it, but the extra regen, and I see why people go for it. I like the extra regen as well. I go back and forth between the two, Fleet of the Ageless and Von Whack. Personally, I feel like I like Von Whack a lot better for the extra regen, but yeah. All right, not bad. HMC, what do we got here? Okay, so you've got all the breaks. Okay, those are all maxed out. Okay, these are at 10. Okay. All right, how much break effect do we have? 254. Very good. How much speed do you have? 145. Okay, so you reach the speed threshold. You got a ton of break effect. Your HP is fine, yeah. Defense, not bad. Okay. Let's see. How much you got break effect on all pieces? I love that. Yeah, you got break effect everywhere. Really nice. You have break effect rolls on actually every single piece. Okay, so I can tell you spend a lot of time here, so this is nice. Let's see, where are you getting your speed from? This is insane. What the fuck is this? What? Hello? What? What? What do you mean? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 useful rolls. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 4 useful rolls. Okay. 1, 2, 3. kind of 4. I mean, 1, 2, 3. So 3 rolls on this. Defense percent, yeah, that's good. Okay, HP works here too, but defense is nice. And then let's see how much we go. 1, and then a bunch of. This is fine. Yeah, speed shoes are hardest to work with anyway. I would change this from imaginary boost to HP or defense, specifically HP. He doesn't need HMC doesn't need imaginary damage boost because in Super Break this doesn't enhance your damage at all. In fact, these imaginary damage boosts don't do anything for their damage. It's based on toughness damage, and so damage percent modifiers don't do anything. So I would get rid of this for an HP or defense one, because this has no effect on your damage. I mean, I guess it has effect on your damage when they're not broken, but yeah. Yeah, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Listen, I've been trying to get an attack rope for my march for like a month now, and I haven't found one. I mean, I found one with 1 crit roll. So yeah, yeah. But I get it. I get it when it comes to the planars. So yeah, I would replace this, and replace this with HP, because you already have this defense piece right here, so you can alternate and put your eggs in multiple baskets. So I would do HP here. Otherwise, this is fantastic. You have so much break effect, and you've reached your speed threshold. This is excellent. I would also go ER. Well, you're not E6 yet. So because you're not E6, I would also make sure that this is, that you get an ERR rope, because it's going to be difficult for you to get your ultimate up every 3 turns. So you're going to have downtime, and that's like no good. So I'd say if you have an extra ERR rope sitting around, I would slot that in, and once you get your clocky statue leveled up and you get E6, I'd replace the ERR rope with the break effect rope, and then you'll be big chillin'. Especially, I think you should be fine with energy regen with Memories of the Past, even at R1. If you're which one is it? Is it skill? Which one is it? One of them that gives you break effect. Hold on, let me check. No, I can't check. Well, one of them gives you break effect every time you break somebody. So so not bad. Yeah, good otherwise though. Okay, who's next? I am not the most familiar with Black Swan or HOYO, but I can still take a look. How much speed you got? 135. Okay, you're hitting 134 at least, so that's good. How much EHR do you have? 136. Black Swan mains. I need help. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I've never ran Black Swan, so I wouldn't be able to give you reliable feedback on it. But I do like that you have 134. That's good. I don't think crit stats are very important, so I guess, I mean, what? You don't have a lot of rolls, so that's fine. Yeah, that's okay. Who cares? Effect res, whatever, it's fine. Just level the traces. Yeah, okay. I guess leveling this trace would be really good. Yeah. 134 speed and 120 EHR is the benchmark, so this is good. Okay, good. And you got a control. This is really good. Yeah. Not bad. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this seems fine. If you can get more speed on her, like maybe get 145 or not 145. Is it 142? What's the next benchmark between one? Is it 4? No. Isn't there a benchmark between 134 and 160? There's one more, right? It's probably fine at 134, honestly. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You're good. I think she looks good. Yeah. 143. Okay. Yeah. I think it's more important to chase speed on Kafka than on Black Swan. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, because you want to get as many skills up as you can on Kafka. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Alright, Hua. How much HP we got? 8,000. Not bad. We got 2-piece. Love to see this. Always love to see 2-piece. 65 E effect res, which is really nice. Okay, we got energy regen rope. Okay. Defense is a little low. Is that okay? Okay, speed 145. Good. You got the over the 143 benchmark. If you can get more speed on her somehow, see if you can hit 160 at some point. I know it's asking a lot, but given how good this domain is to farm, maybe you could find more speed rolls. Like, this piece is okay. But maybe a little bit more speed, yeah? 8K, okay, alright. Maybe it's fine then. She's fully, oh, yeah. Okay, well then just max out your traces. Yeah, she looks good. Yeah. The handpiece. Yeah, this is nice. I was looking at that. 9.2. Yeah, this is nice. With an 80% roll, this is really nice. I like that. Oh, that's a god piece. I love this. Yeah, that's really good for you. I like this one. Yeah, I think the biggest things I would say is for Robin, I think you could very easily... Robin is very easy to build. She's just exceedingly easy to build, in my opinion. Especially the Musketeer pieces. You get them every week when you do boss fights anyway. So over time, if you really don't want to farm the domain specifically for attack percent pieces, you have the Super Break set that you can use, or you can use the Musketeer ones that you get from boss materials, or you can also use Prisoner, which you're definitely going to be there because of your Black Swan. But yeah, this piece needs attack percent, and this piece needs attack percent, and maybe if you can get flat attack, then go for it. I like to go for at least 2 attack percent rolls on everything that's not the spear, the boots, or the body piece. On my hands and on my headpiece and on my rope, I like to try to go for at least 2. If you can get 3, then that's even better. But definitely go for at least 2, because these things are so easy to farm. It's like, what? And if your rope can't do it, then whatever. Honestly, yeah. Can you check Zenless accounts through this? I don't know if you can. I'd love if you could. I'm sure it's gonna come out someday. But yeah, thank you for sharing with that. That's sharing me that. That's pretty good. All right. Oop, back to those.
Bro put in Scylla and Jingliu, and bro did not put in Jingyuan. That is crazy. Respectfully. But let's
explain why. So DPS characters like Zilla, at one point she was like the flavor of the month. When 1.0 game first came out, she's super successful, and then suddenly she like fell off. Same as Jingliu, she was...
Okay, you know what? My opinion are gonna be biased, so I'm not gonna say anything. Me personally, I still think Scylla is still very, very good. And I have an E0 as well as Scylla. I still think she's really, really good. But I know a lot of people on the internet disagree. A lot of people think
through HOYO Lab. Wait, let me see.
Nowadays, the mobs are going to get stronger and stronger. You can't even trigger resurgence anymore.
Is effect res on HOYO irrelevant? Because of the way that she cleanses? I wouldn't say so. No, I can't read this. It won't let me. Rip.
Or because your Scylla sucks ass. So it comes to a situation where why would you even run Scylla when you can just run Aircron or Firefly? But me personally, I think Scylla is still great. She performs in Mock, she performs in Pure Fiction, she performs in... So I'm not gonna comment on this.
You check my characters.
Very popular at one stage at version 1.4, 1.5 thereabouts, and then she suddenly disappeared from the meta. Now, we can learn from past experiences because it might happen to your DPS right now that is the flavor of the month. So what happened to Zilla was that other characters came out who did a little bit more AoE, like Jingliu as well as Imbibitor Lune. They tackled much more content rather than just focus on a single boss.
Nice.
There also are different elements, so the element changed. And Hunt characters just generally fell apart because a lot of more monsters were like, you need to hit across the board rather than like individual you and me, like one target kind of thing. So then,
unless a Scylla can one-shot them. Run her with Robin.
That's one of the things that affect Zilla, but with Phase Shell coming in, it could change here and there.
Yeah.
These are, of course, we're just talking about what caused that like down curve rather than just looking at a stable graph, because we will learn more from the ups and downs rather
Night,
than
Rayman.
a horizontal curve. Jingliu, of course, is another character that fell out of meta. She is not a lousy character. Even till today, I think she's very strong. What caused the difference between Jingliu is probably because Ice is not as meta anymore. If you look at the other characters in the game, if we go back to our Ice meta, we don't have much choice. There aren't any characters that are very solid Ice DPS. It's just that we haven't had a criteria where everyone is weak to ice. We don't have the deer in the Memory of Chaos anymore, or like much less, and a lot of the enemies are not as weak to ice as they are. Everything seems to be like lightning, imaginary, and recently like physical and fire a little bit more when they're trying to sell Firefly and boot heal and stuff like that. So DPS characters, but do you remember what we said, like non-DPS characters can also fall off, and these are...
Is there even another ice DPS that's like Jingliu's level? No, right? There is no other ice DPS, right? Yanqing! And there it is. I don't think we have, right? Okay, so Jingliu is like quote-unquote our only ice DPS. Okay. Yeah, again, this is not really Jingliu's fault. It's just that, I mean, HOYO doesn't want to release ice weak units. Then you can't really do anything about it, right? So it is
two characters that were affected by the drop as well. Bronya as well as Tingyun. If you rewind
oh my fucking
before
god, dude.
Came about, like,
I heavily disagree with Bronya, by the way. I think Bronya actually is chilling, especially when she performed pretty fucking well with Blue Hill. I think Bronya is really, really good. Yeah.
Before Sparkle, before Ranmei, before Robin came about, the two characters that everyone was echoing, everyone was chanting out loud that is like the best characters in the game were Bronya as well as Tingyun. Now, 4-star characters, generally you can understand why they fall off, and limited 5 stars generally are expected to fall off, but they were relevant for a super long period of time.
Who's the guy Poki's watching? This is EOD. He's pretty great, actually.
And the reason why they fell off is because Ranmei was just more universal than Bronya. She offered a lot more. Sparkle offered somewhat of a similar push to Bronya, as well as a lot of skill points, which helped Environmental Lunar teams. And of course,
random debuffs.
Attacking, so they play into new styles. And then these two characters kind of like disappeared from the meta. I mean, of course, if you do not have the signature, like the 5 stars, you probably are using Tingyun, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just talking about like a broader picture. This is what happened for us to understand and how it might apply to our favorite characters right now, moving forward, or the characters that you are planning to pull.
Okay, wait, pause. I want to talk about this a little bit. I don't really agree with this. I think Bronya performed even better, especially with Robin. Specifically when you want to pair up like Robin with Sparkle. There's this problem where if you run Robin with Sparkle, Sparkle's 50% extra value advance. It doesn't push your DPS towards the next turn, right? But Bronya Robin works because this is 100% extra value advance. So that is one thing. Second thing, Ying specifically, I think she's not that bad in a sense where she didn't fail because she sucks and all these other units are better. It's just that the teams that are coming out don't care about single target supports that much. But if you want to use, for example, use like Yingli, right? He still works very, very well with Yingli because she cares about the energy. It's just that Acheron, Firefly, Booty Chicks, they all don't care about Timmy's buffs. But if in the future we release like back to the good old like DPS units where they care about hyper carry supports again, I think Timmy can always just go back on. It's just a little bit more dependent towards the teams and the DPS that are coming out. So I wouldn't necessarily say they fell off. It's just that it's a little bit like a change of seasons, you know? It's like spring, summer, autumn, winter. Eventually spring is gonna come back. I hope that they bring back hyper carry again. But yeah, that's kind of where I stand. And Robin needs to be talked about a little bit more. I really hope that this unit here, this Robin here, people remove this notion that she's only good for follow-up units. I think Robin is exceedingly strong. Not just for follow-up. You can legitimately run her with almost everything, and she works well with like almost every single end content. The more people need to be aware of how good this for the bitches. So yeah. Also, she sings. She's the only unit that sings, right? So meta perspective, fun perspective, she's just a great unit. So yeah.
So looking at the past is nice. But now, let's talk about some characters that are positioned for the future, because that's what this video is aiming to do. Not only do I want to give you like my top, I just want to tell you.
Fuck. That's so close, man.
Well, so that you can invest in a longer period of time. I will also give you a DPS character that I think is very good as a side bonus. I don't think all DPS characters will get power crept equally in time. One of the characters that I think is, let's start from the first and easiest category, is the sustain characters. I think the 4 of these, I wanted to say like Trinity, but I don't know what is the 4 version of a Trinity. A quantity? I have no idea, man. But Fu Xuan, Aventurine, Luo Ca, and Ho Ho. Some might argue Luo Ca is the weakest out of all of them, but he was also the earliest character to be released out of all of them. He was even released in CBT 1. Was it 1 or 2? Way back in like 2021. 2022. His kit has been around for a long period of time. The fact that you can still play him today and he's not totally irrelevant. In fact, he became slightly more relevant with characters like Yunli and tied together with characters like Blade. We might see a resurgence in Luo Ca, especially if we get more of the game modes moving towards follow-up attacking counter style. because that's where he excels in out of the rest of the bunch. But defensive characters, Fu Shen, Aventurine, Huo Huo, Luo Ta, very hard to go wrong between each of them. I think they're all very solid. If you want to know my thoughts on differences between each of them, I have explained it many times on the channel. Just like search Fu Shen versus Aventurine, Fu Shen versus Huo Huo. We talked about all their differences already. I won't go in depth, but just rest assured, pick a defensive character, you're pretty much safe, good to go. And of course, new characters like Lingsha likely will fall in the same bracket because she's of course an abundance. As of time of recording, I do not have official information. I can't elaborate more, but as long as the character is not too niche, good enough to fit into most teams, maybe like a Gallagher 5
lie, Blood Talk, I would like financial guru XDD.
star. I think these are characters that are pretty solid. You can make do with a 5-star abundance, a 5-star preservation, quite well moving into the future. But for the sake of not getting struck by HOYOverse, I'm just going to put it aside and say I have no idea right now.
The Robin incident.
Next category, of course.
Okay, before we go on to the, I just want to say this one thing really quickly. Well-positioned characters for the future. I feel that if you want to talk about just clearing the game in Honki Star Martial, because at the end of the day, as long as you clear the endgame content, like I'm talking about 3-star clears, these units don't really have that big of impact on your account. Which is why I always say, if your account already have 2 sustains and you only need 2 sustains, until the day where you need a 3rd team, it's not really worth it to pull for a brand new sustain. You know what I'm saying? Because you must ask yourself, what's the purpose of pulling for a new unit? Are you trying to improve your sustain, or are you trying to improve your damage? If you're trying to improve your sustain, why would you need to improve your sustain if you can already sustain your team? And then if you want to pull to increase your damage, then why would you pull for a brand new sustain when you can simply pull for a new support or a new DPS or a new...
That's what I'm saying. Like girl, just heal. Like, girl, just shield. Like, what?
I didn't for support DPS, right? So for sustain in general, as long as you have 2 sustain your team, it don't really matter that much because they're doing their job, which is to sustain your team. Even though Luo Cha now, objectively speaking, he is still like the weakest of all 3. It's fine because as long as you can sustain and you can clear the 3 stars, you're good to go. If you only have, let's just say, if you only have Luo Cha and Fu Xuan, I don't really think you need Aventurine or Huo Huo to make your team sustain better, because I'm pretty damn sure these 2 units can sustain your team and you can still get a 3-star here. That being said, I do want to talk. Galachat needs to come here right the fuck now. Bro is him. He is the only abundance unit in the entire game that can make use of Quick Pro Code twice consecutively, because he's the only in the entire game that has this 100% HP advance after you cast his ultimate. So he works extremely
He's so
well
stupid.
especially when
What?
So Blood is him. She needs to come in over here. In fact, I would dare say if you have Gallagher, you probably can just skip on one of the limited sustains. He's just that good, so he can move in over here. In fact, some might even argue, is it better or worse than Lingsha? You know, theoretically speaking, let's move on to the next part.
Is the nihility characters. Nihility characters are very similar to Harmony characters in a sense that there are 2 types of nihilities. One is the damage dealers, second one is the supportive nihility characters, and these 3 are the supportive nihility characters in general. You have Jiao Qiu, which is the recent character currently on banner as time of recording. A lot of damage buffing. Offers you DOT, offers you a lot of Arcane support, so you can play into 2 styles, and also is providing that fire, burn damage, the Ashen Rose, which only other characters that can do that reliably often is like Hui Knife and Hook to like.
Unless you're getting E2 Jiao Qiu, I don't expect him to do any damage. 180% is just way too low.
Most of the extent. Other than that, Kafka is a hybrid. She's a bit of both. She's both a support that procs DOT because she uses her skill, she immediately procs the instances. She counters the weakness of DOTs. DOT's problem with enemy move too slow.
I fucked that up.
Oops. Don't happen. Kafka instantly pops that DOT. So regardless of how slow the enemy moves, you will still get the DOT. That's why Kafka is very fundamental and why she lasts us a very long period of time, because she helps you pop that DOT. And even if the enemies are frozen, they are slowed, they are broken, Kafka still helps you break it, pop the DOT, which is a very, very huge fundamental issue with DOT teams without Kafka in general. Silver Wolf, she's just super solid, especially new players in the game. You don't have much characters. She helps you overcome by the elemental coverage by putting a lot of weakness into the enemy. But nowadays, you could argue that a lot of characters can do that themselves, so the relevance of Silver Wolf may not be as high as she was way back in like 1.1, 1.2, but it's still pretty high till today, and likely it's going forward if you are a player who's new to the game who don't have many characters.
I'm gonna keep it about, if you are starting the game right now and you don't have Silver Wolf, you don't need Silver Wolf. First of all, you're missing one of the strongest free-to-play light cone option before the tutorial mission begins. If you don't have this light cone, and you're not putting for E1 Silver Wolf, you're gonna cast your ultimate once every 4 turns. Holy fuck, that is disgusting, right? So I would seriously consider not getting Silver Wolf if you don't have Event Icon. If you have it, then I think it's good. But if you don't have it at this point of the game, I really don't think she's that good. The main reason is just because number one, she can't cast a turn 1 ultimate. And number two, her debuffs are one at a time. Now, I don't know about you guys, but there hasn't been a single content where there's only a single enemy. Even Apocalypse Shadows, there's like mobs and shit, right? So I find it very difficult to justify pulling for Silver Wolf when you have like a lot of units. And like he just mentioned, you already great point, which is we have a lot of DPS units that can legit just straight up enchant weaknesses themselves. Boothill and Firefly, right? So between like all of the supports we've seen, Silver Wolf, Robin, Ramei, she's probably one of the least priorities, especially at E0 S0. Even her S1 is really, really bad. I have no idea why does Incessant Rain have crit rate. Why? And why the hell does the invulnerability, the fucking vulnerability debuff, right? It lasts for 1 turn and it affects 1 target. Holy shit, it is one of the most dog shit signature icons in the entire game. Those S1, it's just so bad, right? So that's a me personally.
The other 3 characters in the broad group category is, of course, your Harmony characters. These are like Ranmei, these are Robin, as well as Sparkle. Very solid picks that will add value to many accounts. Some might add value to more accounts than others, but they are all best in slot in some form of another. And as promised, I won't just talk about supports. It's like at this point of time, if you've played enough gacha games, you've watched our channel for a long period of time. The characters on screen here should be quite comfortable for you. What DPS characters do I think goes a little bit longer than others is characters...
Okay, wait, before I talk about the DPS, I would just remove Sparkle, straight up. If you can only pick 2, right? Because I really want to reduce the choice paralysis for player. If you can only choose 2 supports, I would just pick Ramei Robin. Sparkle can just kind of chill. Reason being, especially at E0, it's just Robin does, in my opinion, she does everything that Sparkle can do, but better. You know, there's this whole argument where Sparkle is super skill point positive, super skill point. It's really not that much. Unless you're doing like this kind of like 0 cycles, where you can make use of the additional technique points, skill points you can gain from the first hit, right? Throughout the course of the battle, she's basically net +1. You spend 3 skill points, you +4 skill points with the ultimate. So it's not that crazy. And Robin, the additional damage is your entire team, and it's a team-wide additional turn. So pound for pound, Stellar Jade for Stellar Jade, especially when talking about versatility as well, I think Robin just does everything that Sparkle can do at E0 to S0. E0 to S0, right? So that Ramei is just Ramei, you know, Super Break, Ramei, Harmony, Trailblazer, Gallagher, you just get her, no questions asked, that's it, right? So me personally, I think this would be the 2 characters.
For you. What DPS characters do I think goes a little bit
if you change your 2024, don't talk to me.
Longer than others is characters that apply weaknesses into enemies. 3 of such characters I think will be quite interesting to think of is Boothill, you have Akron, and you have Firefly. These are the 3 DPS characters currently in the game that have independently be able to apply weakness in the enemies. Why are these good? Is because you reduce the complexity of the things that can power creep your character by, for example, in Jinglu's case, Ice no longer relevant, Akron can colorless break.
Okay, technically speaking, you wouldn't really want to run Akron against off element, because even though the ultimate does toughness damage, right, it doesn't have additional rest strength. So like if you're against an enemy with lightning weakness, you have an additional 20 rest. So you deal more damage. You will always deal more damage on an enemy with lightning resistance compared to an enemy without lightning resistance. You get what I'm saying? TLDR, I agree with that statement. Insane.
Ice no longer relevant, or like physical no longer relevant. Boothill slaps the physical resistance into the enemy directly. Fire no longer relevant, doesn't matter. Firefly just inputs the fire weakness on enemy. So less things the developer has to do.
Okay, we need to wrap up. This is like a 1 hour video. We need to wrap up.
How does HOYOverse mess up your favorite character? That's the idea that you want to do when you're trying to plan for the future long term, and how I see DPS characters that last a bit longer than others. Which means that they will likely be king of their category for a little bit longer, until of course we switch to Wind meta, which might be coming soon. I will switch to another...
Oh, I can't wait for Wind meta. Ugh.
Ice or whatever not. Then those will be a totally different thing. We are more going to the horizontal movement of the counts already. So as for...
Oh wait, I don't hate Boothill, right? I don't hate Boothill, but I just want to ask this one thing. If the entire enemy lineup is not physical weak, wouldn't that take him quite long to deal with them one by one? Or is it not a problem? Boothill mains rise up. Is that a problem for Boothill? You always have to skill. It takes a little bit, right? Okay. Nothing personal against Boothill. But at the end of the day, there's only one runway. There's only one runway and one Gallagher, right? Maybe you can share 100 MC, but there's only one runway. If this one runway can only go with 1 DPS, I might have said it. Respectfully, all you
Nice.
respect, you know, it is what it is. No hate.
Promise, let's go on to the fun part here. This is the top 5. I know this is like the title of the video and stuff, but it's not the essence of
Oh,
this
I'm
video.
so
This is
interested
just
to see.
my personal rating. But the concepts that we have talked about in this video goes a far longer way than just highlighting 5 characters. But if you want to know my thoughts on the top 5 characters in the game in terms of power creep right now,
if Robin is not here, I'll kill.
Putting my name on it and signing off, I think these are the top 5 right now.
Okay, wait, chat, let's do our top 5. Let's do our top 5. Okay, Rame, I think Rame, 100%, no question asked. So Rame is gonna be there. Robin, I really think Robin is super fucking good. 3 more. Okay, I don't want to talk about Gallagher because he's like a quote-unquote free unit. They can get eventually. I want to talk about a only limited 5 stars. Only limited 5 stars. E0 only.
Aventurine?
I think I can slot in Aventurine. Aventurine
Okay.
is up there. Rame, Robin, Aventurine, 2 more.
Robin, Ron May, eventually Aventurine. I don't want to say Acheron Firefly. That's so boring. Ew. Acheron Firefly. I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Topaz. I don't. HOYO, I think, maybe.
Two more. Is it really just Firefly Aircon? Okay, I feel like we can slot in Firefly. I feel we can slot in Firefly just because Harmony MC is free. And everyone is gonna have Run Me. Because you should pull for Run Me. And everyone's category. So I will just slot in Firefly because Super Break just works exceedingly well. So I'm gonna stop in Firefly. One more unit.
Is it really Acheron? Kafka? Okay, I can see that. Yeah.
DOT setup is a little bit.
Yeah, Kafka I can see. Actually, you know, Kafka, yeah, I'd agree. Yeah.
I wouldn't even invest in DOT. I would just invest in a follow-up for Super Break. Okay, the reason why I don't want to say Acheron is because I feel like at E0, it might not be as accessible compared to like a E0 Firefly. That's why I don't really want to say E0 Acheron. Hue? Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just give it to Hue.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Yeah.
So, I mean, to be fair, it's 20% max.
Yeah, whatever,
energy,
bro.
If in the future we get more energy stuff, okay, no, we'll give it. Okay, so Robin, Rame, Hue, Aventurine, Firefly. Final answer locked in.
Now that will last for the next 6 months, even as we are entering a dangerous period, changing meta perhaps with the new Xianzhou characters that are being released like Fei Xiao, Ling Sha, and blah blah blah. My top pick, I'll do a bit of explanation also. Probably Fu Xuan.
Oh, these are also bad.
Favorite characters in
I feel like all of the sustains, they are like more or less the same. I don't really think there's too much of a disparity. Right? If you want to keep your team alive, they're all gonna work. Fu Xuan's there. Timeless, right? Timeless unit. HP distribution, free rate, all that kind of stuff. I think it's completely fine. Me personally, I just like Adventure and Hue a little bit more.
She just offers a lot of stuff. Why do I like Fu Xuan so much? I'll just give you a very quick summary. I know she's not a banner, so I won't elaborate too much on it. She provides damage mitigation. She provides apportionment of damage. This is a guaranteed taunt, if you think about it. Doesn't matter whether your teammates get attacked. Fu Xuan
Oh, that is a good point. Yeah. Yeah, I never thought about that. Yeah.
Drops all the damage. The problem with defensive characters in general and a lot of healers is you do not utilize their HP stat. Fu Xuan utilizes her entire stat bar because it's converted into damage taken for your teammates.
Yeah.
A very chunky Aventurine, if he doesn't get attacked, the only thing that is being utilized in his stat pool is his shield. That is one of the biggest things about Fu Xuan that I think makes a huge difference. Many things else like her crit buffing, her CC, ignore, and then all the other stuff that she does, her AoE and whatnot. Fu Xuan is probably one of the better characters.
I guess if you talk strictly about sustain, like only sustain, don't care about damage, don't care about bars, whatever, I think Fu Xuan should be up there. And I don't think we have an end game content with an AoE strong enough to one-shot Fu Xuan, right? Has there been... Okay, we don't talk about Divergent Universe, but just current 3 endgame mode, I don't think there has been a single AoE that can one-shot Fu Xuan. So I think she's more or less fine. She always has that passive to kind of bring it back up.
Right? I want to elaborate more. You can check out our videos if you're interested. Since she's not on banner, I don't want to like FOMO people. The next character who's also not on banner, but I think is a very solid...
We don't even have to listen to this. Done, right? Skip. Let's just skip this. No question asked.
Will have Run Me, rather than you have no idea where to slot her in. Just super general, super versatile. In follow super meta. Maybe if we shift to that, Run Me's relevance will fall, but still she is quite strong regardless because you still have access to spend a little bit more.
Oh my god, Jiao Qiu!
Whoa, bro, what?
Okay.
I'm not a salesman.
What?
I don't get any commission from selling you characters whatsoever. I just want to help you build more efficient accounts. And if you're finding value in this video so far, you appreciate the honest content, please help me like, comment, and subscribe. Joining as a member would definitely make my day as well.
Follow
Super strong unit. He offers a lot of debuff. He's a 5-star character, which is a lot more chunkier than 4-star characters. One of the biggest things people forget is although he's tied to the relevance of Akron and DOT characters, he can be played
E0 just sucks with DOT, legit. Just run Robin or run me. It's just way better.
into both. He offers you action rolls, so a lot of fire application, a lot of DOT application, a lot of debuffing, almost 100% uptime, super simple to play. And one of the most key things is he's a 5-star with 5-star stats. The issue with Nihility teams is you generally don't want to run a tank aggro drawer, and they tend to split their damage very evenly across the board. Let's say you have a premium team like Black Swan here, together with maybe, for example, Jiao Qiu and Run Mei, for example, and your healer is like HOYO, who offers you a lot of team-wide buffing.
Ooh, that's
In
not
that
good.
case, you are taking damage all places, you have no aggro drawer, and if you have one weak link who's a 4-star, that person dies, you have to restart your whole account. It's very, very tough. 5-star stats actually make a huge difference, specifically in Nihility teams, and maybe to some extent Harmony 5 stars, because Tingyun is very squishy, we all know that. But no one has complained Runmei, Robin, or Sparkle is squishy because of that 5-star stats difference. The base HP makes a very huge difference in Honkai Star Rail for categories of Harmony and Nihility especially.
I think that's a very interesting point, and I've actually never thought of that in my entire life. 5-star units with 5-star stats. Okay, I've legitimately never ever considered that when it comes to like team building or whatever in my entire life. Pretty interesting point. So Jiao Qiu has a 5-star utility because he has 5-star stats. He's like less squishy, so he runs less chances of dying, especially if you're running a Huan sustain. Interesting point. Interesting point.
Next up,
I wouldn't say this makes him a top 5 characters though. Okay, legit rank 1 HOYO, by the way. Rank 1 HOYO, by the way. If you don't have Akron, don't move Jiao Qiu. Like I just don't think it's worth it at all. Right? So if you want to build DOT, objectively, Robin / Rame just does it way better. If you already are running Robin / Rame, Jiao Qiu can't really replace either Kafka or Black Sword. If you take out Kafka, you can't trigger Arcana. Arcana damage falls off a fucking cliff. If you take out Black Swan, you lose the defense shred, and Arcana's damage is just so fucking high. Jiao Qiu's 180% multiplier is just way too low. So Kafka triggering Jiao Qiu's multiplier doesn't make sense unless you are E2 Jiao Qiu, right? So aside from this specific setup with like E2 Jiao Qiu, there's just no role where I would ever recommend players pull for Jiao Qiu unless they run Akron. Akron with Jiao Qiu is really, really good at E0 especially, right? E0, E2, Jiao Qiu is just super good with Akron. So yeah. Rank 4, Huan, EB, so that's really good.
Not on, is she on banner? No, now it's a Sparkle banner. So HOYO is not on banner right now, she just passed, but she's also another solid character that I think is very strong.
Jiao Qiu is at least above average every team versatile. I would never run Jiao Qiu in like a hyper carry or a follow-up. Because there's just way better options. Like for example, if you already have Runmei and Robin, I would never run Jiao Qiu in like a hyper carry in middle lane, or I would never run Jiao Qiu in a Topaz Doctor ratio Jiao Qiu and take out Robin. It just doesn't work. Maybe you could make it work, but I think it's just a lot worse to the point where I might just prove Robin. This spot should have been given to Robin. I'll change this too.
Nice.
That's it.
She grew on me over time. She can be fit into most team compositions because of the amount of attack buffing she provides. She's like a pseudo Harmony. She provides energy for the rest of the team, helps push them forward. She cleanses, she heals tons of amount. Very solid character. And I find that I fit her into a lot of team compositions. I even play her in the Akron, even though I don't get the energy from
Did you end up pulling for Emily? I did.
The rest of the team just offers so much value that it's too hard to ignore. I think HOYO is probably my favorite out of all of them.
Oh my god, and there it is. Where is his favorite out of all of them? And there it is.
And the last one is definitely not Aventrine. Why is Aventrine not part of this too? I thought about it very long and hard. But I think Aventrine generally outperforms in teams where you actually need an imaginary damage dealer to tackle the enemy. Where the enemy is resistant to imaginary, Aventrine is like good, but he doesn't offer you as much versatility as a character like HOYO, or the amount of protection and the amount of utility that a character like Fu Shen offers. Because you do not protect, and characters that want to lose HP, for example, like Blade, you can still get by with Fu Shen.
Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, you never run Aventrine with Blade or Jingliu. By the way, he can't heal. So the fucking health drain, it will seep through the health, seep through the shield. So your Jingliu will just slowly die. Never ever run that, right? So
whereas eventually you block out those teams because of that thick shield. Something to think about. You cancel off like one team composition because of that thick shield for the HP DK teams. Last but not least, of course, this is Kafka. Kafka is not only one of the characters that I think is very, very strong, she has been for the longest period of time. And the fundamental thing about Kafka is not because she's a DOT damage dealer, but she goes against the true weakness of DOT teams. I mentioned it a bit already, but what are DOT teams' weakness? If your enemy is broken, you have a weakness extension like Runmei, or you have a character that slows them to oblivion like Welt. Your DOT teams...
Oh my god, I still remember that day. Gaja's Smack went sustained well with his DOT Kaka. Almost died in it.
Will do no damage because the enemy doesn't move at all. Kafka mitigates this, and if Hoyoverse try to power creep your team because they add in slow characters that never move, so DOT can't move, Kafka pops them with a skill instantly, and all the damage is being proc, a certain percentage of it. So she counters the weakness of DOT teams and the fundamental flaw of DOT teams, which I think in itself is
Kafka's insane. I agree with Kafka's placement.
Something to be commended on, and it will likely last a long period of time. If you're a DOT player, Kafka is a hitch to anything.
And that is the key point. I think nothing wrong with this, but the key phrase is if you are a DOT player. If you are not a DOT player, fuck Kafka. In-game, right? You really don't need her. We don't play DOT. And we have a lot of options. We have follow-up. Technically, it's just follow-up and super good. And between investing in DOT or investing in Firefly and her super break, me personally, I would go with Firefly. Key reason, Harmony MC is free, Gallagher is a 4-star, Runmei, everybody should be getting her. So super break as a team comp, it is just always gonna be there. That's just me personally. I think other than this, I think the list doesn't really have I think
Hoyoverse might try to throw at you funnily in the long run. And that's the reasons why I think these guys are my top 5 characters.
Okay, I think this list is fine for the most part. This is just his prep. I think EOD gamer really likes playing DOT. I think that's completely valid. You really much probably always run a DOT pop. So Kafka is always gonna be here. When is chill, Runmei, Avenger versus Fusion, it is what it is. Runmei is Runmei. The only difference I would change is just
Robin.
Jiao for Robin.
Yes.
This is the only thing I kind of heavily disagree with. I think Robin is really Call me a Robin salesman because I am a Robin salesman. This bitch is so fucking good, and it is no. How people think she's only good with follow-up. She's not, right? She's her.
She gives you like 2 billion attack and crit damage. I don't understand. Like, and action advances you. So if all you really need, if you, okay. If the logic is speed is better than offensive stats most of the time, or and more, speed is better than offensive stats more often than not, because if you act more often, you deal more damage, right? Therefore, you can't build as much crit rate, you can't build as much attack, you can't do it, right? Because you're focusing so much on speed, depending on the speed threshold you're trying to get to, right? The fact that she directly benefits you and that she acts and advances you, so you get yet another opportunity to do damage, but she fixes the stats that you weren't able to invest in because you were so focused on speed or other stats, to me is just stupid. It just makes it so that I have so much less opportunity cost when I'm building speed, and I love that. That's personally why I like her so much. Thank you for the follow, by the way, I appreciate it. That's personally why I like her so much. Like, thank God I don't have to worry about speed, crit damage. I mean, obviously I want those things, right? But my light cone and Robin can do the heavy lifting when it comes to that. And she does damage. That's another thing too. She doesn't just sit there and generate SP. Like, she actually does damage. I love that. MOC specifically, well, actually no, and Pure Friction. Maybe in Apocalyptic Shadow, it's not as much of a useful thing that she does, but oh, that fucking sucks. Damn. Oh well. But yeah.
That's pretty much it. Alright, so that is my only big change. Other than that, it's just up to
we talked about a lot of the other characters on this list. And as usual, DPS characters tend to be the ones that are not in this list. This is my personal top 5. I would like to hear your top 5 as well.
And I just did.
In the comments below. But, at this point, if you're watching this video, I highly recommend you check out these 2 content. One is, of course, the 8 teams.
Oh yeah, less action values, alright, yeah.
More in depth into the theory of the 8 different teams to help you build a wider account. The other one here, I think, is going to...
Okay, I think this is pretty much right. So, excellent video, but EOD Gamer, very
good video.
Very interesting insights. Very, very cool discussion. Leave your comments down below on what you guys think of this content. So that's gonna be that. Word of the day is gonna be Rise Up. There it is, right?
Yep.
So join Discord, join Twitch, join YouTube. All the best for your gacha pools, and I'll see you guys next time. Take care.
As not my type, as Mr. Pokey is, I think he's actually a fantastic creator. He's a mather. I love mathers. Mathers are my fave. Mathers run the game, okay? Like if you can make statements that are backed by data, it's just so much more valuable and so much more listening to, so much more worth listening to me, because it's like, you can have your opinion, sure, but to be able to give me a little bit of extra, ooh, this is kind of annoying. Whatever, fuck it. Data to back it up. Sword he'd be. I hate this bitch. I fucking hate him. You're all in on it. Ugh. That's it? Okay, I'm gonna go to bed. I have school tomorrow, so no fun allowed for me. But okay, we were all able to get Simi Lanka done, and we got Emily, so I'm gonna leave this patch with no regrets. Maybe I'll do Pokemon? I don't know. We'll see. Oh, and the fact that he can translate Chinese. That's another thing too. That he can translate Chinese. That's another reason. I thought you had school today. Oh no, I mean my classes start tomorrow. Well, I do have a class that starts today, but it's online. It's not a big deal. Why did I do that? Okay, I'll see you guys later on today. Maybe if not, it's because, you know, I'm dying from